session of the conference, 3 days international conference, that is role of women in inspiring and inclusive growth of society. So the second session is health and nutrition. For that session, the keynote speaker is Professor Vijaya Khatar Madam. I request Professor Ishwaraya Garu, retired professor from Hyderabad Central University, to chair the session. I invite you, sir. Professor Ishwaraya Garu, former HOD, Department of Political Science, University of Hyderabad. He taught political science at Bhavan's New Science College, Ramkote, Hyderabad. Now I request Karuna Madam from Bangalore onto the dais as a co-chair, please. Now I request Vijaya Khatar Madam onto the dais as a keynote speaker. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce Professor Vijaya Khatar Garu. She is known to me since long time. She is Vice President of WEC, that is Organization for Women in Science for the Developing World, National Chapter, India. And I can say she is my best friend. Why? Because she has given so many valuable inputs for me from the beginning of the program. Actually, this program all about 6 months program. Actually, this is a 6 months program. We made it in a 1 month 15 days. For that success, Madam has given so many valuable inputs for me, and also she has provided international speakers for this conference. I am grateful to you, Madam, and thankful to you. I express my deep sense of gratitude to Professor Vijaya Khatar Madam. Professor Vijaya Khatar Madam, former Dean, Acharya N.G. Ranga University, Hyderabad, and former Principal Investigator, Food Technology, EPG, Pathshala, former Chairperson, Task Force Committee on Biotechnology, Based Programs for Women, Member Organization for Women in Science for the Developing World, EC Member, Indian Women Scientists Association, and at present she is working as a Vice President of WEC NCI. Thank you, Madam. And now I invite Vijaya Khatar Madam for her keynote address. Project.
నాకు హ్యాండ్ మైక్ ఇవ్వమ్మా, కొంచెం అక్కడికి వస్తాను. Okay. Dr. Sreedevi, Dr. Iswarai Garu, and Dr. Karuna, and my dear students, other faculty members. I am really happy to share my expertise with all of you today. I'll just try to give some sort of the introduction for the half of my talk at the global level, and then followed by research results of my own projects. I have completed 22 independent research projects funded by the national as well as international organizations, mainly to improve the nutritional status of the vulnerable group of the population, that is the preschool children, pregnant and lactating mothers. And not only that, I tried my level best to improve the income sources of the rural families, farm women, fisherwomen, and also tribal women. So I just try to condense the information, and whatever I can just pass on to you. It is not like a classroom lecture for you, all of you. It is a very important, and it may be useful for your interviews in future also. Please pay attention, because it's not that easy. Reading from the books is, you may think that is because going to the net and downloading and everything, that is much easier. But with an expertise, sharing the knowledge is very, very important. It will be recorded in your brain, and if you are having any questions also, you can directly put to the speaker. Okay? With this note, I would like to start my program. See, when you just talk about, especially, I think you should remember the food security, health security, and income security of the family. Whatever we are doing without having these securities is very difficult. Long back, our late Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, he has mentioned long back, I am quite convinced that in India today, progress can be and should be measured by the progress of the woman in India. Look at what a long vision he had. That means unless we progress, our country will not be progress. That is why we talk quite a lot about the woman empowerment, or economic status of the woman, supplementary income of the woman, health of the woman. For these are the things we are talking. And even sustainable development goals also, the woman empowerment is one of the important agenda. Can you easily talk about the next one, please? Next slide. Why it's not? Okay, next slide. Now, there was an international conference during 2016 in the month of August, where there are a lot of international delegates were there. This was mainly because they were all concerned about the role of the woman in the STEM is decreasing very significantly. How to improve that one? That's what actually, there were three eminent persons. One is in a sort of the, what you can just say, the UNESCO General Secretary, General DG. He said, girls build a better future. And another one is Malaysian Director General. She said, girls with please silence, otherwise I lose my concentration. You will be the loser, not me. Okay? Please silent. If you are having any doubt, raise your hand. It is for you, not for me. Please, because all of you are NCC and NSS and all these things, you have to learn the discipline first. Okay, please listen. If you are having any doubt, raise your hand. I just try to inform. And another one is that he is from Malaysian. Another one is from the Philippines. He is also Director General, the Vice President of the Ministry. He also said about the equal to, not less than. See, you can just see this is in 2018 in an international conference. The top level international leaders, they mentioned what is the role of the woman, because they're all very much worried about the decreasing of the members in the STEM. I think all of you know about what is the STEM also. Next one, please. Next slide. Now, if you just see the insecurity of the food, there is a security and insecurity. Why we are having the insecurity of the food? If you just see the economic shocks, and another one is the conflicts, Third one is the weather extremes. If you just look at the economic shocks, I hope I am audible to all of you. Yes or no? Is it clear? Please say yes or no. Okay, good. Now, economic shocks, you just see 24 million people in 8 countries are suffering with the food insecurity. And coming to the conflicts, I think you must be seeing all the wars and everything. Due to that, 77 million people in 22 countries are suffering with the food insecurity. Then coming to the weather extreme, 34 million people in 25 countries are suffering in the food security. Now, these are the 3 major reasons for our food insecurity. Next one, please. Now, previous one. Now, if you just talk about, everyone is worried about the climate change. It is a really dangerous situation for us. It is threatening us really, because it affects starting from the production to the availability and the consumption. So it directly affects the food security. Now, if you just see the reasons why it is a climate change is a threat for us, you can just see it diminishes the food production or the nutrients, and then it slows the rate of the food production or grain production, and not only that, it spreads the diseases, infectious diseases. So these 3 are that is why the climate is really affecting from the production, availability, consumption. So naturally it is affecting the food insecurity. Next one, please. The biotechnology vision. Everyone is, because most of the universities are talking the biotechnology, that is a buzzword, paying so much. We are all going for the biotechnology courses. Even our simple curd fermentation is also biotechnology. Our idli batter is also biotechnology. Our dosa batter is also biotechnology. So it is very important course. That is why most of the universities are capturing that word, and they are trying to start the biotechnology courses without having the proper infrastructure. I am telling you, without having the proper infrastructure. But here, what is the biotechnology vision? It is actually the tool of the future. You can just talk about it, and it is actually the agent to change, transform the knowledge, and at the ground level, grassroots level, it helps. And not only that, it is actually helpful in identifying the diseases, especially because we are coming across a lot of diseases. See, one side we are talking about the production wise, one side we are talking about the availability, one side we are talking about the food insecurity. And all these things, when you are talking about, these are the things is come. Next one, please. So biotechnology is the important subject. Now, global challenges. What are the, I have told you, I am just giving the introduction only the global level, then I just support data with my own research results. Now, when you just talk about the global challenges, biodiversity loss, all of you might have heard about it, and another one is a pollution, and another one is a land and environmental degradation, and then water scarcity. Girls, dear friends, maybe another 2 to 3 years, we are going to face lot of problems in the water. We may have to purchase the water. It is not that easy, it is not available. Maybe for the next generation will be a very tough job, because all the groundwater has been already dried up. Now nothing is available. So water scarcity is going to be a big problem, I am telling you. Please make a note of it. After 2 years, maybe for taking a bath also you have to purchase the water. Then population growth, of course, it's everyone knows about it. And poverty. Poverty is another problem. Why poverty? The lack of the purchasing power of the individual is leading to the poverty, okay? And then food insecurity and malnutrition. We know about all the malnutrition. See, one side we are talking about the production wise, thanks to the green revolution, yellow revolution, blue revolution, white revolution. Now we are in the pink revolution, that means the mutton. And then in spite of all these things, why we are talking about the malnutrition till today? If you really look at it, we are in the first 6 places of the world, as far as the production of starting the food grains to the milk and milk products, fish and meat and fish, everything. Now, next one please. Next slide. Now, what are the malnutrition? These are the main reasons I have just mentioned about, starting from the low intake, health care and all these things. Not only that, I will stress one point, lifestyle disorders. Lifestyle, we have changed our lifestyle. Why we have changed? Because we have really forgotten about our traditional food. Our idli dosa is really good for our health. Our combination of the food, cereal and pulse combination is good for our health, because some of the essential amino acids lacking in the cereals, some of the amino acids are lacking in the legumes. They balance together when you combine these two things. So our lifestyle has changed. Now that is why everyone is suffering with the hypertension, sugar level, that is blood sugar level has increased, and another one is what you can stress we are feeling about it. So lifestyle, obesity. Obesity is not a disease. It is a prerequisite for all the diseases. So lifestyle, if you really, especially teenagers, what you do to maintain the zero size, that is another fashionable word, we talk about it, and you skip the breakfast, you skip the lunch, you skip the dinner, and then try to have it, but it is really affecting your body. One thing I tell you, consume whatever you want and spend it in a proper manner. That means intake minus output should be zero. If you keep on eating something, it will getting accumulated in your body. Everyone is having adipose tissue in the body. If it starts swelling, it is very difficult to reduce the size. So teenagers and the students, you have to be very careful, because nowadays many people are talking about the what you can say, zero diet foods and that one, zero calorie Coke and all this. Please don't get tempted for that one. Take your home food and after eating, do some sort of exercise, whatever is the walking or running, whatever is in, climb the staircases and try to spend your calorie. Otherwise, in the bank, what we do, if I put 1,000 rupees today, it keep on adding and interest will be added. Similar way, if I consume that 2,000 calories now and without spending that one, what it will happen, I'll become the obese. So that is a prerequisite for all my diseases. So be careful about it. Try not to put on weight. Try to spend whatever you are consuming. Next one, please. Now the major thrust, if you really consider, everyone has to talk about the nutritional status of the community, and then economic empowerment, then another one, entrepreneurial development. Now government jobs have been reduced quite a lot. So you have to really have the skills to have empower your own self in economic way, and education is the major reason. And another one, awareness program through TV or any other media, and then technology and value addition, because I am talking about the production wise we are self-sufficient, but value addition and processing we are not that good. Only not even 2% of the produce, what we are producing is not being processed. And then the healthcare and education material on the mother and child. Actually, next one please. Next slide. Now, hunger. When you talk about the hunger, more than 1.02 billion people are not taking the sufficient food, or 1 in 6 person are suffering with the hunger. Yesterday someone was asking about the hunger index. I think that gentleman is here answered that question also now. Now the hunger is the biggest problem. 1 in 6 person is sleeping without having the, is a very, very difficult situation, very critical condition. And what are the main reasons? You see the severe weather conditions and food crisis, because today one rate will be there, for tomorrow it will be accelerated so much. 2 rupees today 1 kilo, tomorrow it will be the 70 rupees a kilo. So this much of the fluctuation is it is affecting this one. And then severe drought conditions. We are అతివృష్టి అనావృష్టి అంటాం కదా మన తెలుగులో. ఉంటే ఆ సైడ్ ఉంటాం, లేకపోతే ఈ సైడ్ ఉంటాం. రైతులంతా పండించిన తర్వాత తీరా చేతికి వచ్చేటప్పటికి వానొచ్చో వరదొచ్చో కొట్టుకుపోతుంది. వాళ్ళ కండిషన్ ఏమవుతుంది చెప్పండి. అంతే, ఇది వెదర్ కండిషన్స్. యాక్చువల్లీ ఇట్ ఇస్ రియల్లీ ఎఫెక్టింగ్. యూ కెన్ జస్ట్ టాక్ అబౌట్. నెక్స్ట్ వన్ ప్లీజ్. Next slide. Now, okay. Poverty, when you just talk about the nutritional insecurity, you talk about the poverty one side, it affects the unavailability of the food and the unhygienic environment. Friends, I tell you, if you have the safe drinking water and hygienic condition, 50% of our diseases will go off. 50% of our health problems will go off. Safe drinking water, and another one is you can just talk about the hygienic condition. That is more important. I am talking about it. And then poor health services, and another one is poor education. That is why we are talking about the education. You should know scientific background behind what is happening. I just say the health unhygienic condition, how it is affecting your health. You know the contamination, you know about the infectious diseases, so that you are depleting all your nutrients from your body. So it is really leading to the nutrition insecurity. Next one, please. Now, what is the missing link? One side we are talking about the production wise, we are in the top 6 positions as compared with the world, but then nutrition wise you have not achieved. Where is the missing link? If you see the production of the grains and all the products, fruits and vegetables, we are really sufficient. But you look at the other side, malnutrition, stunting and wasting and anemia. These are all the major factors. Anemia in the preschool children, anemia in the women, anemia in the men also. These are all the deficiencies. Next one, please. Now, anemia in different states, I have just given some of the data, I have collected it. If you just look at it, West Bengal is the highest, and next another one is Orissa. Okay? But Kerala is having the very less, 33.7. Can you just say the reason? Can you just say the reason why the Kerala is less? Education level of the woman. Education level of the woman. Other side we are talking about very high, and Kerala when you are talking about it is a matrimony and what a matriarchal families. It is mainly the mother decision is depending upon that one. We are all on the patriarchal side, but Kerala is a matriarchal side. It is a woman empowerment, is there education of the woman, that is the why, that is the thing. And of course Calcutta is highest. And usually if you take any state, the anemic condition varies from 60 to 70%. Even if I try to find out the hemoglobin in the class, I am sure more than 50% of you are anemic, I am telling you. More than 50% of you are anemic, if I really test your hemoglobin levels. Okay, next one. Next one. Now, some related welfare programs. Because one side we are talking about the production, availability, we are talking about it. What are the reasons for the food insecurity? Now, when you are just talking about the welfare programs, see, no, I have traveled many countries, friends. No other country is having so many of the welfare programs what India is having. No other country is having. In spite of having so many of the welfare programs, but still we are talking about the how to improve the nutritional status, how to overcome the malnutrition. So I am the welfare programs, I am just giving it some of the thing. Why my voice is not catching? Yeah, okay. You are signing means I am not, no, okay. Now when you talk about the some related initiatives by the India, Eat Right program. This is initiated by the FSSI. This is nothing but to improve the nutrition status. And Pradhan Mantri Matru Yojana program, it is initiated by our Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, especially, not Narendra Modi, it is an actually women welfare program, it is a woman benefited program, it is centrally operated by the Women Welfare Department, because anemic condition is more in the pregnant and lactating mothers. Then another one is the food fortification. We know very well food fortification. When I was doing my PhD, we were talking about the food fortification. The same aspect today we are talking about it. They are fortifying the food with essential nutrients and distributing in the ICDS programs and the midday meal programs, mainly to enhance, to improve the nutritional status of the school children, okay? That is, see, because fortifying of the essential nutrients with the our main stock, that is cereals, it is really helping. Okay. Then another one is National Food Security Act. This is also another, that is what you can say PDS, we know about it. It is a distribution of the grains ration through the PDS system, and we don't know whether how far it is benefiting, but it is actually aiming to support 85% of the rural families and 70% of the urban families to get the ration. Okay. Then another Mission India, what you can say? Danish, Mission India Danish. This is also a program. Is mainly to have the vaccinations and all the things. Next one, please. Now, Poshan Abhiyan is a government flagship program. This was actually started by our Prime Minister on an International Women's Day 2018 in Rajasthan. It is a holistic approach of the program. Nutrition approach is a holistic man. You cannot do a single parameter wise, you have to have the holistic one. So that is why and they have said the mission way, it has to proceed in the mission way. Mission 2 has been introduced in the budget 2021 and 2022, because without money we cannot do anything. So this has been inaugurated, started by our Prime Minister. This has been included in the budget, and it is in a holistic approach. Next one, please. Now, Integrated Child Development Scheme. How many of you know about ICDS program? Any nutrition students are here? ICDS, can you just raise your hand, ICDS program? Any one of you aware of the ICDS program? It's one of the good program. No one knows. Anybody knows about it? Raise your hand. No, okay. ICDS is one of the best program in India. Because of the immunization, our health status has improved, I can just say. It has 6 services packages, especially to the 0 to 6 years of the children, pregnant and lactating mothers. If you just see the supplementary nutrition program 1, and then preschool non-formal education, second one, and then nutrition and health education, and third one, and immunization is a fourth one. That is very, very important. And another one is a health checkup, regular health checkup and monitoring, and referral services. These are the 6 packages given by the government to 0 to 6 years of the children, and not only that, pregnant and lactating mothers. Next one, please. Now, this is the National Food Security Act, I have just told you. In spite of such a big program, if you just really look at the results, it is a miss and fire actually. Means government has started the program. They are distributing the grains through the PDS. Do you think they are using it? No. They are selling that one to the shopkeeper or to someone else. We are distributing the free of cost. They are selling for the 10 rupees. And in turn, that fellow will be selling to the 5-star hotel people, and they for 10 rupees a kilo. They are using that one in our idli and dosa. Whenever we go to the hotels and eat, we are the beneficiary. So that means it is not really reaching to the beneficiaries, but it is reaching to the what you can just say, educated community like us. We are reaching. See, this is what I am just saying. The program is good, but implementation level it is not good. We have to have the mid-term monitoring or the evaluation. Then only we will know where we are going wrong, how to correct ourselves. In spite of such a big welfare program, it is not reaching the beneficiary, means where it is wrong. Implementation. Planning is good, implementation is wrong. Okay, next one please. Next slide. Now, WHO and UNICEF, they have recommended early starting of the breastfeeding within 1 hour of the birth. It has to be continued for 6 months. Then after 6 months, you have to have the introduction of the safe weaning foods. That is actually, when you talk about the safe weaning foods, అన్నప్రాషన్ అంటాం కదా మనలో 6 నెలల తర్వాత అన్నప్రాషన్ చేస్తాం. ఎందుకు? ప్యూర్ లిక్విడ్ డైట్ నుంచి మన సెమీ సాలిడ్ డైట్కి సాలిడ్ డైట్కి మూవ్ చేస్తున్నాం చేయండి. సో అలాంగ్ విత్ దట్, బ్రెస్ట్ ఫీడింగ్ షుడ్ బి కంటిన్యూడ్ ఫర్ 2 hours, 2 years. So this is what WHO and UNICEF, they have recommended. You have to start your breastfeeding within 1 hour of the delivery of the baby. So this is the recommendation by the international organizations. But today we are celebrating in the month of the August breastfeed celebration week, because why there is no need to celebrate? This is a natural phenomenon. Next one, please. Thank you. Next one, please. Now, several programs at the national level, that is a National Nutrition Policy started in 1993, then National Nutrition Plan of Action 1995, and the National Nutrition Mission 2001. In spite of the very good programs at the national level, we have not achieved our goal. Okay? That means why it is not, nutrition measurement is not a set goal in almost all the commission, that is the National Food Security Mission and then National Horticulture Mission, National Rural Development Mission. So this is the lacuna. See, the people on the higher level, they plan something, but implementation level, we are not bothered whether it is reaching or not. Next one, please. Now, ways to improve the international, what you can just say, the nutrition through agriculture. You can just see the global hunger index. I don't know, someone yesterday has asked me, is he here? No. When you talk about the global hunger index, it is mainly measured on the stunting, mortality rate, and wasting. And this is also varies from year to year. There is a lot of controversy because when you are trying to measure these things, it is very difficult when you are talking about the questions and answers. It may not be a correct method, so that is why people just criticize that one also. But it varies from year to year. This is actually 2003, we have given 117 out of how many? 125 countries. Last year it was 107, okay? Then another one is, you can just have India Human Development ranking, that is mainly based upon our health, education and income status. So poverty index is there, another one is what you can say, the child wasting, stunting. Why I am just telling, looking at all these parameters, looking at all these indicators, we have to rethink and reschedule our planning to improve the nutritional status of the population. That is why actually you have to think about it. What is the cultivation, processing, distribution, availability. And here, dietary diversification is very, very important. Fortification is important, mainly to have the food security. Next one, please. Now, our late M.S. Swaminathan, I think all of you might have known about his name. You might have heard about M.S. Swaminathan. Bringing agriculture, nutrition, health together, we can really make India as a zero hunger. That is what we are not having a link. Individually, you are all good. You are good in your own way, I am good in my own way, and he is good in his own way, and she is good in her own way. But we are not putting the integrated effort to achieve our goal. That is a drawback with us. What our right hand is doing, the left hand does not know. What left hand is doing, the right. That means there's a lot of work is going on in many of the universities. Wonderful work is going on. But are you taking that one to move forward? No. That is our lacuna. That is our drawback. Next one, please. Now, when we can just talk about our Honorable Prime Minister in one of the national conferences 2016, he has really said, science and technology is very important. It reduces the poverty and advances the prosperity. And another one is a fight hunger and improve nutrition. Not only that, conquer diseases and improve health. So beautifully he has mentioned about the food science and technology. Next one, please. Next slide. Now, rural women, a focus on the socio-economic empowerment. Unless woman is empowered economically, you cannot say the improvement in the nationwide. That's what since yesterday we have been talking about it. That is why you have to provide income status, improve the income status at the grassroots level work. Next one. This is actually, I have compiled the work from the university, from my college. Whoever has done the work on the aspects, this was a book, so I thought let me have the cover page. So it's a food security, health security, economic empowerment. Next one, please. Now, food technology for the rural setting. Whatever we are producing, 30% of the food is wasted. 30% of the food is wasted. When you convert that one in Indian rupees, it is equivalent to 580 crores. 580 crores. That will be useful to feed 232 million people. See, when you talk about the 30%, it can really help feeding of the 32 million people. That means, even if you reduce your food wastage at even 1%, your contribution will be more to the country. Next one. Not only that, establishing of the tiny food processing units at the village level, it will provide the income status to the rural woman, illiterate woman. Next one. Sustainable development goals, I don't want to go into it. There are 17 goals, which starts from the zero hunger to the woman empowerment and all. The next one, please. Now, I think all of you know that 2023 was the International Year of the Millets. Earlier, one thing I'll tell you, earlier we were consuming the millets, guys, but in between, for some reason, we stopped it. So the farmers stopped producing the millets. Now, after some time, lot of the international organizations started funding to popularize the consumption of the millets. So now, that is why everyone is talking about the millets. Restaurants are there, millets, so many of the things are there. But without helping the farmer, can you have it? Some TV people, they have asked me, Madam, can you just talk on, what is that, quinoa. Quinoa is also coming on the millets, but it is not our crop. So they asked me, Madam, you talk about it. And I said, I will talk on ragi or jawar or bajra, but not on the quinoa, because it's not our product. Why? How can I give a message to the media? So this is the next one, please. Now, in Odisha, they were trying to use the millets in midday meal program and what you can just say the Anganwadi centers and using the mothers committee. So that is actually the products. Next one, please. Next one. Now, recently our agriculture minister, he has mentioned 17 biofortified crops have been released and handed over to the country. It's mainly because to improve the nutrient content from 1.5 to 3.5 as compared with the traditional crops. This is why they have done it, mainly to improve the nutrition status. It can be included in the midday meal program and it will be help to eradicate the hunger. So that was the biofortified. Next one, please. Next. Now, till now I have given the global picture about the hunger, malnutrition, food insecurity, what are the reasons, and what are the welfare programs India is having it. Now, I am just trying to support some of my research results. Whatever I have done in the university, I am just trying to, so that because it may give you some idea to take up any of the research projects in your future, maybe when you are working or maybe when you are studying and whatever way. I thought it is my duty to at least to give some sort of the input to you. Now, next one. Next slide. Now, you can just use any of the product development. The millets can be used like other cereals. Okay, next one, please. Now, home-based low-cost energy food protein. Food products I have developed using the horse gram. Horse gram మీకు ఎంతమందికి తెలుసు? ఉలవలు అంటారు కదా, ఉలవచారు 5-star హోటల్స్లో ఫేమస్, అవునా కదా? పూర్వకాలంలో ఈ ఉలవచారు అలా పారబోసేవాళ్ళు, ఎందుకంటే ఉలవల్ని ఉడికించి క్యాటిల్కి పెట్టేవాళ్ళు. ఆ చారుని చాలా అంటే నా చిన్నతనంలో మా అమ్మమ్మ, మా గ్రాండ్ పేరెంట్స్ మాకు ఇచ్చేవాళ్ళు. దాన్ని నేనేమనుకున్నా అంటే హార్స్ గ్రామ్కి కూడా మిగతా లెగ్యూమ్స్ లాగానే ప్రోటీన్ కంటెంట్ ఈస్ 20 to 25% ఉంది కాబట్టి హ్యూమన్ ఫీడింగ్కి ఎందుకు డైవర్సిఫై చేయకూడదు అన్న ఉద్దేశంతో నేను దాన్ని టేకప్ చేశాను. దీనికి ఐసీఆర్ ప్రోడక్ట్ అండ్ ఫైనాన్షియల్ సపోర్ట్ ఇచ్చింది. 2 ప్రోడక్ట్స్ చేశాను అనమాట, హార్స్ గ్రామ్ అండ్ రాగితో ఒకటి, అండ్ అనదర్ వన్ ఈజ్ హార్స్ గ్రామ్ అండ్ సోయాబీన్తో ఒకటి. దీంతో పాటు నేను జాగిరీ హ్యావ్ యాడెడ్ అండ్ ది రెడ్ పామ్ ఆయిల్, red crude palm oil, because this contains the beta carotene. Vitamin A deficiency to reduce, that will be more useful. So this was the project was well accepted. This main idea is to diversify the horse gram from the cattle feed to the human consumption. Next one please. Now this is another one is a malted food product development. Malting is nothing but the germination. This is I have used about the ragi and the wheat using the germinated moong, that is a green gram, and I have developed 2 amylase rich foods. I have carried out the clinical trials in Anantapur district in a STSC colony. For 3 months I have done, and their hemoglobin level and their results were very good. The then Agriculture Minister Dr. Raghuveera Reddy wanted to introduce that one into the ICDS projects, but by then I retired, and in India any progress you have to do, it means you have to continuously pursue it. So I could not pursue it, and it was in a well accepted program. It is there in the DBT portal also. Next one please. And this is actually distribution of the product in the village. Next one please. Mr. Bush, the President of USA, he has visited along with our then Chief Minister Y.S. Rajshekhar Reddy, and she is my research associate. He is observing the malt based products. Next one please. Lara Bush, Mr. Bush's wife, she has really participated in the eminent women folk and in my own college, and she has mentioned about it. The malt based food really provides the entrepreneurship, employment, and the food and nutrition security. I am so happy for that one. So this was the actually reason for. Next one please. Now another one is a therapeutic food supplementation in the ICDS program. This is mainly to reduce the severe malnutrition, that is grade 4 and grade 3 to normal. So this we have done in a sort of Vizag district in Anganwadi centers, and we could able to succeed something, and people they try to have, because there are 4 types of the foods we have supplemented, but food with amylase rich food supplementation is really very good for the improvement of the malnutrition status. Next one. Another one is a chewing gum. Many of you must be knowing about the chewing gum. When you are talking about the anemia, how to reduce the anemia in the school children, it is supported by the multinational company known as the Wrigley, to incorporate the iron in the chewing gum 2.5 milligrams, and 3 times distribution of this chewing gum to the school children, and finding out the blood hemoglobin level and all the other clinical tests. So we found at least we could able to contribute to improve the iron nutritional status in the school children. So this is another thing. It is supported by the private company, multinational company. Next one. One of my World Bank project, I got 2 patents. I fabricated 2 equipments. One is a low-cost ice cream freezer. Another one is a fresh fish vending and display table. Low-cost ice cream freezer, why I prepared in the villages, a small quantity of the leftover milk will be there, 5 to 6 liters of milk. If you want to prepare the ice cream, you have to really invest so much on the equipment itself. So I thought maybe a small equipment I can fabricate so that they can prepare ice cream at the home level and without wasting that milk, and then all of them can consume. And then fresh fish vending and the display table. If you go to, how many of you are non-vegetarian? Raise your hand. Okay. If you go to the fish market, after seeing the processing of the fish and the prawns, you may not like to eat the non-veg. Am I correct or not? So unhygienically they hand it with the sand and all those things. So I thought of providing some sort of the that is a drudgery reduction for the woman I have worked, sitting comfortably under a shade, putting all those things in the tray, and all those things. Fish can be preserved for 6 to 7 hours. So this is mainly to reduce the drudgery of the woman, to improve the shelf life of the fish, and handling hygienically. So this is the 2 patents I got it. Getting the patent is one thing. Licensing the technology is a very difficult task. Next one please. I have licensed the technology twice to a woman entrepreneur First one, she is handing over the check to my controller, and another slide, she is handing over the documents to my registrar. And people were laughing, madam, why you are taking the photographs? I said, see, after I leave the university, people may not remember who got the patents and how it has been licensed. I gave that money to the university. Okay, next one, please. Now there are so many to improve the socio-economic empowerment of the fisherwoman. Lot of technologies we have just given to the fisherwoman in Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. This is a World Bank supported project. Next one, please. These are all the, and not only that, during the lean season, fisherwomen should be given some other technology like the food processing, squash preparation, juice preparation, or school dropouts, what you can just say painting on the cloth, so textiles painting, like that. Some of the technologies we have given to that one. Next one, please. Coming to the tribal woman, it is a very pathetic condition. Their health habits are very difficult, and their, what you can say, మూఢనమ్మకాలు అంటాం కదా, అవి చాలా ఉంటాయి. So they really neglect during their pregnancy and lactation period how much amount of the food they have to take. So you have to really encourage them to take the more food during these physiological conditions like the pregnancy and lactation. Next one, please. And the mushroom cultivation, I have worked with the three varieties of the mushrooms, oyster, paddy straw and agaricus. But I feel oyster mushroom is more suitable in the village level with a small investment. They can grow, illiterate women also can grow that one. Next one. Next one. And another one is a dairy. This was carried out in Kenya. See, actually their one welfare program is their women are involved in the dairy programs. So I have studied the women involved in the dairy program, women not involved in the dairy program. It's a lot of differences there. Their food security has increased, intake of the protective foods have been increased, empowerment, some supplementary income is there in the money. So it means the woman can be involved in any of the welfare programs to improve the socio-economic status. Next one, please. Now, these are all some of the technologies, dehulling of the groundnuts, mushroom cultivation and weed remover and the product development. Next one, please. I have developed a lot of literature in the regional language. See, talking is boring for anyone. Sometimes, if you have some sort of the literature in the hand, those who can read, they can read it. So I have developed a lot of posters, flashcards and all those things, mainly to help the village people. Next one, please. And horticulture invention is very important. Hidden hunger. We are talking, chronic hunger is one thing, hidden hunger is one thing. Chronic hunger is mainly deficiency of the calories. Hidden hunger is a deficiency of the micronutrients, the vitamins and the minerals. So horticulture intervention is very, very important to improve the micronutrient deficiencies. Next one, please. Now, there are so many technologies developed and they are all lying in my university shelves, starting with the, what you can say, entrepreneurship technology development and the knowledge entrepreneur empowerment and the value addition. These are all because anyone are interested, you can take. Many of the universities are carrying out lot of work, but the results are not reaching to the grassroots level. Next one, please. Next one. Take science to women and women to science for country's proper growth. This is what we really require. Next one, please. Now, based on my work, I am very happy to share with all of you. When I was working on mushroom cultivation, the then Commissioner of Horticulture, he has issued a GO for 70,000 rupees to establish one oyster mushroom unit. Many people have benefited out of that. 41 people have established the mushroom cultivation units, and it is really a lot of supplementary income to the rural folk, you can just say, the rural families. And then another one is the 10 families have really taken up the food processing units. Another one is 3 families have taken up the dehulling of the jawar in the rural areas, and self-help groups have been formulated. These are only to say some sort of the success stories out of my research work. I'm very happy to share that one. Next one, please. Now, success stories in the World Bank project, especially in the fisherwomen. 3 fisherwomen from Kerala, they started earning 3,000 to 15,000 rupees, mainly the fish vending and fish trade. And another 2 from the Karnataka, earning 30,000 to 40,000. Even they have established the ice plant also. and one from Tamil Nadu and one from Andhra Pradesh. They are earning 12,000 to 20,000 per month. It is to the net making and all those things, because not only they are earning, they are providing the income to the others also. But one thing I am telling here, the technical knowledge was given by all the fisheries college in all the 5 states. So I am really happy. That is the collaborative work, cooperation between the scientists and the beneficiaries. So I am very happy to say that. Next one, please. Now recommendation, you have to have work in a collaborative way, starting with the the social protection to everything, education and everything. Next one please. Now I want to acknowledge all the national and international organizations for providing me the financial support, and not only that, research associates and the field investigators for helping me to carry out my technical work. Next one. Women empowerment and skill development, you can just see, please go on. You can just see the women who have really served our country. I think you can identify their names, I need not read about it. See, those who have contributed something to the country, that is the thing. Maybe tomorrow some of you also can be there in that stage also, if you commit yourself to do something to the nation. Thank you very much for all your patient listening. I tried my level best to share some of my achievements with all of you, to create stimulation and all the other things. So I take it a sportive manner. Always work with the team spirit, always help you working together, and you have to have the the moral support. It is not one person cannot see. Today I am in this position means I have acknowledged all my research associates, all my field assistants, all the higher level funding people, and the university for providing an opportunity to carry out of this work. One thing I tell you friends, through my 22 research projects, my contribution to the university is more than 2 crores at the level of the 15%. That was the testimonial I got from one of my vice chancellor. 22 projects, 15% level, I have given the money to the university. Thank you very much. Any doubts, any questions, I am here.
Thank you, Vidya Khadar garu. Actually, హెల్త్ అండ్ న్యూట్రిషన్ సంబంధించిన అన్ని డైమెన్షన్స్ గురించి మాట్లాడేవారు. హెల్త్ అండ్ న్యూట్రిషన్ గురించి అన్ని డైమెన్షన్స్ గురించి మేడం మాట్లాడింది. అన్నిటికంటే ముఖ్యమైనది నాకు తెలిసినంత మట్టికి ఆమె చెప్పిన ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ బట్టి మనము నిజానికి మన దేశంలో ఎంత వెనకబడి ఉన్నాము, పర్టికులర్గా యంగ్ చిల్డ్రన్ ఇన్ ద స్కూల్స్ అండ్ కాలేజెస్. నిజానికి చాలా స్కూళ్ళలో చిల్డ్రన్ ఎట్లా చదువుతున్నారు, వాళ్ళ న్యూట్రిషనల్ కండిషన్ ఏముంది, ఎట్లా బాధపడుతున్నారు అనే హెల్త్ చెకపే లేదు. కొన్ని స్కూళ్ళల్లో ఉందండి. సో నిజానికి there is a need for getting information, awareness of nutrition, and also health checkup to find out, the condition of nutrition, macronutrients, and so on and so forth. So మేడం గారు చెప్పిన ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్కి తర్వాత చాలా ఆమె ఇచ్చిన కంక్లూజన్స్ కూడా చాలా బాగున్నాయని నా అభిప్రాయము. అన్నిటికంటే ముఖ్యమైనది ఏంటంటే ఆమె చెప్పింది ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ చాలా ఉన్నాయి, కానీ అది ఇంప్లిమెంటేషన్లో సరిగా జరగడం లేదు, ఇంప్లిమెంట్ కావడం లేదు అనేది మనకు బాగా సుస్పష్టంగా చెప్పింది. అయితే మన అందరము, మీరందరూ కూడా ఆ ఇంప్లిమెంటేషన్ యొక్క గ్యాప్ని ఏ విధంగా పూర్తి చేయాలనేది. అయితే నాకు ఒక డౌట్ కూడా వచ్చింది. ఏంటంటే షీ రికమెండెడ్ that nutrition questions, problems should be addressed. అయితే మన దేశం అంతా నిజానికి ఏ దేశంలో ఉందో లేదో కానీ రైస్ అనేది తప్పకుండా అందరికీ, అండ్ ఆల్సో చీపర్ రేట్, ఇట్స్ అక్సెసిబుల్ టు ఆల్ ద పీపుల్. అయితే దాంట్లో ఒక రైస్ మాత్రమే 1 రూపీ కేజీ ఇస్తున్నారు, కానీ వేరే న్యూట్రియంట్స్, దాల్స్ కానీ, ఆయిల్స్ కానీ, తర్వాత మన అదర్ థింగ్స్ కానీ నిజానికి సప్లైలో లేవు. అవి చాలా, అంతేకాకుండా మార్కెట్లో అవి చాలా రేట్స్ ఉన్నాయి. సో మేడం ఎక్స్ప్రెస్ అంటే నాకు సర్ప్రైజ్ అవుతుంది, హంగర్ అంటుంది. అరే పీపుల్ ఆర్ గెట్టింగ్ రైస్ అట్ 1 రూపీ కేజీ, అండ్ ఆల్సో వెన్ ఎవర్ దే ఆర్ ఫీలింగ్ సప్లైస్ దే ఆర్ ఆల్సో సెల్లింగ్ ఇన్ ద బ్లాక్ మార్కెట్. కానీ ఆమె చెప్పింది ఏంటంటే, ఈ మధ్యన మీరు చంద్రబాబు, ఐ మీన్ నో పొలిటికల్ థింగ్, చంద్రబాబు ఏమంటున్నాడంటే, నేను అధికారంలో ఉన్నప్పుడు రైసే కాకుండా వేరే న్యూట్రిషన్స్, ప్రోటీన్స్ అన్ని కల వస్తువులను కూడా 8 వస్తువులను కూడా మన తక్కువ ధరలకు అమ్మించానని చెప్పాడు. సో ఈ వాజ్ క్రిటిసైజ్, అండ్ దిస్ ఆల్సో ట్రూ. ఐ మీన్ యూ కెన్ సీ దీస్ థింగ్స్. అయితే విషయం ఏంటంటే, మేడం చెప్పిన అన్ని అంశాలపై మనము వివరంగా తర్వాత చదువుకోవచ్చు. బట్ ఫర్ ద ఎక్స్పర్టైజ్, అండ్ నాట్ ఓన్లీ దట్, వీ షుడ్ అప్రిషియేట్. నేనేమనుకుంటున్నా అంటే, అసలు షీ ఈజ్ ద బెస్ట్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్. వివిధ అంశాలపై ఫుడ్ ప్రాసెసింగ్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఇండస్ట్రీ ఏ విధంగా సప్లై చేయొచ్చు, ఈ విధంగా నిజానికి నేను చూస్తున్నాను ఈ మధ్యన ఫుడ్ ప్రాసెసింగ్ ఇండస్ట్రీస్కి చాలా ఎంకరేజ్మెంట్ చేస్తుంది గవర్నమెంట్. తర్వాత ఆమె అచీవ్మెంట్స్ కూడా మనకి చెప్పింది, పేటెంట్స్ వచ్చినాయి, తర్వాత చాలా ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ వచ్చినాయి. నిజానికి ఆమెను గురించి మీరు ఇంకా ఎక్కువ మీ పేరెంట్స్ ద్వారా, మీ టీచర్స్ ద్వారా ఇంకా ఎక్కువ తెలుసుకోవాల్సింది. కానీ ఇంతకంటే నేను టైం ఎక్కువ తీసుకోలేదు. వి థ్యాంక్ హర్ అగైన్.
Good morning to all. Good morning to all. Ma'am, the presentation was excellent. And one thing I request all of you are the future generation. If you respect your teachers, there is so much knowledge being shared here. Please listen to that. Halfway through, don't walk out. At least listen to the full thing and then walk out, that's fine. Now, I want to ask, any of you want to ask any questions? Any questions in what she asked? No? Do you have any doubts? Absolutely? Okay. Can I ask you a question? What she asked? Can I ask you? Yes or no? Yes? Very good. I'll ask one question. She told one side you have heavy production and one side you have a nutritional deficit. It's like a missing link. Did anyone ask you about a missing link? Any missing link? What was the missing link there? Anyone asked? No? Okay. I wanted your hand up. That's why I wanted a hand mic. You all said I can ask you questions. I'm asking you one question. She had put on one side lot of production and one side there is only anemia and malnutrition. She said there is a missing link. What was the missing link? What is the missing link? I'm asking the youngsters. The youngsters are one I'm asking. Any one of you? No? Yeah, you can tell, sir. Tell over the mic. That's why I wanted a hand mic. I asked them for the hand mic. Okay. Anyway, doesn't matter. So only I'm requesting is, your conference is being held in your college at this level. You should be, please be attentive for your this one. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the excellent work.
Thank you, Ishwaraya sir and
Karuna madam for your recommendations and suggestions and valuable message shared with the students and talk on role of women economic empowerment of women through application of science and technology for food, nutrition, health and livelihood. Thank you madam for your elaborative talk. That is very important and useful for our everyday life. Now we have an important and international invited talk by Dr. Daniel Gustafsson from Rome. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce Dr. Daniel Gustafsson's biography. Daniel Gustafsson is the special representative of the Director General of the Food and Agriculture Organization. Prior to this role, he was FAO Deputy Director General from 2012 to 2020. Dr. Gustafsson has over 40 years of international experience working on approaches linking science and policy for food and nutrition security, sustainable agricultural transformation and capacity development. Stationed in Brazil, Mozambique, Kenya, India, Washington DC and Rome. He holds a PhD in agricultural extension from the University of Maryland, a Master of Sciences in Agricultural Economics and a Bachelor of Science in Economics and International Relations from the University of Wisconsin. In 2015, he was conferred a PhD honors causa by Acharya Enjiranga Agricultural University in India. Thank you, sir. With this brief biodata, I request Dr. Daniel Gustafsson to present his talk on the urgency of focusing on the contributions of women in achieving better food production, nutrition, environment and life for all perspectives from the Food and Agriculture Organization of UN. Thank you, sir.
Please, session committee.
Sorry? Hello?
Can you hear me quite well?
This is, yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you very much for that kind introduction. It's a huge pleasure for me to participate in the conference on the role of women in inspiring and inclusive growth. I'm sorry that I can't be there in person, but I really am delighted that I can say a few words, primarily in terms of encouraging all of you who are there and recognizing your work. I'm especially happy, in fact, to come in the conference between my very dear colleagues, Dr. Vijaya Kadir, who I've worked with for many years and really have been an admirer of her work for a long time, and then following Dr. Mirbat Foda, who is a newer friend and colleague who I met in October this year at the Organization for Women in Science in Developing Countries, and I know both of them are really stalwarts in this theme of the role of women and in inspiring and inclusive growth through empowering women. So it really is a huge pleasure for me. And as I mentioned, really, I'm here to talk a little bit about Food and Agriculture Organization and how we see that and how we, let's say, work within that context. But really, the big message is really that I want to do is to salute all of you and encourage all of you in your work, because I know, and this I'm sure has been clear from the outset, that all of you are really very committed to this idea of the role of women in inspiring and inclusive growth, or you wouldn't be at the conference, right? So, and I know that all of you are working very hard and making a lot of very valuable contributions. The issue, however, the larger problem is that we are not globally making enough of a difference. And actually everyone recognizes this. We all want transformational change. We want faster growth. We want more inclusive growth. And in particular, we want this transformational change around, let's say, gender transformative changes at scale. This is what, of course, we all want, but very few of us, and perhaps in the conference, almost none of us, actually work at that level. So the question is, how are we going to get this more inclusive, faster, more women-centric growth through the activities and that we are doing? And I would like to speak a little bit about how we see that from FAO's perspective. And of course, this talk comes within the segment on health and nutrition, but is very clear throughout the agenda of the conference. All of these issues, of course, are all very much connected, as we see in Sustainable Development Goals and so on. And in the Sustainable Development Goals, as one example, the one that we work with most, of course, in FAO is SDG 2 on hunger, agriculture, sustainable production, and so on. And we are not making very good progress in SDG 2. In fact, we will be fortunate if we end up in 2030 where we started in 2015. It is almost certain that we will not make any progress throughout the period 2015 to 2030, but we are again on the upswing, and we hope to get back to where we were in 2015. And this is really not what we had expected in 2015, as all of you would recognize, and all of us, I think, globally. So how do we address these issues? How do we focus on the role of women in working towards this ideal of inclusive and equitable growth? And I think it is interesting to look at it from FAO's perspective, where we have somewhat simplified the way that we look at things because of the, I think the ideas of the Director General Chu Dong-yu in looking at what he calls the four pillars, or really what he calls the four betters, that are better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life for all, leaving no one behind. So of course we still work within the context of all the things that you work on, but let's look at this through these kind of four pillars of production and nutrition and environment and a better life for everyone, leaving nobody behind, and then use that as a framework to think how we're going to do this. There was, as some of you, I hope, will have seen, a large study that came out towards the end of last year on the status of women in the agri-food system that updates a study that came out for the first time in 2011, really based on work that took place in 2010 and 2011, updating and seeing what happened to the status of women in these intervening 10 or 11 years. And a lot has happened, as we all know. One of those big things, of course, was COVID, that set us way back, and I'll talk about that in a second. Another example of huge vulnerability that affects women more than men, and I'll go into that in a second. In addition to actually quite a large increase in violence and conflict and more extreme weather events in countries that, in places where poor people had been living on the edge in any case. So this idea of women, status of women in the agri-food system really looks at this food system, agriculture food system in a broader context, essentially from the farm up to retail in that kind of complex value chain. And there have also been a lot of changes since 2010 in that regard. And one of those is related, one of those big changes relates to the percentage of men and women working in the agri-food system. So globally, about 36% of women and 38% of men work in the agri-food system from farm, let's say, to retail, and that has gone down. That's gone down a decline of about 10% since 2005, as there has been a reduction in employment of people working on farms and moving out and into more urban or work that's related to the agri-food system, but off-farm in terms of processing, storage, handling, movement, and so on. A very, very large impact, of course, and all of you know, is COVID, and especially on women, who were by far the hardest hit and the poorest. Also, not just women, but in general, have taken the longest to recover. An interesting piece of information from this study that came out last year, that globally, 22% of women who work in the off-farm segment of the food system, right? 22% of those lost their jobs in the first year of COVID. COVID 2019, first year, 22% of women working in the non-farm segment, off-farm segment of food system lost their jobs versus 2% of men. Only 2% of men that first year lost their jobs. 22% of women lost their jobs for a lot of reasons that we all understand. Women are caregivers. They were also had demands placed on them, additional burdens required them in many cases to leave the workforce, and also they were working in parts of the economy that were the first to shut and that were the hardest hit because of COVID. On a more positive note, also in this 2023 study on the status of women, there are a number of positive changes. One of those is the reduction in the gap between access by women to mobile internet and among other things, and that declined, the gap between men and women declined quite a bit from 25% to 16% in a relatively short period from 2017 to 2021. So even though let's say the gap in food insecurity between men and women grew because of COVID, it jumped from 1.7% to 4.3% in just 2 years. It was a big jump in that increase in the difference between the food insecurity for men and food insecurity for women. But during that same period, there were a lot of improvements, including also improvements of access by women to bank accounts. And that narrowed, the difference between men and women narrowed from 9 percentage points to 6 percentage points in relatively few years, thanks in large part to the experience of India, of course, with the huge expansion of bank accounts essentially for everybody. So in this large study, again, of status of women, food system, what are the big conclusions? And the big factors are ones that, of course, come up, and I'm sure coming up repeatedly in the conference. For example, discriminatory social norms and rules that affect women and girls that really are at the heart of gender inequality and are very difficult to change. You know this extremely well. It's true everywhere. And this these social norms and the rules affecting women and girls really have to change, and it is a huge effort, and I know many of you are in fact working in that area. The other issue that comes out in the study, we've known for a long time, also women's access to land, inputs, services, finance, digital, all of those has to improve if we're going to make progress in faster and more equitable growth as it lags behind. Women lag behind men in that regard. Coping mechanisms, as we saw from the impact of COVID, it's not the only shock and stress to the system. Those shocks to the well-being of families are shaped, in fact, by gender inequalities, and they have a greater negative impact on women's livelihood than they do on men. So, in a nutshell, for me, I think the big message, which we have always known, is that women's empowerment is, in fact, the key to economic growth, equitable growth, and outcomes, including health and nutrition. These are all, of course, big ideas that come out of that study and somewhat generalized, but there was also a very interesting conclusion backed up by data on how important organized childcare is for women who work outside the home. And this is a huge topic in every country, and I'm curious, and I'll find out later, I wish I was there in person, if this is a topic also that's come up with you. So in the conference, in some of the presentations. But in any case, what I would emphasize then is this underlying concept of support for women's empowerment in a general sense as the driver of how we are looking for faster and more inclusive and inspiring growth, thinking of the role of women. And that includes, of course, economic empowerment for farm women, which remain or rural women, including landless laborers, of course, who are still the bulk of the world's poor. And it also includes women's scientific empowerment, not only in the sense of women as scientists, but also in the sense of women utilizing science, technology, innovation, understanding their options, increasing their scientific literacy, even among, let's say, relatively, let's say, women with relatively low education, to make better choices around technology, around nutrition, around family care, around a lot of things. And this is really part of this scientific empowerment, along with other parts of empowerment. And we know that this is critical in every country. We see that this year in the Nobel Prizes that were awarded to women in science and economics that illustrated this extremely well. And we also need to have women and I know that the audience is in the conference is full of you who are making an impact in helping policymakers understand the trade-offs and make difficult decisions that, in fact, address the social norms that hold women back and that address the lack of access to finance, to inputs, to education, to internet, and so on, that make such a difference. And I know that this has come up, I'm sure, in the comments of Dr. Kader, and also next in the comments of Dr. Mervat Forda, that will, I'm sure, highlight that in different ways. Okay, so the question then for me is how then, or let's say the approach is how to think about this empowerment of women as the driver for inclusive and inspiring growth when we think of these four pillars that FAO is talking about. So when you look at production, very clear, agriculture production, you're going to need women to be empowered, to have access to inputs, land, credit, knowledge. Working groups have more clout in marketing, have more clout in influencing policy change. When we look at nutrition, likewise, health and nutrition, the focus of this segment of the conference, the importance of women having options, understanding those options, understanding what's behind the messages that come out in terms of childcare, in terms of diets, in terms of let's say, the overall management of the household. All of that is dependent on women's empowerment within that better nutrition box, let's say, of all the things that we are working on. Similarly with environment, better environment, who is it that's suffering from this? Land degradation, water, sanitation, climate change. How can we empower women, groups, individually, making better decisions, understanding the science, understanding the technology, coming up with innovations, and then clearly this final killer, this final better life for all really doesn't require greater agency and greater empowerment for women in order to improve the life of everybody. In my own field, which has been in agriculture extension, as you heard in the introduction, this has really been, I think, a revolution in the time really that I've been working in recognizing all of the ways that extension can work differently than in the past. Used to focus on men. Now we know how critical women are, women's groups, women's self-help groups, how you work, how you get people to work together in all these ways that in fact increases empowerment. And a lot of that change, a lot of the information, a lot of the experience, in fact, comes out of India. And it is, I think, now where in South Asia in general, but India in particular, where just a lot is happening that will help us as we take this forward. So just in let's say, in very brief terms, that's, I think, how we approach it from FAO. And again, just to finalize with my main message, really of encouragement to all of you. I'm sorry I'm not there in person to hear all of this, but I know that, as I say, if you weren't committed, you wouldn't be at the conference. And I know a lot about your work. It was a huge privilege for me to work in India, and in particular on this issue of groundwater and, let's say, scientific literacy around how to understand options in how to use groundwater through groups, and the role of women and scientific knowledge in that regard, but only as one example within this larger gamut of empowering processes, empowering changes that we all want as we move forward in this transformative change that inspires and speeds up growth and makes growth more inclusive. And really, my final words really are just to give you encouragement and to recognize all the great work that you do. And I look forward to seeing the papers that come out of this. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of new ideas and a lot of ideas that we will share with others as part of kind of our work along these lines. And I'd like to congratulate again all of the speakers and the organizers of really this wonderful event, and I wish you all the best into the future with your endeavors. Thank you very much for inviting me to give these few words, and thank you very much.
Dear friends, any questions to Dr. Gustafsson? Any questions? Thank you very much, sir, for your input, especially the role of women, starting from the production, the food chain, and economic improvement of the country or the nation. With your vast exposure and experience, you have really given all the points how the woman is playing a role to improve the country's economic status, not only in any area if we spell out, woman is there, because our agriculture itself is a feminine. 84% of the women are in the agriculture field, and they are really contributing so much. Thank you so much for obliging my request and addressing the gathering. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Now we have another invited talk from international speaker, that is Professor Marvet Foda from Egypt. Madam Marvet Foda from Dairy Science and Department of Food Technology and Nutrition Institute, National Research Center, and President of OWSD National Chapter, Egypt. And Madam is the President of SASNET National Chapter, Egypt. So with this brief introduction, I would like to invite Professor Marvet Foda to address the gathering with her valuable message. And her జాయిన్ కాలేదా? మేడం ఒకసారి ఫోన్ చేస్తారా? కాలేదా? Shall we go with other speaker? No? Sorry for small interruption. అక్కడ వాళ్ళకి మేడం వాళ్ళకి ఇక్కడ
Hello.
One by there. So meanwhile, you can present. Okay. Where is her? Okay. Meanwhile, I invite Dr. Karuna Ramesh Kumar Garu, pathologist from Bangalore. Madam is going to talk on topic. Climate and infection disease. Okay. Her topic is effect of environment, climate and infectious diseases. An appraisal of 2 years. Thank you, madam. Please take your session.
Good afternoon to all. Good afternoon to all. Are you all able to listen? Clear at the back? Yeah, fine. See. Okay. Good afternoon to all. I thank the organizers first for allowing me to giving an opportunity to be part of this program on International Women's Day, and especially I thank Dr.Sreedevi. Ma'am, I think this mic is not working. Yeah. Yeah, ma'am. Okay. I am going to talk on climate and infectious diseases. Why all the girl children are walking out? May I know why all the girls are walking out? My talk is going to be very brief, about 15 minutes, and it is relevant to you. Okay. There has been a lot of global debate on climate change and human activities in the last 1 decade. Global average surface temperature is increased by 0.7 degrees centigrade. Arctic Sea has shrunk by 22.7% in this decade. All this, there are many other facts which are given by the European Agency. Now, when you come to infectious diseases, there are 3 components. One is the agent or the pathogen, the host, the human or the animals, and the transmission in the environment. Changes in climate or weather conditions can impact infectious diseases by affecting the distribution or destruction of the pathogens, the vectors or the host, and the transmission in the environment. Next slide. So I said I am going to talk on the climate on infectious diseases, an appraisal for the 2 years. I thank at this point my co-authors Dr. Bharatraj, Dr. Bipin and Manoj Kumar, who are the one who gave the clinical data. This was done at Mitra Multi-Speciality Hospital, Bangalore, Karnataka. Next one. If you look at this diagram, you all will be able to understand. I don't know how many of you belong to the science group here, but at least this basic thing you should understand about host, which is in the down, and the host can be either human or an animal, and you have your pathogen, which can be bacteria or virus, and you have the environment, which can because of the deforestation or climate conditions, and you have the vectors, which can be the mosquitoes. Next, so in the climate there are other things, which are the ones which is all you are all aware of it. One is the sunlight, which is the cause of radiation, and you have the clouds and the precipitation and the interaction between the sea and the air, and you have the rainfall and the human made pollutions like that, air pollutions like that. Next one. So the objectives of the study was to analyze the prevalence of the infectious diseases from January 22 to December 23 and their clinical outcome, to correlate between climate variables and prevalence of the diseases, to understand the relationship and consequence of temporal variability and the recurrence. Why did we choose 2022 and 23? Because you are all aware in 19 the pandemic started, And in 20 and 21, the COVID pandemic was at peak. So even though there may be some infectious diseases present, they were not being treated, or we don't have a data on that. Anyone coming to the hospital, they will think it COVID only. The focus was only on the COVID, so that is why we didn't take 21. We took 22 and 23. Okay. Next one. Now, just to say about how you get the data. Tomorrow you want to work on infectious diseases, it is possible, because the government has got a program on the surveillance of the diseases, which is called notifiable diseases. That means any infectious diseases has to be notified to the government, so that they can take action on it to prevent further spread, and also to further spread of the disease, like that. So there are many notifiable diseases. I have only listed a few things. One is cholera, infective hepatitis, chicken pox, measles, dengue, poliomyelitis, H1N1, COVID-19, encephalitis, tuberculosis, mumps, typhoid, malaria and leprosy. There are so many, there are others also, but these are the most common ones which are notifiable diseases. Next one. This diagram summarizes the whole point of this project. The project was, one is climate change. The climate change, what are the things which are going to take into account? Temperature, precipitation, humidity, wind, dust and rainfall. Out of that we took temperature and rainfall. If you look at the infectious diseases, it can be vector-borne, water-borne, food-borne or airborne. So you have the host, you have the pathogen and the transmission. These pathogens can be any of these borne diseases. So in this we took two diseases. One is vector-borne, which is a dengue, and food-borne, which is a typhoid. Both can be, the typhoid also can be a waterborne disease. Next one. So the entire study was a cross-sectional study. We covered for the 2 years, and this hospital was in the midst of, one is an IT area like Wipro, Infosys, all were there. On one side was totally a rural area with all the fields, and one side you have an industry. So it is not that these diseases were only particular to urban or rural or anything like that. It was a representative of the entire population of the urban and rural area. Now the test done. How many of you had gone to a hospital for fever? How many of you have gone to hospital for fever? Put up your hands. Oh, all of you have gone. Oh, many. Okay, tell me what test they do. Any idea? Blood test. Blood test. You don't ask what test? What test? Any one name of the one test you tell? Huh? Complete blood picture, CBC. That's all, like you know. So for infectious diseases, CBC only just gives you a overall picture. So we did particular specific test. For Vidal we did Salmonella typhi, we did in dilutions. 1 in 20, 1 in 40, 1 in 80, 1 in 160 and 320. Dengue serology was done by CAR test, NS1, IgG and IgM. COVID-19 antigen testing, and tuberculosis, MAN2 and chest X-ray. And all patients didn't have the chest X-ray, only based on the history we took the test one. Next one. Now, the characterization of the temporal trend of the disease in 2022 and 23 was performed through analysis of screen and positive number of cases and correlated with the data. That mainly we took, I tell, temperature one. The patient diagnosed as positive for any of the disease above were treated with standard protocols. You all must be having, at least everyone would have had a paracetamol, right? So, dengue, which is a viral fever, we only treat symptomatically with only for secondary infection. Sometimes we give antibiotics. But for typhoid, because it's a bacterial disease, we give antibiotics, and this one treated with the standard protocols. Next one. See, if you look at this temperature, unfortunately I don't have the pointer, but you can make out, if you look at it, at that March to April, that's where the temperature increases. It must be, it's not only in Bangalore, I think I have taken only Bangalore data because the study was done there, but I think generally, or from March it goes up and in April it comes, and you have the rainfall you have the humidity, it starts increasing from the month of May and then goes up, and then this is for the temperature. Next one. If you look at the rainfall, Bangalore generally is a colder climate. It's not very hot. Okay, the maximum temperature even during summer is something around 28 or something like that. But in compared to Hyderabad, which is very hot. Now, in rainfall, if you look at the rainfall, it is around August and September, like that it is increased in the Bangalore. Next one. So, during these 2 years, we did 1601 patients were screened, 743 were typhoid positive, 230 were dengue positive, and COVID-19 only 90, because slowly they started the COVID, I said it tapered down. By the end of 2022, around June, there are no more COVID cases. Tuberculosis, we had only 4 positive, because generally tuberculosis patients, they go to the government setups and all that. 526 patients were negative for all these tests. So that means it is possible. They may have disease, it could be only a viral, it may we didn't able to specifically tell what type of disease it was. Next one. Now, before going to the pathogenesis, let me see, I have highlighted in this table, in the month of March, if you look at it, you have the typhoid which is very high, and in August and September, around September, you have both typhoid and dengue which is positive. No need, no, positive. It's so increased. So that means, next one, the typhoid and dengue both were high during the September in both years, and typhoid only in the month of March 2023. COVID, as I already told you, by 2022 it stopped. The prevalence was not there. This is just to show the temperature charts. Next one. So, a definite correlation was observed for the typhoid, but there was no impact on the severity. Whether it was 1 in 160 or 1 in 320, the temperature didn't have any change, but patients were typhoid positive. Dengue incidence was more during September, that means during the rainfall time, and they all were treated on the OPD basis, but dengue patients, some of them had to be treated as to some extent as a observation patient, because dengue always affected the platelets. Sometimes the platelets were less, so we are treated with a platelet transfusion. But there was no fatality because of the infectious diseases. In these 2 years, we didn't notice anything. Next one. No, before going into the why it happened during summer, why dengue happened during rainfall, I just show the pathogenesis. If you, during the salmonella, what happened, the salmonella typhi organism is ingested and it goes into your stomach, and from there it goes to your intestine, and that's the time it goes into the bloodstream. During this period is only incubation period. You don't have any symptoms, but you are harboring the salmonella typhi organism. Then after 5 or 10 days, what happens is it goes to the liver, gallbladder and spleen, and it's going to the intestine, and the organism is passed into the feces. This is the time the patient is very infective, and he also exhibits symptoms like nausea, vomiting, fever, diarrhea, all those symptoms he exhibits. Okay, next one. So they say that typhoid spreads by 5 F's: flies, fomites, food, I have put all those things, fingers, and fluids, that is your feces and all those things. So it spreads by 5 F's. That's what we teach our students, and we have to be careful about the 5 F's. You have to have a good sanitation, you have to not eat contaminated food or contaminated water, and that's how it spreads. 5 F's. And as you see the temperature chart, the salmonella is a foodborne disease, I told you. The reproduction of the bacteria increases as the temperature increases by from range to 7 degrees to 37 degrees centigrade. So during high temperature, the typhoid organisms can multiply. That is why you have a high, during a high summer temperature, you have the typhoid which is more prevalent. Next one. Coming to the dengue fever, you all know dengue fever is caused by the mosquitoes, the Aedes aegypti, and it spreads, the virus is spread by that. And if you look at it, here you have the dengue, you can have a fever, or patient can have rashes and all those things. from the infected person, when the mosquito bites, what happens? It goes into the mosquito, and in the mosquito it multiplies, and that mosquito will go and bite another person. That is why the dengue spreads like that. Next one. So this is the one I put a flow chart, like from the mosquito it goes to the person, and that person gets again infected, and from that infected person the mosquito goes and it goes like that. So it's a cycle of that. And during the monsoon, during the rainfall, there may be other diseases also, dengue, malaria, all those things which are caused by the mosquitoes, and you have fever, you can have rash, and you can have hepatitis. Next one. I'll just only stress on one study. You can all go back and then see. That is dengue fever and the global warming to epidemiological analysis. What they said is there is a favorable relationship between normal ambient temperature and the features including bite rate. The rainfall mostly affect the aquatic stage of the vector-borne disease transmission. Because what happened during rainfall, the mosquitoes multiply. Because of the mosquitoes multiply, this thing also multiplies. So the increased risk of disease transmission after even of a mild rainfall, and as more mosquitoes will grow. However, if you have excessive rainfall, flushing out effect will be there. Only if you have a regular rainfall, that's the time your diseases can happen. Next one. We have done a study on a pediatric age group, separately on a pediatric age group. There also we observed a similar trend. It's not only because it's an adult you have that one. The similar trend we observed in the pediatric age group, and that was the largest series in the South India. Next one. So now, actually Dr. Vijaya was telling about how the research is being done. The research, there is no coordination, there is no collaboration. Each college does some research projects unless everyone comes together. The same thing happens in the climate also. There is a one group which analyzes only climate change, what is the different variable, what will has health benefit. The other group has changed a range of climate variables which are favorable to pathogen, host and vector and active transmission. So each one is only focusing on one. Unless they both coordinate on this thing, there may not be an effective roadmap for how to do the studies. So if you look at it, the impact of climate changes, this is actually the summary of it. There are 4 points. One is increasing sea level, increasing in sea temperature, extreme rainfall, and this one. I think it's not very clear or something. Are you able to see that thing? The effect of climate change on human health? It's not. That is what? Huh? Yeah. So, but I can just tell you, there are 4 main factors. One is the extreme sea fall, sea rising, and the temperature, extreme weathers, and the climate. This is what is given in the inner circle. The outer circle shows what happens because of that. Because of the extreme climates, you can have your extreme mental health and all those things. Extreme, when you have a sea fall increases, floods can happen, and because of that again infectious diseases can happen. All those things is the summary. If you want the PowerPoint, I can give it to ma'am and you can all see through this PowerPoint. So this one. Next one. So finally coming to this one, I'll just have a 4 take-home messages. One is typhoid and dengue were the most prevalent apart from COVID-19. A definite correlation was observed for typhoid and dengue, which reinforces some of the study finding. That was the main finding in our study, both typhoid and dengue. And each had one particular distribution, mainly one typhoid in summer and dengue in the winter thing. The climate changes directly affect the natural environment and contribute to increase in transmission disease by the vectors because of the climate change. Humans are passive recipients. Whatever happens, the climate change, if rainfall happens, you become sick, go to hospital, take treatment, that's it. We are passive recipient. How much do actively participate? We don't, isn't it? Because poor understanding, okay, the doctor said this, that's all, you take the medicines. So we have to play an active role. Okay, government can take active role in climate change and all those things. They have to have a task group force where they say, okay, you have to prevent the this one, we have to have. But from what can we do at our level? We can share information sharing, public health awareness campaign, resource sharing. These are the things which we done at our level. Now, how many of you are going to tomorrow you are going to say, okay, I should tell about how the hand wash to be done. You all know about hand wash? 5 steps of hand wash? Yes or no? During COVID time, there was so much thing was put up, hand hygiene. At least basic at your level to do the basic information spreading and all those things you should do, so that you can prevent these diseases being spread. Okay, next one. Thank you for the attention. I know I very briefly said, please go back and check on that and do whatever you can do at this point. At this point, I also want to place on record thanks to my technicians who collected the meteorological data. They were like you people only, but they were so enthusiastic, collect the meteorological data, without which I won't be able to present. So I place a record on that. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Anybody have any doubts? Yes.
Yeah. The problem. Okay, ask, sir. No, that mic will not be used with it.
No problem. Madam, one small doubt, madam. I do teach environmental sociology in IGNOU. There is a human determinism versus climate change. In the sense, human in the sense of conquering the nature, high level of technology, deep seeing, deep mining is happening, madam. I think this human incapability to understand the nature has caused the climate change. How do you think, madam, we have to reduce the technological this thing?
That cannot be done at the individual level, sir. As you said, this requires a policy thing, and then all this process has to take place. That is what I said. Here also, you have the rainfall which is happening, you know all the construction works is happening. What's happening there? On the local level, there will be stagnation, the mosquito will breed and then it causes. So what we can do at our local level only, I will be able to help. This which is require deep mining, like you saw now the Himachal Pradesh, the whole one of the city was under this thing has gone down, isn't it? Jyoti something like, you know. So that and all is at the government level, sir. We have to only, we can, as a thing, we can give recommendations saying this can be done. This will cause consequences on this. Like for example, when there is a deep mining, the most disease which is caused is a respiratory disease in deep mining, like silicosis, asbestosis, all those respiratory diseases. You project to the government saying, in our setup, this is what is happening, so do that, something you do. So the government has to take action. But individual action cannot be taken at that level. Only thing we can tell the workers, do the thing, regular health checkup you do. If you have severe cough, come and check so that you can, and there are so many other compensation policies with the government. You can teach those people, these are the schemes available, do that. That can be done at our level. What government has to do, government has to do. Thank you, sir. And this is not a question for me, it's a question to the government.
Ma'am, one more question.
Oh,
Thank you, madam. See, I have read that there was close relationship between COVID occurrence to people having other diseases.
yes.
So that can you just explain, that so that the patients, parents can take more care to prevent COVID.
COVID, sir?
Yeah.
At present, we don't have any
No,
COVID.
not that is true. But was it true that only patients who are having other problems were affected?
Yes.
Mostly, I mean.
His question is, when they had other comorbidities, they were affected more by COVID. That's true. Suppose the regular person, someone who is normal person had a COVID, his affection will be little less compared to a person with a comorbidity like any other disease or hypertension, diabetes, which compromise on your immunity. So definitely it will be there. So, but we don't have much data on the infectious diseases during COVID period. That's what I told. That's why we didn't choose 21 at all, 2021 at all. I'm so happy people are asking questions. That means they are listened. So I am happy for that. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, be
Small facilitation for the ma'am by Dr. Vijay Kadar and Professor V. Shreyya and
okay, okay. And please join all the WEC members also. Rama. మీరు చెప్పండి. ఉండండి, మీరు ఉండండి. యూ విల్ బి ద చైర్ మేడం.
అది ఎక్కడ పోయింది ఇప్పుడు?
అది రావట్లేదు ఇప్పుడు టైం పడుతుంది మేడం. కాదు చెప్పండి, ఎందుకంటే చదివే కావాలా ఇక్కడైతే ఉంటుంది, మళ్ళీ ఇక లేదు అంటే చెప్పేసి ఇక్కడ
మీకు పనిచేసి యూట్యూబ్ రాదు కదా,
సిస్టమ్ వస్తుంది.
నేను ఐ విల్ కన్వే సార్. నౌ యూ ఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు మేడం ఇస్ దేర్, షీ ఇస్ దేర్ నౌ. ఓకే. So good afternoon everybody. Sorry for the small interruption. Due to some technical issues we are bit late. So now the technical session by Dr. Sunita Bhagat from New Delhi. She is going to present her talk online. I would like to introduce Dr. Sunita Bhagat Madam for this session. Dr. Sunita Bhagat is the Professor of Department of Chemistry, ARSD College, University of Delhi, South Campus, Daula Khan, New Delhi. Thank you, Madam. Now I am inviting you for the talk. Please present your talk, Madam.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, Madam. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so namaskar. Very good afternoon to my dear friends, and thanks to the organizing committee for this conference, who have been, working hard for the last so many days, or I should say so many months, to make this program a success. And I wish them my congratulations message, and thank you so much for giving me an opportunity so that I can interact with you all. Thank you so much. So the theme of the, will I be able to share my screen? Okay, okay. So as the,
Yes, Madam. Please continue.
okay.
Huh? Acha. Okay, you can share your screen, Madam. Yes, Madam. You can go through.
Right. I'm trying to be in slideshow, but it's not going. It's fine now? I hope you can hear me.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, in fact, the theme of this conference is on, empowerment of women. So my work is in the area of exploration of synthetic strategies. Let me come to the topic again. My screen sharing is paused. It's showing. No. Hello.
Yes, yes, ma'am. You please continue, Madam.
So my college is in Delhi. It's at Atmanam Sanatan Dharma College. It's one of the best college of Delhi University, and with the NIRF ranking of number 6, that is the all over India ranking, with NAC score of 3.77 with A++ grade. So it's one of the prestigious college of Delhi University, where we have different faculties, and chemistry department is one of the best department of the university. So coming to the theme of this conference, let me say that how can we say, means how this we can define a woman. A creator is most definitely a woman. She is mother, she created us, we are made of her, she is not made of us. She taught us to be human as the nature nurturers, and as they have close bound with the human in their lives as well as the natural environment around them. So they know nature needs to be taken care of if the human in the environment are to thrive. So considering this, we all know that how multitasking these we women are. We are there as an administrator, as a manager of the family income, leader of household, as a wife, as a doctor, as a professional, as an educator, and as a mother. So we are taking care of all our responsibilities with zeal and enthusiasm. So considering all this, I always consider that women are the key to sustainable development. They hold half the sky. I hope all of you agree. So this is usually said when someone reminds us of an important role they play in our life, so it's always a woman. As a matter of fact, due to gender roles assigned in the society, so they have more responsibilities, but there are other challenges of doing field work, getting permits on time, managing logistics and field stuff. So we can keep a good balance between work and home, and that's the spirit of all women, I feel. So most of the common challenges which are faced by women in science are common across the globe. Whether it's India or any other country, I find that most of the time the challenges are same, with a significant role portrayed by women in almost every sphere of life.
Excuse me, madam.
Yeah.
Your slides are not moving, madam.
Slides are not moving.
Yeah, you are at first slide only.
Oh my God. Let me see if.
Madam, keep it in presentation mode, please.
Yeah, now it's fine. I hope that now it will go. It's fine?
Yeah. It is okay.
Thank you. I think in slide mode it's not going. So as I told you that we are having multitasking ability, we are doing a multiple roles as a leader of household, as a wife, educator, mother, a doctor, as a professional, and as an administrator. So many roles we are doing, but that too also we are doing it very happily. So that's our quality and we should admire ourselves. And considering all this, I consider that women hold up half the sky. So half the sky means we are having most of the responsibility, and it also becoming increasingly evident that women spend disproportionate amount of time on academic engagement over the housekeeping work when compared to their male counterparts. So managing work and family can occasionally be difficult, but still I find that women are more efficient than men. And there are other challenges in doing the field work, but we can overcome with all these challenges. So most of the challenges faced up by women in science are common across the globe, whether it's India or it's any other country. All women face the similar challenges, but taking science by a woman is a next challenge, means science and society being strongly intertwined with one another ask for within a society this social structure and scientific institutions, as only small percent of women is represented in science. So our concern is to bring more and more women in science, and their underrepresentation at a senior level of research and teaching has become a serious concern, and our government should take notice of all these points. Necessity arises in today's time to recognize their importance in these fields. And what I personally feel is that when a man is educated, an individual is educated, but when a woman is educated and then a family or a society and or a country is educated. I totally agree with this saying of Mahatma Gandhi. And realizing this women intellectual potential, that is why it's a big challenge. In 2001, it was this year was declared as a year of empowerment of India, developing countries that have made remarkable societal progress, and they have done so primarily through the empowerment of women. It is to be ensured that people-centric sustainable development ensures women equal access to science and technology, education, training, economic resources, information, etc. So, as I told you, that women constitute half of humanity, yet the number in mathematics, sciences and engineering is low. So, these professional women, seldom reach the pinnacle of hierarchy in the academic and the research institutions. So women inclusion is necessary in all the fields, whether it's government sector or it's the private sector, to bring diversity, which always improves the quality of science and technology. So let us consider this let us not consider this to be the charity to the women, because we are not asking for our right, it is our right. So the world needs to be more problem solver and innovator than the consumers. Different organizations are at the national level, like NASI or INSA or Indian Academy of Sciences, inter-academic panels. They are showing their interest towards inclusion of science in their panels. There is Women in Science panel by Indian Academy of Sciences, Department of Science and Technology and Department of Biotechnology. Different schemes are there which are promoting women to be at a higher level. Women technology parks are being incorporated by the government, where women empowerment is the necessity of the hour, as no community will be developed if both genders of the population are not moving at the equal pace. So all these points, consider it to be that how we can go ahead with what we are doing and how confident we are. So the Department of Biotechnology, they brought some these schemes which are specially for the women who can be benefited or who can train the younger generations for this. And these are the different areas where the different steps have been taken by the government: agrobiotechnologies, aquaculture, animal feed, hybrid seed production, prasad kits, rural bioresource complex, etc. So the academies, what is the role of academies? The role of academies is to establish a diverse committee that addresses gender issue, reports to the President and Council of track progress, to promote women members to decision-making levels and appoint women scientists to panels and committees, to increase the number of women scientists in the nomination pool for membership, prizes and awards, give visibility to women scientists and represent women as well as men in the academic portrayal of science.
Slides are moving?
Sorry?
Slides are moving or not moving?
So these are certain women empowerment principles advising government and key players on specific actions, give visibility to women scientists and represent women in academic portrayal of science, networking and linkaging, advocating and promoting education and career for women, give them leadership and decision-making positions, flexible recruitment promotion, rewards and recognition, conscious efforts to nominate women awards and honors, fellowship, etc., specialized training programs for the grassroots population of women, opening a website for information, sharing better connectivity, creating knowledge centers. So these are certain principles which need to be taken into consideration. And the task is that higher education of girls to be ensured, that should be at the highest priority. Mentoring, nurturing, encouraging girl students to pursue science as a career. This task is to be performed by the teachers, professors and research guides. Number of scholarship, incentives, awards to be instituted, government academies, industries and NGOs to launch the special incentives. So what we need is, in India, the societal, economical and reasons to indicate that participation of women in science is going to increase, so that we need is a critical mass of scientists, engineers, educators, health professionals covering a wide spectrum of science and technology are needed. Some of the top women scientists in India, we have great respect for them. They are in the area of different, sciences, which are role model for the younger generation, for women in the maybe in a botanist or organic chemist or a chemist, doctor, anthropologist, engineer, medicine, physicist, etc. So all these are, we have great respect for them, and they are, role model, or you can say they are torch bearer for the younger generation. We all know about, Chandrayaan mission. These three empowered women, maybe we know them, maybe be them, maybe raise them. So they are also, inspiration for us. Madam Vanita, Ritu Karidhar, and further similarly, this Nobel Prize, since I am in this subject chemistry, the Nobel Prize in chemistry was shared by Samuel Jennifer Doudna and by Jennifer Doudna and Samuel Carpentier. Those who they have done, remarkable work in the area of identifying genes which are responsible. So hats off to them, and they are really inspiration for our women generation. So let us now come to what I am going to talk about this. Since this conference is based on conferences for empowerment of women, and that is why I thought that let me share my views on this. So let me go ahead with what further we are going to do. We are, working. Sorry. I have my research lab in this ARSD college, and we are working in the area of synthesis of novel heterocyclic molecules of biological interest, development of fluorination strategies, synthesis of natural products of biological importance, synthesis of fluoroanalogues of natural products, and assessment of biological potential of synthesized compounds. So, I feel that some of the audience may be having a science background or especially the chemistry background, and it will be useful for them. But for general, students and upcoming, scientists, they need to understand that all our disciplines, they are interdisciplinary. So when we consider about organic molecules, then it's not necessary that it's only the organic chemistry. So other organic synthesis, it drives other disciplines as well. Let it be the medicine, or it be the biology, or nanotechnology, or physics, or material science, or maybe the humanities also. And since as I told you that my area of work is in the organic synthesis of the organic molecules, the question is that why do we synthesize these molecules? The answer to this is that what is the function of these molecules, means we are synthesizing them, whether they have got any kind of activity, whether they have got any kind of medicinal effect, or they have some other application, or they are useful for industry, maybe the pharma industry or any other industry. So that is why, that is the purpose of synthesizing the molecules. So we need to understand that we are synthesizing the molecules because to study them in a bigger way, and because they are there, the challenge is to accept this their synthesis. So especially my area is in the area of important natural product synthesis. We all know that we all depend on nature for our day-to-day needs. Let it be food, let it be our clothes, let it be the office stationery, whatever we are using, we are depending on plants. But nevertheless, their application, your use of plants as medicine is equally important. So they have also been used as a medicine since last so many, years, centuries, you can say. Our ancestors have been using many herbal plants as a cure for many of the diseases. So the uniqueness of natural products is that they have got one or the other, biological importance. So that took us to the idea that how we can identify these compounds, what compounds they possess. And considering this, we have identified some of the plants which have got this anti-inflammatory activity, which have got anti-malarial activity, which have got antioxidant activity, which have been isolated from the plants, studied their biological activity, and then identified the active component, like these are the active component of these, which are responsible for a particular kind of effect. So we thought of synthesizing these molecules in the lab, and we have been successful in synthesizing them and compared their activity with the natural sample. Another idea is, we all know the theme of this technical session is health and nutrition. Our population is, Indian population. A large percentage of Indian population is suffering from this disease of diabetes mellitus. Global prevalence is 415 million in 2005 and India 62 million in 2005. This is the old data, and it is projected to increase 123.5 million by 2040. So this is the data predicted. So we need to be very careful for this particular disease, because it can be a cause for many other health issues. So as we all know that diabetes, it's a type 1, it's an autoimmune beta cell destruction, or type 2, that is a lack of insulin secretion, insulin resistant disease. The different practices for management of diabetes mellitus, they are either using this DPP inhibitors or glucosidase inhibitors, or insulin dependent, or bioguanide, or TZD, or sulfonylurea. These are the present therapies on which our population depends. But there are certain side effects of all these. Importance of herbal products in identifying how to use them for prevention, or you can say cure of a certain disease, is very important, because herbal products are generally derived from the plants. They have natural medicinal values and are used as supplements in order to improve the health. They are usually available in the form of tablets, capsule, tea, powders, sometimes various other products. But only about 15% of the known plant species have been screened for the medicinal purposes. But in particular case, we know that this jamun, that is the E. jambulana, more than 62 million of E. jambulana is a fruit which is always recommended for as a prevention of diabetes, or it has been used by the Ayurvedic doctor to control the sugar level. But the problem for this fruit is that it's available only 2 months in a year. Its storage is difficult and extraction procedure is elaborate, produces very less yield and is expensive. So the extracted amount obtained is not sufficient for its complete exploration. So to overcome these difficulties and in view of wide spectrum of biological activities, we thought of developing synthesis of an active component of this molecule, that is the alpha HSA. We have been able to so the objective is to design and develop a synthetic strategy for this herbal anti-diabetic compound isolated from fruit pulp of E. jamulana, to study the anti-diabetic, antioxidant and hypolipidemic activity of the synthesized compound and compare its activity with natural sample, and to study them for their different toxicological level, and to study the mechanism of action, means what can be the mode of action. So we have been successful in synthesizing this molecule. It has been patented by ICMR and it's there on the website. Any industry, if they approach us, then we can give them the technology for developing this molecule. And the different strategies which we have opted for synthesizing these molecules is using different fluorinated groups, using the functional groups, using the fluorine containing building blocks, etc. So this is about natural product synthesis, as I told you, and this is about the different projects which I have been undertaking. That is the total grants received, more than 1.15 crores. We're using the different ICMR, DLC, UGC, ICMR projects. My research group, we have published 55 plus research publications, 2 patents filed, book chapters, books, invited talks, and so on. This is my small lab. 9 students have already completed PhD under my guidance. This is my small lab with its research students. These are the different instruments which we have been having in our lab, and some of the awards of which I am recipient, I just wanted to share with all of you. We have also been organizing different activities in our college. I think before this COVID period, we have organized this PSC meeting in our college, and all the scientists from the India, they were part of this meeting, and the different people from different areas in chemistry, they gave their deliberations, presented their project, and it was great interaction with them. We have also organized a project writing workshop to aware the faculties, the research scholars how to write a project for get the grants. So these are the different activities which we have been doing, inviting speakers in our college, making our students aware of what kind of recent advances are there in research and the other areas. So I end with this, that is the woman in science. Life is not easy for any of us, but what of that? We must have perseverance and above all confidence in ourselves. We must believe that we are gifted for something and that this thing must be attained. So thank you so much for your patient hearing. I'll be happy to answer if any questions are there. Thank you. Thank you.
Dear audience, అసలు ఫస్ట్ పార్ట్ బాగా అర్థమైంది. నేను అనుకున్నాను, ఐ ఫెల్ట్ దట్ ద ఫస్ట్ పార్ట్ వుడ్ బి ద హోల్ లెక్చర్, బట్ యాక్చువల్లీ ఇట్ వెంట్ ఆన్. ఐ మీన్ ఆఫ్టర్ ద ఫ్యూ రిమార్క్స్ ఆన్ ఇన్వాల్వ్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఉమెన్ ఇన్ సైన్స్, హర్ రికమెండేషన్ ఫర్ ఇన్వాల్వ్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఉమెన్ ఇన్ సైన్స్, that's the whole lecture I thought, but that's not so. The most of the lecture, refer to or explain the importance of actually herbal product, exploration of the importance of herbal products in treating different diseases. I think more will be I think covered by Sabita, who will also thank the speaker.
Sir, your voice is not clear.
Ma'am, I have a doubt.
Yeah, I
Sunita
could
ma'am.
get your message.
Ma'am, how many
but
compounds
still
till now are you able to synthesize? Natural compounds?
Yeah, so natural compound we have been able to synthesize. This Jamun one I told you, and there are some anti-inflammatory compounds from the marine natural products that we also have been synthesized. Overall, 80 to 90 new molecules we have synthesized in our laboratory.
Oh, good. Thank you, ma'am.
Anybody have doubts?
Students. Thank you
any
very
student
much,
who is
ma'am.
willing to see my lab, any student or any faculties, if they are willing to get trained what we are doing, they are most welcome. They can write to us, and my contact number Vidya ma'am will be sharing, and you can always reach to me. I'll be happy to support in any way
Yes.
possible.
Yes, ma'am. I am Dr. Sabita. I am also working on natural products, but in silico we are trying to looking, ma'am. After that we are going for biological activities. So
Yes.
definitely I'll call next week and I'll talk to you, ma'am.
Yes, so
Okay.
University College of Medical Sciences is there in Delhi. So we are doing the biological testing there, and All India Institute of Medical Sciences Forensic Lab, they are doing the toxicological study.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Sorry?
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Namaskar.
Now we'll go for paper presentations. For each presenter we are giving 8 minutes time only. Please follow the time. The first presentation, Dr. M. Nancy Serena, Assistant Professor, Government Degree College of Women, Begumpet. If anybody have the PPTs, please give it to sir. Next presentation, Ananya Anil. Third presentation, Mahesh Bodiga.
Good afternoon, everyone. To the organizers, to the chair, to the people on the dais, my colleagues, and students of this college. So there would be a shift now. So much of information has been shared in subjects of science and environment, and now it is going to be literature. So the topic is portrayal of women in the poetry of Sarojini Naidu. So I hope students, you must have done at least 1 or 2 poems of Sarojini Naidu in your school or in your intermediate. So you must be familiar with her. So my introduction is actually to the Indian English literature and how it has evolved, but I plan to skip that and directly go to some of the important Indian writers and then go to Sarojini Naidu. So when we talk about Indian English writers in India, we have a great contribution by people like Rabindranath Tagore, Bankim Chandra Chatterjee, R.C. Dutt, Raja Rao, Sarojini Naidu, Jawaharlal Nehru, Aurobindo, Mahatma Gandhi, and many more. And all of these people, they have really consolidated the historical maturity of English literature in India. Speaking about Sarojini Naidu, she is known as the Nightingale of India. And she is a celebrated poet, a playwright, a proponent of civil rights, and Indian independence activist. She worked very earnestly for our independence along with Mahatma Gandhi and the entire list of freedom fighters. It is said that her poetry was so beautiful that it could be sung. So many of her poems, many of the English teachers actually sing her poems and teach to the students. From 1905 to 1912, she wrote 3 collections of poems. The Golden Threshold, which was published in 1905. It's the first collection which brought her the recognition as Bulbul-e-Hind or Bharata Kokila, also in English called as the Nightingale of India. She dedicated the Golden Threshold to her guru Edmund Gosse, whom she credits that he showed her the way to the Golden Threshold. Sarojini Naidu's second volume of poems is titled The Bird of Time. It was published in 1912. And the third and the final collection, The Broken Wing, it was published in 1917. The collection comprises of songs of love, death and destiny. The memorial verses addressed to her father and to Gokhale are highly notable. Sarojini Naidu was a strong advocate for women's rights and worked towards their empowerment through education and political participation. She strongly advocated women's education, abolition of child marriage, and remarriage of widows. The women in Sarojini Naidu's poetry are subject to the religious and social traditions which were strictly adhered in those days. The women were an embodiment of love, dedication, sacrifice, who endured pain and grief because of societal beliefs. This paper makes an attempt to study the plight of women in a socio-cultural driven society. Women in Sarojini Naidu's poems have a great sense of responsibility towards their parental home with the strong intent to uphold the family's honor. The feelings of agony and commitment to filial duties, that is family duties, are intricately presented in her poems. I have picked 5 poems. First one is Parda Nashi, Suti, the Indian love song in praise of Gulmohar blossom and bangle sellers. I'll quickly run through it. In the first poem, in Parda Nashi, Sarojini Naidu explores the life of a secluded woman hidden behind the intricate lattice work. That is the veil which a woman wore in those days, and that was like compulsory, mandatory for many women to wear. This poem has 3 stanzas. I thought of reading the stanzas, but time doesn't permit. So here, I would just like to tell you that in stanza 1 and 2, the seclusion of being behind the veil is meant to shield her from the world. But with passage of time, she experiences suffering behind closed doors. The poem speaks volumes of ongoing struggles of women, the subjugation and the yearning for freedom. The imagery and language used in the poem is rich as well as evocative. In the third and the final stanza of the poem, the caged bird, that is a woman over here, a woman is symbolic of a caged bird, and she is denied freedom of thought, and she lives in isolation with her unfulfilled dreams. The poet brings in the influence of customs and traditions and emphasizes the need for social reform and gender parity. Just imagine, all this has started 100 years back, and Sarojini Naidu was one of the pioneers. In the second work, that is Sarojini Naidu's second poem that I have picked, that is Suti. It highlights the ancient social practice of sati, where a widow self-immolates herself with her dead husband in the funeral pyre. The woman addresses her husband in stanza 1 as the lamp of my life, in stanza 2 as tree of my life, and in stanza 3 as life of my life. So this tells us how women considered their husbands, in those days, equal to God. Of course, some of them do it even now. The death of the husband makes the speaker question whether the blossoms can survive if a tree itself is dead. The speaker expresses her pathetic predicament and ponders whether the body can continue to survive when the soul has departed. The poem shows the love and devotion the woman has for her husband. Sarojini Naidu strongly uses the rhetorical devices to indicate contrasting ideas of life and death. Death is personified, that is, it is given life in many ways, as if it was a person responsible for separating her from her husband. In the third poem, that is the Indian love song, it's a conversation between the lover and his beloved. The lover expresses his undying love for his beloved. He pleads his beloved to remove the veil, but the beloved is unable to do that because it would go against the customs of her race. The beloved tells that she is bound by law which does not permit her to reciprocate his love. This talks about the daughter who is not ready to accept the love of the lover because there are a lot of contradictions. Things don't go well as per the society. She speaks of an ancient feud and the historical conflicts between their communities which makes their union difficult. The next poem is in praise of Gulmohar blossom. Sarojini Naidu speaks of the lovely shade of Gulmohar flowers which blossom in spring season. The surpassing beauty of the rich color cannot be rivaled by the glimmering red of the bridal robe, nor the rich red of the wild bird's wing. The poem glorifies the valor of Rajput women. She refers to the beautiful queen of Chittor, Padmini, who along with other women sacrificed her life by performing Johar as the kingdom of Chittor lost her battle against Alauddin Khilji. The women had to sacrifice their lives to save their honor and purity. The women described in the poem were chivalrous, dedicated and brave, but victims of ancient customs and traditions. The last poem is Bangle Sellers. It celebrates the life of women. Here she speaks of the love that women have for bangles. Silver and blue colored bangles are worn by young women, red, yellow and orange by newly wed brides. Purple, gold, grey are for middle-aged women. These women have supported their husbands in their joy and sorrow and raised their children well. The duties that a woman performs as a maiden in her father's household and as a married woman are beautifully represented in the poem. I would like to conclude by saying that Sarojini Naidu's women portrayed through her poems are endowed with remarkable virtues. The women are valiant, determined, devoted, but unfortunately entangled by the socio-cultural bondages of time. Her contribution to emancipate and educate women brought a change in the society. Sarojini Naidu led women by example, as her life and work stand as a testimony to indicate the power and tenacity which women are gifted with. So with this, I would like to close. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Next presentation, Ananya Anil from Department of Microbiology, University College of Sciences, Usmania University. Tomorrow we will present best presentation awards in the valedictory session. Please join all of you tomorrow also.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ananya from MSc second year. I am studying in Usmania University. As we all know, we are here to celebrate the presence of women in society and to celebrate their achievement. Today, I am going to speak on women empowerment in science, paving way towards sustainable future. Women are the one who brings life. Every woman is extraordinary in their own ways, no matter where she works, whether it's home or office. They are making a difference to a world around us. Most importantly, they play a vital role in many ways, as they are the caregivers, mothers, scientists, researchers, doctors, lawyers, entrepreneurs, and activists. They are also the pillars of families and communities. This day is the time to recognize the contribution of women to our society. Here I am going to tell you about the role of women in sustainable agriculture and environment. So, next slide. So, women in India play a crucial role in agricultural development, as it is the most important and primary source of income for 70% of Indian households, and 68 to 80% of food production is done by women. So, there is a constituting substantial portion of labor force and self-employed farmers of women. And to empower women to increase the employment, we should create productive employment and gender equality, and vital for empowering rural women and fostering inclusive economic growth. We have made significant progress in recent decades, but there is still much more work to be done. There are still challenges faced by women, as women continue to be underrepresented. They constrain due to gender inequality, leading to limited access to education, healthcare, and economic opportunities. This impacts on their well-being. Gender inequality affects women's well-being and their ability to contribute economic development and poverty reduction. So, next slide. So, the previous slide, the sustainable development goals. So, previous one. Previous one. So, sustainable development goal. There are 17 sustainable development goals given by UN. So, I am going to discuss some of the sustainable development goals, which is focus on poverty and how to tackle them. Sustainable Development Goal 1 and 2, which is no poverty and zero hunger. It is the importance of increasing income and food quantity to reduce the poverty and achieve the zero hunger. So, I have, with the help of microbial biotechnology, we can do sustainable agriculture. So, next slide. These are some components of sustainable agriculture. These are some agricultural methods, which is crop rotation, intercropping, agroforestry, green manuring, and bioagents, and conservation tillage. These are some sustainable agriculture components which help us to produce increase in crop improvement. There is no disease, pest resistance, etc. And so next slide. There are some role of microbial biotechnology in agriculture, which is to manage biotic stress, which is the disease, pest resistant and all, and manage the abiotic stress, which is temperature, salinity, flood, drought, which is caused by global warming and all. And to promote bioremediation, it also helps in add as value addition in crops and increase productivity and quality of crops. So next. As I have earlier said about the challenges of women which they are facing, here I am addressing the social parameters. Achieving justice and improving well-being requires addressing underlying social and economic parameter, not just reducing ill-being. Women are discriminated in their workplaces. So, in agricultural field, women are extremely performing well in lab management. So there is a method which is called as micropropagation, which is done in labs. Vegetative propagation technique, which is used to produce a large number of transplantation in limited time and space. So next slide. This is the other sustainable goal, which is good health and well-being. Every woman should be healthy to make them think insane. So there are, as we ingest chemically used crops, foods and all, so there is a method called biopesticide, and use of biopesticide and biofertilizers help us to produce natural food which is healthy for our body. There are some microbial bioinoculants which is used, for example Rhizobium, Azotobacter, Azospirillum and mycorrhizae. This will decrease the cause of premature babies and C-section babies. So next slide. Call to an action. Empowering rural women is essential for achieving inclusive economic growth by reducing the climatic changes. As earlier, many speakers have told about climatic changes. So there are women who strive to work on climatic resilience. There is a method to reduce the climatic action, which is bioremediation. And also, in daily our homes, our mothers use the remaining peels of vegetables and fruits, which is good for composting food waste, and it helps to promote plant growth, and which helps in microbial consortia for sustainable plant growth. These are the sustainable goals which helps in sustainable cities and communities, and also which is responsible for consumption and production. So next slide. As I would like to conclude, let us pledge to support and empower the women in our lives. Let us encourage them to dream big and pursue their goals. By recognizing the significant contributions of women in agriculture, we can work towards more equitable and prosperous society, just like using microbes in sustainable society. Thank you.
Thank you, Ananya, completing within time period. Next, Mahesh Bodiga, Research Scholar, Department of Public Administration, Usmania University.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, my dear students, a very warm good afternoon to everybody. This is Mahesh Bodiga, a PhD research scholar from the Department of Public Administration, Usmania University. Today, my topic for this conference is a study of the role of C-team in Hyderabad with regarding to gender equality and safety of women. First slide. First slide. Next. See, my object of the study is, I divided my objects into 3 types. First object is to evaluate the cause of gender discrimination. What is the major reason for the gender discrimination against women in the society? Next, what are the measures taken by the government to protect women in the society? Next, to understand the purpose and responsibility of the SHE team in protecting the women in the society. These are my 3 objectives. Next. And my methodology is, I used a descriptive tool to analyze secondary data of SHE team. So I used a descriptive analysis which is provided by the SHE team secondary data. First, we used to treat women as a goddess in our Indian culture. We used to respect like women as a goddess. But beside, there are a lot of bad aspects regarding women in India. See, if you see, there are a number of different violations like harassments, discriminations, molestations, physical attacks, sexual assaults. There are number of attacks on women in different places like public transportations, movie theaters, parks, and etc. If you see the data, if you see the data, every 20 minutes in India, the girl is attacked in somewhere else. Every 20 minutes, the girl is suffering with sexual harassments or any kind of gender discrimination. I divided gender discrimination into different types. First, health. If you take health, most of the girls are women, they are suffering from malnutrition, high mortality rate. And if you go for education also, in Indian society, we never encourage a girl child to go for education. Mostly if you go for, nowadays in urban, they are getting a lot of awareness, but in rural areas still they were following that boys should be educated. Girls, వాళ్ళకి విద్య ఎందుకు అవసరమా, చైల్డ్ మ్యారేజెస్ సరిపోతుందని. This is one kind of discrimination. And see, Indian society itself is a male-dominated society. It's a male-dominated society. Whenever they come to decision making in the family, the man is to come front. They never encourage a woman, because that kind of a patriarchal attitude, a traditional attitude, still is continuing in this 21st century where we are living in this artificial intelligence. There is no change of mindsets in women as well as in man. And if we go for violence against women, what kind of violences? The most in society, the violence like domestic violences, sexual harassments, discriminations, dowry, domestic violences, etc. This is one of the biggest social evil which is prevailing still in India in this artificial age also. See, and if you see, we are saying that great democracy in India, great democracy, but in this democracy also, still there is Indian culture, we are following a traditional beliefs and customs and culture. Following by these traditional cultures and customs and rules and regulations, still the woman is not coming the mainstream. She is not catching the globalized platform. This is great threat for the democracy. And if you see, legally, we have number of sections, constitutional rights, legal rights, protections, everything. Despite having all the sections, constitutional, fundamental rights, which is nicely crafted in the Constitution of India, legally, constitutionally, but despite having all these constitutional laws, she is suffering a lot. Next slide. She is suffering like a sexual, physiological, psychological, emotional, all this she is facing a lot. This is one of the biggest threat. See, having a gender discrimination, nothing but she is losing her basic fundamental rights and property right also. She can't open her mouth also. This is one of the biggest evil which is killing women silently in the society. And if you see, nowadays there are a lot of anti-discrimination acts, but we don't know. And most of the people I used to ask, what is cheating in my university? For my colleagues also, they said that it is in a department of police, but they don't even what is their C team is doing. C team is made especially for the protection of safety for the women in Hyderabad, in Telangana, which is new model created by government of Telangana. They don't know. So anti-discrimination acts, there are a number of acts and laws, but they don't know. The implementation is very poor, lack of awareness. And if you see nowadays social media platforms like WhatsApp, Twitter, Facebook, they are the biggest enemies to the younger generations. They don't know how to use, salt. Same social media also, it has the biggest threat for the youngsters. They are misusing a lot, and young girls are attacking like anything. This is one of the greatest discrimination for the younger generations. And these are the societal and law discriminations. But beyond that, there should be some institution. There should be some institution which should protect the woman, and which not only protect, they should bring awareness. C team, which is created by Telangana government for the protection and safety and security for the women, especially in Hyderabad. Why only Hyderabad? Hyderabad is a city of culture and religious. It's a land of industries, pharmaceuticals, as well as it's a land of 1.4 residences. So most of the all over the India, most of the people used to go for employment for Hyderabad. For that, keeping this population, the government has to girls and women's security priority as higher priority. For that, they have established the C team. Let's see what are the major functions of the C team, how it will function. See, the object of the C team is to make Hyderabad a safe and smart city by ensuring the protection of women in Telangana. Not only safety and security, but to empower them to speak out without fear. Mostly empowering of women is most important. They won't come outside the kitchen, they won't come outside the home, they will stay with one kind of stigma. Not only safety and security, but empowering women to come out the house and they should speak louder. That is one of the biggest goal for she teams. And not only that, they have controlling of eve teasing and social media misuses, as well as having a support during the cases. And they are addressing the early issues. If they have some, most of the people, they will feel that నేనేదో చెప్తే మా కుటుంబం పరుగు పోతుందేమో, మమ్మల్ని పెళ్లి చేసుకోరేమో అని ఒక రకమైనటువంటి సిగ్మాలో ఉంటారు. అలాంటి కాకుండా ఆ బ్రేక్ చేసి మీరు రావచ్చు, మేము ఉన్నామని ఒక భరోసా ఇవ్వడం. దట్ ఈస్ వన్ ఆఫ్ ద గ్రేటెస్ట్ సపోర్ట్ ఫ్రమ్ సి టీమ్. అండ్ నాట్ ఓన్లీ దట్, దే ఆర్ హెల్పింగ్ ఫర్, దే ఆర్ బింగ్ అవేర్నెస్. మీరు చాలామంది చాలా బస్ స్టేషన్లో కానీ మెట్రో స్టేషన్లో చూస్తుంటాం ప్లకార్డ్స్. దే ఆర్ బ్రింగింగ్ వన్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ అవేర్నెస్. వీఆర్ దేర్ విత్ యూ, కమ్ యూ టాక్ టు అస్, లైక్ దట్ ఒక భరోసా ఇస్తున్నారన్నమాట. It leads to gender equality and safety of women. They are the major goals by the C team. Let's see the function of the C team. I divided 5 types of functions. One of the major function is hotspot area. What do you mean by hotspot area? Nothing but there are certain hotspots in the Hyderabad. Parks, universities, colleges, bus stops, bus transportations, metro stations. They are meant for eve teasing and harassments. So one kind of team, they will go and they will observe secretly with CC cameras or spy cameras, and they will find out the victims, and immediately if they fault any negativity, they will punish with according to law. That one kind of hotspot. Next, C team 30. What do you mean by C team 30? The Hyderabad zone has divided into 4 types. Every team members are there are 10 members with these 10 members of police officers, 5 female, 5 male, headed by sub inspector. They will go enter the zone and they will scrutinize eye to eye, and they will check all the victims as well as strangers. If they find out anything misuse, they will punish and they will give counseling also. Next, deco operation, mufti. With civil dress they will go in night times. In civil dress they will go and they will observe in railway stations, bus stations, movie theaters, and they will give one kind of awareness also. This is one of the deco operation. Now, team collection. What do you mean by team collection? Nothing but the 10 members, 5 female and 5 males of the officers, they will collect all the information regarding victim, fingerprints, documents, DNA reports, entire biological report, and family historical report. This is nothing but team collection. Next, counseling. It's one of the major important. C team has establishing Bharosa centers for the counseling for the male and female. Chala mandiki teenagers, they don't know ee age lo they are misusing their phones and etc. So how to lead a dignity of life, a sustainable life. They will give good counseling with help of Bharosa centers. So these are the brief introduction regarding functioning of C teams. Next slide. So this is a performance of Hyderabad, Rachakonda, Savidrabad commissionates. These are the 3 important commissionates in Telangana where C team is very active. You can go and check in the websites. So my findings of this paper is, every girl they should learn a self-defense skill. When I spoke with IAS officers and IPS officers in the C team, they used to say that nowadays girls, they should learn the self-defense skill, any kind of skills, a sports skill, to protect their own అంటే వాళ్ళని వాళ్ళు రక్షించుకోవడం కోసం. నెక్స్ట్, stay within a sticky situation. Whenever you go any situation, if you face any unpleasant situation, you should be very brave and very alert. Next, you should know whenever you feel any unfamiliar situation, any stranger, ఏదైనా స్ట్రేంజర్ మీకు ఏమన్నా అనుమానాస్పదంగా ఉన్నా మీరు ఎమ్మటే C టీమ్స్ కానీ దగ్గరున్న వాళ్ళు ఎవరికైనా కాంటాక్ట్ కావాలి. నెక్స్ట్, సో దే షుడ్ యూజ్ పెప్పర్ స్ప్రే, వెపన్, ఎక్సెట్రా. These are the 8 kind of findings. So I'll give my paper and PDFs to you. You can read it. So this, I think, is helpful for all the girls who are studying the city college. You should know what is the importance of the C team and their functioning also. My last slide. So my last slide is, nowadays we are living in the age of artificial intelligence, but still we are following the Indian culture. It is at 2G. We are using the same 5G and we are going to 6G, but Indian culture still at 2G and 3G. We are not updated Indian culture. It is a time and a high time for all the male and female and women's and mans. We should break the traditional thinking which is prevailed from 5,000 years. వేల కాలం నుంచి మనలో పాతకుపోయినటువంటి ఈ పాతకాల పద్ధతులను బ్రేక్ చేసి We are born only from biological activity. మనిషి స్త్రీ అయినా మనిషి అబ్బాయి అయినా we are born from biological activity. అందరికీ సమానత్వంగా everybody should be treated equal and give equally opportunity. And you, the girls, should come out from this discrimination and you should raise voice for your own self and you should stand your own legs for your life. Thank you for this great opportunity.
Thank you, Mahesh Garu. Next presentation, last presentation, Dr. Tirupataya, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Government City College.
Respected chair and all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais and dear students. So there is a time shortage. I will brief my overall essence of the topic. My topic is grassroots women leadership and their exemplary work. I have taken 2 case studies in Mahamnagar district. So my point here is that I want to highlight the women leadership and then how they are functioning in the society and what are the challenges they are so facing. Coming in Mahamnagar district, I have taken 2 case studies. One is two sarpanches of the village. They got, why I am taking these 2 are, they got the national level Panchayat awards from the Honorable Prime Minister of India for last year, for the academic year 22-23. In the theme of socially secured panchayat and clean and green panchayat. These are the 2 teams. Under this 2 team, these 2 panchayats have selected and they got the national level award under the leadership of 2 women sarpanches. That is my point here. That means many of the men sarpanch are there, but they got this award just because of their commitment, hard work and their struggle to develop the village. So that is my point. Say that this is a case. So we have to take them as a role model to show the potentiality of the women leadership. It may be at the grass level, but they are doing wonderful job. That's why the entire nation recognized their contribution in the form of pensions, in the form of Kanti Velugu. They did so many programs. And they are also reaching the sustainable development because of they are encouraging the clean and greenery, and they are also improving the sanitation, and they also actively implementing the Haritaharam, Palle Pragati, and the individual household latrines. They are also constructing the individual household latrines and whatnot. They are involving all-round development of the village. So thereby they are emulating as a role model to follow other women folk world. That is my message. That is my message. So as a result, the entire Telangana and the other country also, other states are recognizing their contribution, and in spite of all these developments, they are also facing so many challenges. Especially as a sarpanch, they cannot pay the EMI for their tractors. As a sarpanch, they have to engage the trolleys to carry the clean and green activity. So they are unable to, they are in a sorry state of affair because of the lot of shortage of funds and some of the support from the lack of support from the outside. And still, even though they are sarpanch, they are facing some discrimination. That but is not shown. So this kind of challenges they are being facing, and many a time their husbands are dominating in some time, not 100%, but some extent they are being facing this kind of discrimination. So my point here is that the government, the central, it may be central or state government, they should transfer their funds to actively involve in developmental activities. The funds are not reaching on time.
That is the main problem. They are borrowing outside the funds, but they are not paying in return. As a result, they have to buy their own property. They have to sell their own property. This is the situation which is prevailing in entire Telangana and other states also. But anyway, we hope that in the future generation also, in upcoming generation, they are farmer sarpanch now, their term is over. But at least the upcoming sarpanches, they should not face this kind of discrimination and challenges. So then only the grassroots development and the women leadership will develop, and it will be emerge as a role model in upcoming days. So that is the main motto of the Panchayat Raj system. That is the 73rd Constitution Amendment has given them the decentralized power at the grassroots level. Then only it will be materialized. When we give the grants, when we treat them equally, when we give them full handful of work, that then only the grassroots democracy will succeed. So we will hope in upcoming policy makers will look into this, and thank you for giving this wonderful opportunity.
Thanks to all the 4 paper presenters. I think the last speaker, student of our Usmania University Vice Chancellor, Ravinder. In fact, that's my topic, in fact, the last Tirupati's paper is on 73rd Amendment to the Constitution, changing the Panchayat Raj structure, local self-government, structure. In fact, but other features, being what they are, certain aspects which are relevant to our seminar, relevant to our international seminar, are that more than 30% of the women have reservations, BC and which means it's entirely surprising that we don't have reservations for women in assemblies and the parliament. But because of some reasons or the other, at the local levels, we have reservations. And as a result, in fact, the central government has enacted this act. Sorry? Sorry? Okay. So, and then we hope that the same kind of empowerment, same kind of increased role of women at the assembly level and the parliament level will come with the passing of the reservations bill. And then, of course, we have hope about the she teams, and I would like to say this comment. She includes he. There are, I don't know the language, English language is favorable to women. In female, we have male. In female, we have male. In woman, we have man. In woman, we have man. W-O-M-A-N. And then in she, we have he. So that means, can we say that, every woman has got potentialities which are equal to man. And then in fact, Descartes, René Descartes said that there is no difference between man and woman. There is no difference between man and woman as far as the intellectual capacity to understand, to be rational, to be intellectual, make scientific contributions, and so on and so forth. It's only biological difference. Therefore, men and women are equal. So, I think, with this, anything you want to say, please. Our, convener will say something. Sorry? Questions, huh? Yeah, please, short questions.
Only 2 presentations.
Yeah, yes, that's what the purpose of seminar, but brief, very brief, please.
అంటే ఉమెన్కి ఓటు హక్కు రావడానికి ఆమె కూడా కృషి చేశారని విన్నాను. డస్ షీ రోట్ ఎనీథింగ్ అబౌట్ రూరల్ మేడం? దట్ ఈస్ వన్ క్వశ్చన్ టు మేడం. అండ్ వెన్ ఇట్ కమ్స్ టు ది సస్టైనబుల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ గోల్, సమ్ గర్ల్ హ్యాస్ presented. See, there is a concept called common but differential responsibility. Who is bulldozing environment? It is US, it is UK. They are polluting the environment, but they are pouring their responsibility on us third world countries. US is consuming highest energy. UK is also a common but differential responsibility. They have more responsibility in protecting the nature. They use big cars, they use every time helicopters. So you have to take little bit that, see, just talking about sustainable development goals is not only sufficient. When you are in third world country, who is responsible for the destruction of the environment? You have to be critically evaluate that. That is one thing for you. Yeah, maybe each one can answer. Yeah, completed. I have a lot of questions, but yeah.
Any clarifications or any you want to?
Golden threshold was named after and Hyderabad
Sir.
University started from that golden threshold.
Sir, sustainable development, to achieve that, everyone should participate and we should bring awareness and we should follow. Then only it will be materialized. We have 17 goals, but in practicality, how much we are implementing, that is important. This should come from the family to society.
Yes.
Then only it will be succeed.
That's okay. That's what no she said. But what Dr. Abbas sir has said is, where developed countries are actually the developing countries are paying much price, like climate change, because of or destruction of the environment by the highly developed countries like US, UK. That's what. And they have to contribute a lot for the climate protection.
Hello.
Sir, but there is COP28, COP27 summits. In there, they are taking actions towards the climatic changes and all.
I will answer. See, when you talk about the sustainable development goals, that is set by what you are mentioning, okay? And first thing we have to learn, earlier we were having the Millennium Development Goals, which was supposed to be achieved by 2015. We have failed. We could not achieve that one. Then they entered into the Millennium Development Goals, which we are supposed to achieve by 2030. And there is a big question mark. It was set by someone else. Are we able to achieve within that? Because today, now we are already 2024. 2030. Do you think we can achieve all the sustainable goals within that short period? No. Maybe we may get something else afterwards also, because for the sake of the discussion, we can discuss a lot, but there are so many points also there to take and consider. We are still under developing country. They are the developed country. But we know the things also, but certain things we cannot talk openly also. But what we can shoulder the responsibility and do it. One thing I tell you, friends, Indian citizens are with a lot of intellectual capacity, commitment, responsibility, all these things. That is why any other country if you go, the topmost people are Indians. But we are failing in India. Please raise that question. You put a question mark, because when I was in USA, I asked some students, they were selling the newspapers, they were whitewashing for the sort of the part-time job. They have to earn some down, 1 hour, $4. Washing the laboratory equipment. In India, we don't have, we got the servants, attenders, we have got it. I called them and asked them, you are coming of such a far place and you are doing this one, why can't you do such type of job in our country? They said, Madam, it is actually the labor of dignity. What is the labor of dignity? If a foreigner is visiting in India, he carries a big luggage on himself, carpentry work he will do, electricity work he will do. For us, suppose if Mike is not coming, we'll run for someone else. What I am trying to say, because I am not going against or anything, there are so many things which you have to consider. In spite of having all the resources with us, we are not utilizing properly. Please pay an attention, try to achieve your goals. Thank you very much.
I thank all the paper presenters. They are very well presented and they are very useful for our younger generation. Thank you all. And I thank Chairperson Professor Ishwaraya Garu for his valuable contribution as a chair since morning. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to felicitate Professor Vijaya Kathar Madam with a shawl and memento. Now I invite all the WEC members to onto the dais to felicitate Madam. Madams, randi please. WEC members, please.
After lunch, please all of you gather by 2:30 here.
The next session will be coordinated by Krishnaveni and Sudarshana.
Next session will coordinate by Sudarshana ma'am and Krishnaveni madam.
Hello. I request all the participants to join for lunch at IQAC corridor. And all the guests or faculty members are gathered at principal's chamber for lunch.
Mother Nature. I've been here for over 4.5 billion years. 22,005.
Hello. Good afternoon all. Now this session is, for this session the chair and co-chair is Dr. Krishnaveni and Dr. Sudarshana. Please come to the dais, ma'am. In this session, the keynote speaker is Professor Surapalli Sujata from Telangana University, and the next talk is G.N. Padmaja on role of women in agriculture and climate change. After that, it's, all the oral presentations today itself. We don't have any oral presentations tomorrow. So whoever present, please give your name. Any names don't have in the list, please give the name to myself. Okay, I'll add all your names in the session. Thank you. And whoever presenting oral presenter, tomorrow we will distribute the first prize and second prize also. So please join tomorrow 2 o'clock validated session also. Ma'am in పిలవలేను ఇంకా జస్ట్ చెప్పాను అంత మ్యామ్ తీసుకెళ్తే ఏం కావాలి మేడం?
Good afternoon, everybody, and the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. It's our privilege to invite and today's invited guest, Sujata Surepalli Madam. Madam is an activist cum academician. She currently works as a professor of sociology, dean, faculty of social sciences, chairperson, BOS Sociology, University College of Arts, Social Sciences, and with Satavahana University, Karimnagar, Telangana. She has been teaching sociology for over 22 years. She has written articles on caste, sets, anti-Polavaram Dam movement, and extensively on Telangana movement. Books published on Sedge movement, essays in Telangana, Hyderabad, food system, and Telangana movement. She writes regularly with Telugu dailies and edits a quarterly magazine, namely Desi Disha. Her interests are in active participation in ongoing social movements, the struggle against caste and gender disparity, as well as Adivasis, government education, minority rights, environmental issues, natural resources, and Telangana. She holds a Masters in Sociology and has done her PhD on Dalit women empowerment at Usmania University, Hyderabad. Recently, she got COVID Warrior Award from the Telangana government and the Telugu University Award Puraskar for her work for women's empowerment. She is also a founder member of NCWL, National Women's Council for Leaders, founder member of Telangana Joint Action for Women and Transgender, founder of Dalit Women's Collective, and a member Laws Indian Association for Women's Studies, worked as the General Secretary for Telangana Writers Forum during Telangana movement. Convener Telangana Bhumi Rakshana Sangam, founder and director Dalit Women's Collective, trained in UNCHR, Geneva, New York Forum, Asia, Thailand on human rights in 2005-2008. 2017 selected for US Embassy program at Nebraska University on Women in University Administration program and presented papers in Australia, US, Bangkok, Nepal, etc. And congratulate and thanks for our reputed invitee guest, and we are very much honored to having you, madam. Please go on your discussion on the concerned topic. Thank you, madam.
Good afternoon, everyone. And it's very difficult post-lunch session, taking a technical session, and this very, me being a Telangana activist, this college is very, very, very dear to my heart. I worked, I think when I was doing my research, I worked in here for some time on Open University taking classes. I'm happy to be here again. Thanks for the invitation. This whole month, in fact, I was invited here for a Women's Day, and somehow that is postponed, and I was invited for the seminar. Thanks for that. This whole month in several meetings, online, offline, I've been talking about the inclusive growth and inclusive women of this year's theme. And here also I would like to present today about the inclusive women who are invisible, who are very, very important for our society to run. My paper today is on navigating street sweepers of Hyderabad and health hazards on the streets, women on the streets. So I have chosen this topic because for the last couple of years I am working with in the Singareni Colony, Hyderabad. During my work, I started working with children. Started looking at children, especially street children, street sweepers, municipal workers, children. I was really disturbed and I started researching on them because we only know that poor children, they don't work, they go to government schools, but we never discussed about the families from where they come from. A mother who leaves the family at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning and she goes out for work. She doesn't know how and children are going to school, when they are going to school, and in normal sense, we so-called civilians, we cook food, breakfast, take the children and leave them in the schools. Then only we are not sure whether they are studying properly or not. Evening again we will have tuitions. But unlike our families, these children, today's presentation is the women, how they are losing. It's not just because they are working on the streets, their health is at stake, but today their families are also at stake. And when this year international theme talking about the inclusive growth, are we really inclusive enough of all the women who are working for us? If you remember COVID time, many of us enjoyed the lockdown or had difficulty in staying houses, and we know how film stars making doshas and sweeping the houses, and we are really enjoying their reels. But the only one section who do not have even a single leave, any acknowledgement, any recognition, that is the sweepers, that is the garbage collectors. So here, if you dig into the whole garbage system, we have garbage, vegetable waste or whatever waste we have at home. We have streets, filled with the cigarette packets and whatever, birthday cakes. If you go to see the tank bund, of course now they have banned the tank bund. Every birthday you will have lot of, cigarette, of course cigarettes are everywhere, gutkas and cigarettes. But there is also hospital waste management. So if you look at into these three areas of waste management, because I am closely working with municipal workers, municipal department also, corporation. One, from the houses to garbage bin, most of the time our domestic workers will take them. So those were the women. On the street, most of the people sweep, those were the women. After the collecting the garbage, who separate the garbage is also women. So 27,000 is roughly an estimation of Hyderabad street sweepers, and we have 90% of women, and garbage collectors, if you see. And we have I don't know how many of you are aware, 16 days of activism we'll have December to till October to December, November to December. We have a workshop with these women. The women who is working on the road who do not have toilets. Can you imagine a woman for 8 hours not having a toilet access? Of course, some GHMC corporation have set up here and there, but they are not accessible. Number two, in India, we don't know where to put what. We'll put everything, needles in there, our sanitary pads in one place, our batteries and disposables at one place. We don't know the segregation mechanism, and the people who are severely affected are these women, and they have bronchitis because they are exposed to it. They have back pains, and mostly 50% of women said that they have all of them exposed to the dog bites, because early morning you go and there is nobody is there on this thing. And most of the women have also had to go to the because drug addicts, we have, early morning when before dawn, you have people who are drunkard and everywhere, and they have to face that kind of a discrimination, and also accidents, road accidents. So my today inclusive growth, when we are talking about the inclusive women, how many of us in our institutions and universities are really had any interaction with our people who are cleaning our bathrooms, cleaning our rooms, keeping everything, our college premises at, I saw once Modi ji was, during COVID time, I think, garlanding the garbage workers, and, he's doing namaskar and all. So this section, why I have chosen is, this is a very, very important section, cleaning the every dirt we throw, and they are helping us to live happily, and we are not concerned about their health and their safety. That is the number one I want to. When we are talking about the inclusive growth, see, we are workers and they are also workers. They are also, from regular service to contract service to self-help groups to outsourcing. Now they are all outsourcing employees. Once you are an outsourcing employee, you don't have, regular employees, what all we have benefits and they don't have. So the very important contribution they are doing for our society, but we are not even acknowledging their contribution to the society. The second point I want to make, everybody work. You work and I work, and in several capacities we women work. But the work midwives are doing, the work street sweepers are doing, the work domestic workers are doing, the work Anganwadis are doing, the work Asha workers are doing are completely different. So this work has to be acknowledged, has to be recognized, and we have to be, little bit of sensitive. How many of us really can offer at least toilet facilities for the women who are on the streets? Most of the time we see that Amma chai ke liye 10 rupees, 20 rupees, they'll ask us, and with very generous contributions we give. But are we really acknowledging? In this conference, I want to, the sensitization is always, women's empowerment, women's growth, women's development. We always see in opposite context about the men, because of men we are like this, because of men women are harassed. No, but we women coming from different castes, different religions, different sections, different classes, we really have to, that kind of a framework we should have. That is the essence of this paper. And second thing is, who are these women working on the streets? These are all marginalized women, especially Dalits and most of the Lambada tribes and migrant laborers. And this is the marginality comes with your work. Because you are working on the streets, you are always on the margins. So once you are in the margin, the whole socio-economic cultural spheres, you are always kept aside. The point is, we still have scavengers. I don't know how many of you are really working. So I just briefly list out the health hazards, because my paper is on health hazards. The health hazards are respiratory issues they have, because they regularly export to dust, pollutants, airborne particles, and they sweep, and they do have pulmonary diseases, and regularly they have skin disorders because they contact with various chemicals, waste, debris. They do have skin irritations, musculoskeletal injuries, they have infections and diseases. These are common with every street, and mental health challenges. This is a very interesting thing. I want to explain that the kind of work you are in, that put you a lot of, takes you emotional and mental stress. You are exposed to mental and emotional trauma, and that continues with the family and that continues with the children. That's how when we are trying to pick out the drug abusers and alcoholics, most of the families are coming from this section, because the whole environment you are exposed to is you are obvious that you have to addict to something else. So mental health challenge is very obvious, and they don't have ESI cards. Of course we have, but not much coverage. Yes, actually Bangalore's, we have a study in Bangalore, we have a study in Hyderabad DHMC workers, and whenever a street worker, whenever anybody comes to Hyderabad, the first place they are offered either daily wage laborers or the street work or the municipal work. So this, the people who are giving us clean environment, they are putting their lives at stake and their families at stake, and they are invisible women. So I started a campaign that these women should come in forefront, and they should be given equal recognition. Also, they should be given a special treatment, especially the kidney diseases are increasing because lack of toilet facilities. And also, I was in abroad, we have all, segregation of dust particles and where to put. Some countries, you have to recycle the garbage, but here they don't even have any mask. Of course they say that we are giving, but they are not wearing. If you see them, their boots, their feet size and their boots are completely different. With the saris and all, they can't even have those kind of boots. So what the recommendations we are giving is, at least unless we so-called educated civilians are aware of the crisis these women are going through, we have to have the knowledge about the segregation of this garbage. And of course they gave us 2 colors dustbins, right? But everybody is using for other purposes in the families. So we have to get education first, and second, we have to be very sensitive towards them, and the third, the inclusivity should be in practice, not only confined to the seminars and papers, that wherever we are working. When I was in Geneva, that sanitation workers, once they finish their work, they come and sit along with us and they have coffee and tea, and that is a big dream in India perhaps, but definitely we have to try, because they are just not workers, they are giving us life, they are giving us clean environment at the cost of minimal wages, and also because they have to survive. So this is the gist of my research and paper. I'll stop here and take any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sujata madam. You have given a glance regarding inclusive women's emphasis, and it should be practical. It is not in the papers and seminars. It's a very good. And wherever the eminent personalities and resource persons have come and they are giving so many lectures and bombard talks, this is not all that way. This is on practicality, and every citizen should take a oath, like cleansing and toilet access. It's very important, madam. For every woman have a right to take a cleanliness and sanitizing the environmental right. Okay, thank you very much, and enlighten your lecture. And now I am inviting Sujata madam to receive our token of WEC memento. Madam, request all our WEC members to come on to the dais.
Good afternoon, everyone. The dignitaries on the dais and of the dais, and this is the time to invite Dr. Padmaja Garu. So the Dr. Padmaja Garu, she is currently serving as the Charter Secretary for the Rotary Club of Abhyudaya, Hyderabad, showcasing her commitment to the community services. Madam, please come on to the dais. With a strong educational foundation, Padmaja holds a degree in mechanical engineering from Sreedevi Institute of Science and Technology and post-graduation diploma in management studies with a dual specialization in marketing and operations from Kirloskar Institution of Advanced Management. So, now Padmaja Garu has gone a valuable experience by working with renowned OEM brands such as Ashoka Leyland and Tata Motors. Her expertise spans various aspects including international operations, served as a country manager for Sri Lanka, Philippines and Maldives, brand strategy, product development and channel management. Padmaja Garu is fondly called the environment evangelist whose passion for preserving our planet shines through in her every action. She is passionate about waste management practices, instrumental and launching electronic wastage drives across various corporates and educational institutions. Save the House Sparrows and even Plastic Soup are a few of her signature projects. She is a dedicated Rotarian, infusing her youthful energy into community services. With her excellent marketing acumen, Padmaja Garu is not just a forward thinker, but also a driving force for positive change. In her personal life, she is happily married to Naga Suresh and dedicated propulsion scientist working for DRDO. The couple is blessed with two twin boys, Sumukh and Sanmukh. Padmaja Garu multifaceted journey exemplifies her dedication to both her professional and personal life. Thank you, madam. We are great honor and happy to have you here, and I invite you for your talk.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. It's such a big hall and such a meek good afternoon. Post lunch, everybody is lazy, is it? Good afternoon. Lovely. So, as ma'am introduced, I am Padmaja, and I'm extremely glad to be here at this college, which is more than 100 years old. We just went around the campus. I think I must say you're all very lucky to be a part of a prestigious college like this with dedicated staff. Congratulations to all of you, and thank you for patiently waiting in a post-noon session to listen about sustainability, agriculture and role of women in it. So are you ready? Let's make it a little interactive. If audience don't speak, I don't get the energy to talk. So are you ready to respond? Lovely. So sustainability is a buzzword now. Everybody is talking about sustainability. Can anybody say what sustainability means? Aha, that is the UPSC answer. Excellent. One big round of applause, please. Optimum utilization of resources. Well, we hear about sustainable lifestyles, we hear about sustainable practices adopted by everyone in every walk of life, be it industries, agriculture, everywhere. So, I will play a short video about why it's important to become sustainable, why it is important to turn our lifestyles towards sustainability.
Call me nature. Others call me Mother Nature. I've been here for over 4.5 billion years. 22,500 times longer than you. I don't really need people, but people need me. Yes, your future depends on me. When I thrive, you thrive. When I falter, you falter. Or worse. But I've been here for eons. I have fed species greater than you, and I have starved species greater than you. My oceans, my soil, my flowing streams, my forests, they all can take you or leave you. How you choose to live each day, whether you regard or disregard me, doesn't really matter to me. One way or the other. Your actions will determine your fate, not mine. I am nature. I will go on. I am prepared to evolve. Are you?
Well, Julia Roberts has set in a beautiful tone for this talk. Nature doesn't need people, people need nature. So, today, coming back to the topic.
I am a flower. Yes, I'm beautiful. I've heard it before, and it never grows old.
You can end the video, sir.
I'm worshipped for my looks.
End the video, go back to the people.
My scent, my looks. But here's the thing. Life.
By the way, did you like the video? You think there's a message in it? Lovely. Well, today's talk is Cultivating Change, Women in Agriculture and Climate Change. Amongst many issues that climate change is creating, why are we focusing on agriculture today? Yes? Fantastic. Backbone of India. Okay. Agriculture is what feeds us, right? And do you know what is the contribution of agriculture to India's GDP? Please go back and Google it. That's a very important fact that each one of you should know. How much? Oh, 50. 1-5. Okay, 15 to 18% on an average. Well, why are we talking about the role of women in agriculture? See, we are defining climate change as witnessing rising temperatures. All of us understand that the summers are getting hotter and hotter by every year, right? It is not the same summer that we are experiencing next year. And we are also witnessing unprecedented urban flooding due to heavy rainfall. There is a lot of erratic weather patterns that we are witnessing. Also, extreme events. There are droughts and there are floods, and all these are effects of climate change. So, if we look at impact of climate change on agriculture and speaking about the role of women, so do you know what is the percentage of women employed across the globe in agriculture? Any guesses? 30%. Okay, any other answer? Percentage of women in global agriculture workforce. It is 45%. Across the globe, the amount of women in agriculture workforce is 45%, and in India it is 33%. Okay, so 33% is a huge number. We cannot ignore the contribution of women in agriculture, right? Also, 18% of farm-led families are women. Okay, these are alarming statistics which say that women are a crucial part of agriculture. Also, we are witnessing a phenomena called feminization of agriculture. So, feminization of agriculture is happening because in the rural areas, agriculture is no more or no longer treated a lucrative career, right? Does a farmer's son want him to be a farmer? Yes? Everybody wants their kids to become engineers, doctors, IAS officers. Does someone say, my son should become a farmer, my daughter should become a farmer? Is it a lucrative option anymore? It is not. Excellent. So what percentage of it is that, ma'am? Yes, yes. Definitely there are women whom we look up to who are going back to agriculture. Probably not full-time agriculture, but it is, agriculture, farming as a weekend activity. But full-time agriculture is no more a lucrative option. If we look at the economic survey, latest economic survey, the migration of workforce, especially men, from rural to urban areas has increased drastically. And that's the reason they're leaving farms to women. Okay, so increasingly the women workforce handling the farm is increasing. That's why this phenomenon of feminization of agriculture is happening, and that is one important reason why we should critically focus about the role of women in agriculture. So, what are the various activities that women do in the agriculture farm? Anybody? Sowing, planting, reaping, you harvest, winnowing, you do all the post-harvest activities also, threshing, cleaning, you get them processed, you sell them. So, right from sowing to harvesting to post-harvesting to doing all the allied activities like marketing, tying up with an APMC and selling your produce. Women are involved in every step in the agriculture process. Okay. So, also it's interesting to know that most of the traditional knowledge is lying with women. They are repositories of traditional knowledge. Not just, being able to grow crops, they understand herbal medicine. They understand the local varieties, which crop varieties can thrive in what kind of soil and what kind of environment. And they are also repositories of a lot of things, like they can they understand how much water supply has to be given for a particular farm. They understand crop rotation. They never leave their, their land empty or barren. They are always utilizing the land effectively. So they are repositories of knowledge, and also they are drivers of innovation and sustainability. Now coming to sustainable agriculture practices, you must be hearing a lot of government schemes and a lot of private industry also entering into agriculture in the name of sustainable agriculture, regenerative practices, agroforestry, hydroponics. Have you heard about this, hydroponics? Even Samantha is doing hydroponics. Samantha Ruth Prabhu, the actress, she also practices hydroponics in her terrace. Okay, so these are all the upcoming catchy agricultural practices that are coming up, and there is a special focus by the government, especially through their Krishi Vikas Kendras, to train women in these kind of sustainable practices. For example, agroforestry. Can somebody guess what agroforestry is? If you take a 1 acre farm, the farm will have a fence made of other horticulture crops. For example, it can have mango trees. You might be growing maize, or you might be growing rice in your farm, but then there is teak wood, or there are horticulture crops like mango, etc. that is grown. So that is one recent one agroforestry practice that is very sustainable. Also, precision farming. Can you guess what precision farming is? So, see, these are all upcoming practices in agriculture, and most of us are not aware. Precision farming is one type of farming where you precisely give the amount of water through drip irrigation or through using IT in agriculture. So these are all upcoming practices, and government is training women especially through their Krishi Vikas Kendras to help women adapt to sustainable practices, so that the yield from the fields are much better. Well, there are economic implications as well. If a climate change event is happening on a particular farm in a particular area, the most vulnerable section is the women, because women are tending to their farms. They are also taking care of the family. If there is an economic crisis in the family, the first one to get impacted is the women, because she has to give up a farm. She has to focus on alternative income generation. She has to take care of the family also, not just the farm. So if the crop yields reduce, what happens? The gender inequality is also increasing, which is indirectly impacting the wellness of society at large. So, and it is also very strange to understand that though 33% of workforce in India is females, is women, the land ownership does not lie with women. So if the land ownership is not with women, it definitely affects their access to credit. They are not getting loans. They do not get insurance against climate related risks. So it's important that the government looks into a policy change and tries to give them somehow land ownership, so that they have a better safety net in terms of climate induced events. Also, there is a social impact. If there is economic empowerment that is happening to women farmers, of course there is a social equality amongst the community, and women are placed at a better place. So what are the strategies that we can use to empower women? I think it's becoming more of a one-sided talk. What do you think? If these are the problems, how can we help empower women in agriculture? Sorry? Creches to take care of the children. Okay. And how can we empower them economically, financially? Yes, absolutely. If we can bring some land tenure reforms and also recognizing the rights of women over land, we can help them get access to credit, loans, insurance, etc. So that is one thing that we can do. And what else can we do? How can we as a community support them? Sorry, sir? Yes, so that's why institutes like ICAR and the Ministry of Agriculture together are setting up a lot of training centers wherein they can use modern technology. For example, they can use drone technology, they can use precision agriculture, and most of the women are in fact using drone technology to monitor the crop health, understand the water requirement, understand the pest control, etc. So we think that women cannot grasp new technology, or we think there is a lot of hindrance in terms of learning new technologies, but then the Ministry of Agriculture has brought in a lot of schemes, and women are actually picking up a lot. I will show you a few examples where women are making 3 lakh rupees per month. Right from 2.5 lakh to 3 lakh per annum, their incomes have increased to 2.5 to 3 lakh per month. So this is solely because government has government, civil societies and a few NGOs have started focusing on women role in agriculture, and they have picked up really good. Yes. So this is Bibi Kamaljeet Kaur. Do you know she's a mother of 2 kids, and she has transformed the life of villages in 2000 villages. She has adopted to organic farming and she has built 2000 organic farms, and now she is able to generate an income of about 3 lakh rupees per month. So, how many of us know what organic farming is? How is it different? Yes, ma'am. Sorry? Okay. The girl in the blue dress? Farming without pesticides. Using natural resources. Okay. Anybody else? So, organic farming and natural farming are all about utilizing natural resources. As the name itself says, you don't till the land very often. You always see whenever there is a farmer picture, or in movies you see they take a plow and keep tilling the land. No. Ensuring minimum soil tillage and not disturbing the soil, and following practices like mulching, like covering the dry leaves, covering the land with dry leaves, etc. So there you integrate livestock also into farming. For example, a farmer not just has a land, but he also is into poultry and other livestock rearing, like cattle rearing, so that dung, the urine, etc. can be utilized into the farm, and it is an additional income for the farmer as well. If on one of the cycles, if the farm is not doing well, he has an alternative source of income. So there are some startling examples. One Miss Savita Devi also. So she is into dairy farming. She started with 1 cow in 2007, and now she is generating an income of about 5 lakhs every month. They are into dairy farming. They are also, normal women who were into agriculture who faced losses. So it is important that, what is the Women's Day theme this year? Invest in women and accelerate progress. If we can invest in women, there is definitely progress in every sector, including agriculture. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Padmaja Garu, for your wonderful speech, lecture. So, when we compare all the jobs, the job of the farmer is a very beautiful job in the world. So, if there is no farmer, there is no human being on the earth. So, even we can see, even the early days, prehistoric ages, the women used to do the agriculture. So this is the best example that we are honoring farmers. So we are giving the special place to the farmers. So even it is not in the complete states, if the government has taken initiation, giving some subsidies, land ownerships like that, so that we can encourage them. So now the anyone have any questions to ask? Yeah. Yes. Yes, sir. You forward.
A small question, myself, Dr. Abbas. I do teach environmental sociology in IGNOU. Have you heard the term called Anthropocene age? Age. Have you heard? What does it mean? Little loud. Anthropocene age. No. Maybe since you have been speaking about the climate change, I would like to it means I want to substitute to you. Anthropocene age is a environmental destruction by human activity. For example, let me complete. You are saying about climate change, agriculture, women, no, how climate is changing, you spoke about all that. You know why that all happens? It happens because of the Anthropocene activity. What does it mean of Anthropocene activity means? Including agriculture will also affect. Anthropocene activity is a disturbance of environment through the human activity. 21st century is facing the nuclear danger. You see, we have a Chernobyl, we have a Pokhran, we have a big celebration of this nuclear scientist Abdul Kalam, all that. You know what they will do? They will harm the nature. If you should know that in Pokhran, 12 tribal villages they have vacated. See, agriculture, all this will be affected by the Anthropocene activity. Anthropocene means this nuclear explosions is called Anthropocene activity. It means human being like nuclear bombs. So all this you have to take when you are speaking. You should read little bit, since I am not questioning you. I am just making add to your submission. You should read all this, how it is impacting agriculture, how it is impacting on the nature. Thank you.
Madam, do you want to say anything? Do you want to say anything? Do you want to answer?
Sir, as you mentioned Anthropocene activities, every activity is leading or accelerating climate change. So definitely agriculture is also one of the most important contributors as well as vulnerable sectors. For example, I understand methane emissions are very high in terms of paddy crops, etc. The greenhouse gas methane is very high. So we cannot, of course, study it in isolation. Agriculture is necessary. We need paddy. All that we have to do is probably grow climate resilient crops, but it's important that we understand that agriculture is also vulnerable as well as a source for Anthropocene activity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now it's time to felicitation to Padmaja Garu, and I request Padmaja Garu, please take a token of love from our WEC side. I request all the WEC members to come on to the dais to felicitate Padmaja Garu with a shawl and a memento.
We now going to invite Professor P. Ishwaraya sir, former head Department of Political Science, University of Hyderabad. His topic is reshaping gender dynamics towards equality in Indian society. Sir, please come on and to the dais and deliver a lecture. Sir, please precise. Sir, please precise only 6 minutes. Precise only 6 minutes.
నన్ను ప్రియమైన ఆడియన్స్కి మరియు ఆర్గనైజర్ అందరికీ శ్రీదేవి నాయకత్వంలో పనిచేస్తున్న ఉమెన్ సెల్ మెంబర్స్ అందరికీ థ్యాంక్స్. అయితే నేను చాలా సైన్స్ ఫీల్డ్లో ఉన్నవాళ్ళు, ఆర్ట్స్ ఫీల్డ్లో ఉన్నవాళ్ళు, కామర్స్ ఫీల్డ్లో ఉన్నవాళ్ళు అందరూ స్త్రీల యొక్క సమస్యల గురించి బాగా అర్థం చేసుకున్న వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు. అయితే చాలామంది ఒకటి అర్థం చేసుకున్న వాళ్ళు చేసుకోలేని విషయం పక్కగా ఉంది. ఏంటంటే ప్రాక్టికల్ యాటిట్యూడ్ అంటే జస్ట్ ఫార్మల్ ఈక్వాలిటీ, తర్వాత ఈక్వాలిటీ ఇన్ లేబర్ కండిషన్, ఈక్వాలిటీ ఆఫ్ పే, అండ్ దెన్ ఈక్వాలిటీ ఇన్ ప్రాపర్టీ రైట్స్ మాత్రమే అనుకుంటున్నారు. కానీ చాలా డీప్ రూటెడ్ ప్యాట్రియార్కల్ ప్రాక్టీస్ ట్రెడిషన్ ఏదైతే ఉన్నదో అది 90% ఎక్కడ పోని ఉమెన్స్ గ్యాదరింగ్స్లో కూడా దాన్ని చూడడం లేదు. సినిమాలలో దాన్ని రొమాంటిసైజ్, ఆ ప్రాక్టీస్ని రొమాంటిసైజ్ చేస్తున్నారు. అది ఏదంటే ఉమెన్ తప్పకుండా మ్యారేజ్ అయిన తర్వాత ఇన్లాస్ ఇంటిలోనే ఉండడం. మీరు జ్ఞాపకుంచుకున్న మన ఒక మ్యారేజ్లో ఒక అమ్మాయి మ్యారేజ్ ఫంక్షన్లోనే చాలా సంతోషంతోనే నీ సైకిల్ మోటార్ మీద నీతోనే వస్తాను, మీ ఇంట్లో బాగా ఉంటాను, మీ ఇంట్లో అందరిని బాగా చూసుకుంటున్నాను, చాలా చాలా పడుతుంది. అది ఒక కొన్ని రోజులు 5-6 నెలలు అది రొమాంటిసైజ్. అది అంటే సారీ సారీ ఐఎమ్ నాట్ గెటింగ్ యువర్. సో ఈ డీప్ రూటెడ్ ట్రెడిషన్ ఏదైతే ఉందో, చట్టాలు ఎన్ని చేసినా కూడా హిందూ సక్సెషన్ యాక్ట్ వచ్చింది, దాని తర్వాత మన ఇండిపెండెన్స్ ముందే ఒకటి వచ్చింది, దాని తర్వాత ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ డిఫరెంట్ స్టేట్స్లో ఈక్వల్ రైట్ టు ప్రాపర్టీ టు ఇన్హెరిట్ అని, అంటే మన అన్నదమ్ములకి సమానంగా ఇన్హెరిటెంట్ ప్రాపర్టీ, మళ్ళీ తండ్రి ప్రాపర్టీ కాదు, అది వారసత్వ ప్రాపర్టీలోనే ఈక్వల్ రైట్స్ వచ్చినాయి. కానీ దాని తర్వాత చాలా చట్టాలు వచ్చిన తర్వాత వివిధ స్టేట్లలో 2005లో కూడా ప్రాపర్టీ గురించి ఎక్కువ మన చర్చించడం జరిగింది. ఈ చట్ట తర్వాత ఇవి ప్రాపర్టీ రైట్సే కాకుండా డొమెస్టిక్ వైలెన్స్ వచ్చింది. డొమెస్టిక్ వైలెన్స్లో అంటే అప్పుడు భర్త ఇంట్లోనే, తర్వాత తల్లిదండ్రులు మన అత్తమామల ఇంట్లోనే ఏదైనా వైలెన్స్ కనుక జరిగితే దానికి వ్యతిరేకంగా కావాల్సిన పనిష్మెంట్ అవన్నీ ఇవ్వాలని వచ్చింది. కానీ స్త్రీ మ్యారేజ్ తర్వాత ఇన్లాస్ ఇంటికి మాత్రమే ఎందుకు పోవాలా, హస్బెండ్ దగ్గరికే ఎందుకు పోవాలా? పర్టికులర్గా కొన్ని ఫ్యామిలీస్, చాలా ఫ్యామిలీస్లో నాకు తెలిసినైతే 5-6 ఫ్యామిలీస్ ఉన్నాయి, నాకు తెలిసినవి క్లోజ్గా తెలిసినవి. ఒక తల్లిదండ్రులు అన్ని 3-4 బిడ్డలు ఉన్న తర్వాత కూడా 4 బిడ్డల్ని కూడా ఆస్తిపాస్తులు ఇచ్చి ఇలా మన అత్తమావల ఇంటికి తోలాల. పోయేటప్పుడు ఏడుస్తారు, వీడుకోలు చేస్తారు, ఏడుస్తారు. అయితే ఇంకొక చాలా ఘోరమైన ఇన్సిడెంట్, నేను చాలా కళ్ళు ఏడుపు వస్తుంది అన్నట్టు చూస్తే. ఒక 1 year కింద అంటే ఐ డిస్కస్ విత్ మై యంగర్ కొలీగ్స్ లైక్ అబ్బాస్. సూర్యాపేటలో ఒక లంబాడ ఉమెను ఇన్ ఎక్స్పెక్టేషన్, లంబాడ ఉమెన్ అంటే లంబాడ ఉమెన్లో మనకి ఏమనుకుంటామంటే ట్రైబల్ ఆచారాలు ఉంటాయి, తర్వాత స్త్రీ ఈక్వాలిటీ, స్త్రీ పురుష ఈక్వాలిటీ ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది అనుకుంటాము. కానీ లంబాడాలందరూ కూడా అసలు ఎందుకు అక్కడి నుంచి అసలు వాళ్ళు ట్రైబల్ కాదనుకుంటారు, వాళ్ళు రాజస్థాన్ చోచులు వీళ్ళు చెంచులు లేక కోయలు లెక్క కాదు అది. అయితే ఈ లంబాడ ఉమెను 12వ బిడ్డని కన్నది. 12వ బిడ్డని కనేది ఎందుకన్నది అంటే ఇన్ ఆంటిసిపేషన్ ఆఫ్ గెటింగ్ 1 male child. 12వ ఉమెన్ వరకు రాకున్నా, అప్పుడు మగబిడ్డ బిడ్డకున్నా కూడా ఆమె 13వ బిడ్డను కన్నది. చాలామంది అందరూ వద్దన్నారు కూడా, ఇది ఎందుకని. సో ఆఖరి యాస్ట్ వచ్చి 13వ బిడ్డను మన శిశు విహారంలో ఇచ్చేసింది. ఇది నేను చాలా క్లిప్పింగ్ తీసుకొని కట్ చేసుకుని పెట్టుకున్నది. ఇంకోటి ఏంటంటే గుంటూరులో 6వ ఇష్యూకి బిడ్డలు మాత్రమే, కానీ 7వ ఇష్యూస్లో ఉన్న వస్తాడో పురుషుడు మన మగబిడ్డ వస్తుందని ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేసి ఆ 6వ కనుపు తర్వాత అమ్మ చనిపోయింది, తల్లి చనిపోయింది. సో ఈ విధమైన డీప్ రూటెడ్ ఎందుకుంటున్నాయి అంటే నిజంగా ఆ ప్యాట్రియార్కల్ ట్రెడిషన్. ఇప్పుడు అందరు మీరు చూడండి, ఇప్పుడు యంగ్ మ్యారీడ్ ఉమెన్ అనుకోండి, తర్వాత దోస్ హు ఆర్ ఎక్స్పెక్టింగ్ టు గో అవుట్ ఆఫ్ మ్యారేజ్, మీరు చూడండి ఇది కూడా నిర్మూలించబడాలని అనుకోవడం లేదు. ఐ థింక్ ఆల్ ద యంగ్ ఉమెన్ విల్ యాక్సెప్ట్ దట్, దే హ్యావ్ నాట్ థాట్ ఆఫ్ దట్. సో ఇది ఈ చట్టాలన్నింటిలో నేను అనుకుంటున్నా లా మేకర్స్ ఏదైతే ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళకి ఈ ప్యాట్రియార్కల్ ట్రెడిషన్ ఏదైతే ఉన్నదో ఆ ప్యాట్రియార్కల్ ఇష్యూస్ అంటే పూర్తిగా ఇళ్ళ దగ్గరికి పోవద్దు అని ఏం లేదు, కానీ ఇక్కడ స్వేచ్ఛ కూడా ఉండాలి కదా. మా తల్లిదండ్రుల దగ్గర 3 బిడ్డలే ఉన్నారు, 4 బిడ్డలే ఉన్నారు, అందరం పోతే ఎట్లా అని ఆలోచన కూడా చాయిస్ ఉండాలి కదా. ఒక కొడుకు లేరు, అందరు బిడ్డలు పోతే ఎట్లా అనే ఆలోచన రావాలి కదా, ఆ రావడానికి స్వేచ్ఛ ఉండాలి కదా, కానీ లేదు. ఆ విషయాలు మీరు వైలెన్స్, డొమెస్టిక్ వైలెన్స్ చర్చించలేదు, తర్వాత సక్సెషన్ యాక్చువల్ చర్చించలేదు, అసలు ఎక్కడ లేదు. మీరు చూడండి, నేను షార్ట్ వీడియోలలో చూస్తున్నాను. ఒక లాయర్ వస్తాడు, మీకు మన వీడియో ఛానల్ అతను అడుగుతాడు, సార్ మీరు స్త్రీలు ఎప్పుడు మన ఆస్తికి క్లెయిమ్ చేయొచ్చు అంటే, లేదు తండ్రి ఇస్తే తండ్రి సొంత ఆస్తితోనో తండ్రి సంపాదించిస్తేనో ఈక్వల్ ఇస్తాము ప్రకారం, కానీ వారసత్వ మన ప్రాపర్టీ ఉంటే మాత్రమో అందరికి సమానంగా వస్తుంది అంటాడు. ప్రతి ఆడోళ్ళు మగోళ్ళు అందరూ లాయర్స్ అందరూ అదే మాట్లాడతారు. కానీ ఈ ప్యాట్రియార్కల్ ట్రెడిషన్ అంటే లా చదివిన వాళ్ళు కావచ్చు, ఎంఏ ఎల్ఎల్బి రీసెర్చ్ చేసుకొని వాళ్ళు కూడా ప్యాట్రియార్కీ నుంచి సరైన బాగోలేదు. నేను అనేది ఏంటంటే లా మేకింగ్లో ఈ విషయాలు ప్యాట్రియార్కల్ అంటే అనేది మనం అనుకునేది ఇంపెడిమెంట్స్ ఇన్ ఉమెన్ గ్రోత్ అన్నప్పుడు అసలు మన ఆడోళ్ళు పుట్టకుంటేనే ముందే ఆడోళ్ళు పుట్టకముందే మనము ఊంబులో ఉన్నప్పుడే వాళ్ళను అబార్షన్ చేయించడమో లేకపోతే దొంగతనాన్ని ఫీల్డ్ సైడ్ చేయించడమో చేస్తున్నాం మనం. నిజానికి మా సీనియర్ సిటిజన్స్ అసోసియేషన్ ఒకటి ఉంది, దాని మీద పెద్ద ఒక చర్చ జరిగింది. అసలు ఫీల్డ్ సైడ్స్ ఎందుకు అవుతున్నాయంటే ముందుగానే ఆడపిల్లలు ఉన్నాయని, అని మీకు కూడా తెలుసు అది. సో ఈ విధంగా ఈ మైండ్ సెట్, ఈ ప్రాక్టీస్ మన చట్టాల్లో చేయాలి. ప్రతి చట్టంలో ఒక ఈక్వల్ టు ప్రాపర్టీ అయితే ఇప్పుడేమవుతుందని ఇంకా దారుణం ఏంటంటే మన ఆస్తి పట్టుకొని అసలు ఇదివరకన్నా కట్నం ఇస్తారు, లేకపోతే ప్రాపర్టీ ఇచ్చిన తర్వాత ఇస్తారు. కానీ ఇప్పుడు చట్టం ఉంది కాబట్టి ముందే ఆమెకు మనం రాసి ఇవ్వాలా, కాగితం రాసి ఇవ్వాలా, మళ్ళీ ఆమె పోతుందిగా. సో ఈ విధంగా నేను అనేది ఏంటంటే లా మేకింగ్లో మనం అందరూ చూడాలి, సైంటిస్టులు కానీ ఎవరైనా చూడాలి. ఏంటంటే ఈ ప్యాట్రియార్కల్ ప్రాక్టీస్ ఆఫ్ గోయింగ్ అండ్ లివింగ్ ఓన్లీ ఇన్ ద ఇన్లాస్ హౌస్, ఓన్లీ ఇన్ ద హస్బెండ్స్ హౌస్ అండ్ టెల్ ఎవ్రీథింగ్, డూ ఎవ్రీథింగ్ వాట్ ఎవర్ దే సే. అంటే ఇండైరెక్ట్ కానీ డైరెక్ట్ కానీ అసలు మన ఉదాహరణకి నాకే 2-3 ఇలా ఒకటి రిప్రొడక్టివ్ రైట్స్ కూడా ఈ మధ్యన వచ్చినాయి, ఒక 10-20 సంవత్సరాలు. రిప్రొడక్టివ్ అంటే నేను పిల్లల్ని కనాలనా వద్దా అనేది నిజానికి స్త్రీకి హ్యూమన్ రైట్ ఉంది. కానీ అలా అత్తగారింటికి పోయినప్పుడు అసలు వాళ్ళు పిల్లలు కనాలంటే కనాలా, మీకు ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఉండని ఇంకేమైనా ఉండని, ఇష్టం లేకపోయింది. కొందరు ఉండాలనుకుని మా డిపార్ట్మెంట్లో ఒక ప్రొఫెసర్ ఉంది, ఆమె అసలు పిల్లలు కాలేదు, ఆమె ప్రోగ్రెస్ కొరకు దాని తర్వాత ఒక అమ్మాయిని సాదుకుంది. మేము అందరం అప్రిషియేట్ చేస్తే ఇంకో 2వ అమ్మాయిని కూడా సాదుకుంది. సో ఆ స్వేచ్ఛ లేదు. అంటే నేను ఈ స్వేచ్ఛని దానికి వచ్చినప్పుడే, దానికి మన అన్ని విషయాలలో మన స్త్రీకి స్వేచ్ఛ వచ్చినప్పుడే మన ఈ ప్యాట్రియార్కల్ రూట్ అంటే ఉదాహరణకి చెప్తున్నా, ఒక కపుల్కి 10 మంది బిడ్డలు ఉన్నారు, 10 మంది బిడ్డలను బయటకు తోలాలుగుతారండి. ఇప్పుడు లేరనుకోండి, కొంచెం 5 ఉన్నారు, 5 బిడ్డలను బయటకు తోలాలి. కానీ చట్టంలో మనం చేరిస్తే ఎవరైతే 5 బిడ్డలు ఉన్నారో అందులో ఆ తల్లిదండ్రులు తమకి ఒక బిడ్డను తన ఇంట్లో ఉంచుకోవడము, అల్లుని ఉంచుకోవడము హక్కు ఇవ్వాలా. అసలు తోలనక్కర్లేదు, మనం చట్టం చేసారు అనుకోండి. చట్టం చేయండి ఏది కాదండి. ఎందుకంటే ఉదాహరణకు ఒక సెమినార్లో నేను పార్టిసిపేట్ చేశాను, ఉమెన్ సెమినారు, బీసీ స్టడీ సర్కిల్ ఉంది లైబ్రరీలో. అందులో ఏమన్నారంటే కేసీఆర్ అసలు ఒక ఉమెన్ కూడా పెట్టలేదు ఫస్ట్ మినిస్ట్రీలో. నేను మాట్లాడానంటే రూల్స్ చేసుకోవాలండి, రూల్స్ కూడా కొట్లాడాలి మనము. రూల్స్ కొట్లాడితే మన కేసీఆర్ అయినా ఎవరైనా కోర్టుకు ముందు వెళ్ళవచ్చు. అంటే ఏంటి, మినిస్ట్రీలో తప్పకుండా ఇంతమంది స్త్రీలు మినిస్ట్రీలో ఉండాలా, అప్పటితోంది మొదలు పెట్టాను. నేను ఇంతకంటే ఎక్కువ మాట్లాడదలుచుకోలేదు. సో ఈ ప్రాక్టికల్ డీప్ రూటెడ్ ప్యాట్రియార్కల్ ట్రెడిషన్స్ ఇదే కాదు, ఇంకా ఏదైనా కూడా ఏ విధంగా ఆమె యొక్క స్త్రీ యొక్క స్వేచ్ఛను పోగొట్టకుండా ఉండాలంటే, నేను నిజంగా చెప్తే నా పర్సనల్ ప్రాక్టీసే ఉంది. మా బిడ్డ ఎంబీబీఎస్ పోయిన తర్వాత చికాగోకి పోయింది. చికాగో పోయిన తర్వాత ఆమె ఇంకో ఎంఎస్ యుఎస్ఏలో ఇంకో ఎక్కువ పరీక్ష డాక్టరేట్ చేసింది. ఆమె చదువులోనే పడిపోయింది డాక్టరేట్. అయితే వాళ్ళ తల్లిదండ్రులు అల్లుడు వచ్చి నన్ను అడిగారు, ఏంటి మీ అమ్మాయికి పిల్లలు పుట్టారు, మేము పిల్లలు పెట్టుకుంటే. మా అల్లుడు ఏమన్నాడంటే, నిజానికి చెప్తే బాగా వాస్తవం ఏందో తెలుస్తుంది కదా, ఏమన్నాడంటే నేను పిల్లలను కనుక్కుంటే నేను విడిచిపెడతాను అన్నాడు. మా ఆమె మొదటి భార్య అప్పుడే చనిపోయింది, అప్పుడు నాకు ఏడుపు వచ్చింది. సో ఈ విధమైన ప్రాక్టీస్ ఇంకా ఉన్నది. ఇంకొకటి ఏంటంటే, లాస్ట్ బట్ నాట్ ద లీస్ట్, ఒక ఎంబీబీఎస్ డాక్టర్ చేసింది, అయితే మ్యారేజ్ అయిన తర్వాత యూఎస్ఏ పోయింది. అయితే ఎంబీబీఎస్లో మళ్ళీ చదివిన తర్వాత అక్కడ యుఎస్ఎంఎల్ఏ అని ఒకటి ఉంటుంది, అది పాస్ కావాలా అమెరికాలో చదువుకోవాలంటే. ఎందుకంటే ఎంబీబీఎస్ ఈజ్ విధంగా యూకే ప్రాక్టీస్, అది యూకేలో వర్కౌట్ అవుతుంది కానీ అక్కడ కరెక్ట్. అయితే ఏమైంది, ఆమెకు పాపము ఎంబీబీఎస్ వాళ్ళ యుఎస్ఎంఏలో ఫెయిల్ అయింది. తర్వాత ఈమె చదివిన ఎంబీబీఎస్ అక్కడ పనికి రాలేదు, కాబట్టి అక్కడనే ఉండిపోయిందాను. సో ఈ విధంగా ఈ ప్రాక్టికల్ ట్రెడిషన్స్ అన్ని డీప్ రూటెడ్. ఏ విధంగా అంటే కొందరు ప్రోగ్రెసివ్ చదువుకున్న వాళ్ళు చేస్తున్నారనుకోండి, కానీ 90% ఇంకా ఈ డూప్లికేటెడ్ ప్రాక్టీస్ వ్యతిరేకంగా లాయర్స్ కానీ తర్వాత లా మేకర్స్ కానీ ఎవరు అటెండ్ చేయలేదని నేను ముఖ్యంగా చెప్పదలుచుకున్నాను. ఇంకేమైనా మీకు ఏమైనా కామెంట్స్ ఉంటే ఇమీడియట్గా నేను చెప్పిన దానికి బ్రీఫ్గా.
థ్యాంక్ యూ ఈశ్వరయ్య సార్. మీరు చెప్పిన ప్రశ్నకు సమాధానం లేదు మన భారతదేశంలో. మీరు చెప్పినటువంటి పేపర్కు సమాధానం లేదు. ఎప్పుడు సమాధానం దొరుకుతుంది? ఎప్పుడైతే మానవుల మనసులలో చేంజ్ వస్తుందో. స్త్రీ కానీ పురుషుడు కానీ, ఇక్కడ ఎవరు అతిథులు కాదు, పురుషుడు స్త్రీ ఇద్దరు సమాలోచనతోని సంఘములో ఎవరికి వారు ఏంది అనేటువంటి తెలుసుకున్న పొజిషన్లోనే ఇది సాధ్యమవుతుంది తప్ప నాకు నేను నాది నాది నీది అన్నప్పుడు ఆ ఈగోలు మొదలైతాయి. పేట్రియాటిక్ తర్వాత మాతృస్వామ్యం పితృస్వామ్యం అనేటువంటిది ఇది ఇట్స్ ఏ వెరీ బిగ్ కన్స్ట్రెంట్ సార్. ఇది సాధించాలంటే అందరిలో చేంజ్ రావాలి. అది ఓకే. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ సార్ ఫర్ యువర్ థాట్ ప్రొవోకింగ్ లెక్చర్. అండ్ ఐ నౌ గోయింగ్.
Thank you, sir, for your elaborative lecture on grassroots problems of women and facing the challenges women who are facing difficulties in every aspect of life. So that has been explained very well, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
I now inviting Dr. G. Shyam Garu, Assistant Professor of Economics, GDC, Hanmakonda. Please come on to the dais and deliver your lectures. Sir, please present 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, madam. Thank you. Good afternoon. జనరల్గా ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ అంటేనే అందరికీ నిద్ర వస్తుంది. నాకు నిద్ర వస్తుంది ఫస్ట్. నన్ను ఎప్పుడు మేడం పంపిస్తూ అని చూస్తున్నా, పిల్లలకు రాదా ఇక. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ. గుడ్ ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ ఎవ్రీవన్ on the dais and off the dais. Good afternoon children. Actually చాలామంది those who submitted their papers and also presented their papers discussed about all the things. అంటే డిస్కస్ చేయడానికి పెద్దగా లేకపోయినా I would like to bring some of the items to on your I would like to present some of the issues before you. First of all, I would like to ask one question. Boys and girls, రోల్ ఆఫ్ ఉమెన్ ఇన్ ఇన్స్పైరింగ్ ఉమెన్, మిమ్మల్ని ఇన్స్పైర్ చేసిన ఉమెన్ ఎవరో చెప్పాలి నాకు. వెరీ గుడ్ వెరీ గుడ్ వెరీ గుడ్. మీరు ఇంకేమైనా చెప్తారేమో అనుకున్నా నేను. మదర్ కంటే గొప్పగా ఇన్స్పైర్ చేసే ఉమెన్ ఎవరు ఉండరు వాస్తవానికి. మదర్ ఈజ్ ద గ్రేటెస్ట్ ఉమెన్, ఇన్స్పైర్ ద లైఫ్స్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ ద పీపుల్ ఇన్ ద వరల్డ్. వాళ్ళే ఎక్కువగా ఇన్స్పైర్ చేసే వాళ్ళు ఎక్కువగా ఉంటారు. సరే, కొంతమంది గ్రేటెస్ట్ లీడర్స్ కూడా మనకి యూ కెన్ సీ ద లీడర్స్ జస్ట్ లైక్ ఇందిరాగాంధీ లాంటి వాళ్ళు, మమతా బెనర్జీ, జయలలిత. దే స్ట్రగుల్ ఎ లాట్. అంటే ప్యాట్రియాటిక్ సొసైటీకి వ్యతిరేకంగా పోరాటం చేసి నిలబడ్డ వాళ్ళు, సావిత్రిబాయి పూలే, ఇట్లాంటి వాళ్ళు కూడా ఇన్స్పైరింగ్ లేడీస్ ఉంటారు. మనల్ని గుర్తించడానికి, మన బాధ్యతల్ని గుర్తించడానికి, లేదా మనల్ని ముందుకు తీసుకుపోవడానికి ఒక ఇన్స్పిరేషన్గా పనిచేసే వాళ్ళు ఉంటారు. ఆ ఇన్స్పైరింగ్గా ఉండే వాళ్ళ యొక్క సంఖ్య భారతదేశంలో వేళ్ళ మీద లెక్కబట్టేటట్లే ఉన్నది. అది ఎక్కువ కావాలి. ఎట్లా అవుతుంది అనేది వీఆర్ డిస్కసింగ్ టుడే ఇన్ ద ఇంటర్నేషనల్ సెమినార్ కండక్టెడ్ బై ద సిటీ కాలేజ్. మేడం శ్రీదేవి మేడం ఆధ్వర్యంలో జరుగుతుంది. థ్యాంక్ యూ మేడం. యూ ఆర్ టేకింగ్ ఎ లాట్ ఆఫ్ పెయిన్ టు కండక్ట్ ద ఇంటర్నేషనల్ సెమినార్ అండ్ ఆల్సో యూ ఆర్ టేకింగ్ వెరీ మచ్ పెయిన్ టు కండక్ట్ అండ్ ఆల్సో టు రిసీవ్ ద లెక్చర్స్ ఫ్రమ్ ద డిఫరెంట్ కంట్రీస్. కాబట్టి థ్యాంక్ యూ మేడం వన్స్ అగైన్. ఇంకొకటి ఐ విల్ ఆస్క్ యూ వన్ క్వశ్చన్. ఇంక్లూజివ్ అంటే ఏంటి? వాట్ ఈస్ ద మీనింగ్ ఆఫ్ ఇంక్లూజివ్? అంటే ఇంకా మనల్ని ఇంకా డెవలప్మెంట్లో కానీ మిగతా వాటిలో కానీ ఆడవాళ్ళంతా ఎక్స్క్లూడెడ్గా ఉన్నారు అని అర్థం. మనం ఇంక్లూజివ్ కాలేదు అంటే వీఆర్ డిస్కసింగ్ ఆఫ్టర్ 75 years ఆఫ్ ఇండిపెండెన్స్ వీఆర్ డిస్కసింగ్ అబౌట్ ద ఇంక్లూజివ్ అనే మాట మాట్లాడుతున్నాం. అంటే దట్ వీఆర్ ఎక్స్క్లూడెడ్ ఫ్రమ్ ఆల్ ద సెక్టార్స్. అంటే ఒక్క సెక్టార్ అని కాదు. హియర్ ఐ హ్యావ్ టేకెన్ ద ఎకనమిక్ స్టేటస్ ఆఫ్ ఉమెన్ ఇన్ అగ్రికల్చర్ సెక్టర్ అని తీసుకున్నా. ఎకనమిక్ స్టేటస్ ఆఫ్ అగ్రికల్చర్ అన్నప్పుడు యు సీ ద ఎకనమిక్ స్టేటస్ ఆఫ్, ఒకసారి వినండి. మామూలుగా ఎకనమిక్ స్టేటస్ ఆఫ్ అగ్రికల్చర్ని పక్కకు పెట్టేస్తే ఎకనమిక్ స్టేటస్ ఆఫ్ ఎంప్లాయీస్ అని ఒకసారి ఆలోచిద్దాం. మేడం ఇక్కడ చాలామంది మేడమ్స్ చాలామంది జాబ్ చేసే వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు. మీ అందరికీ ఒక క్వశ్చన్ అడుగుతా మేడం, మీ జీతాలన్నీ మీరే ఖర్చు పెడుతున్నారా, మీ సార్లు ఖర్చు పెడుతున్నారా? ఒకసారి చెప్పండి నాకు. మీరు స్వేచ్ఛగా ఖర్చు పెడుతున్నారా? అంటే యు సీ ద పవర్ ఈజ్ టేకెన్ బై ద, అంటే మీరు ఆలోచించండి, ఉద్యోగాలు చేసే మహిళల యొక్క ఎకనామిక్ పవర్ని మగవాళ్ళు తీసుకుంటున్నప్పుడు హౌ కెన్ యూ ఎస్టిమేట్ ద, హౌ కెన్ యూ గెస్ ద ఎకనామిక్ ఇండిపెండెన్స్ అండ్ ఎకనామిక్ ఫ్రీడమ్ ఆఫ్ ద ఉమెన్ ఇన్ ద అగ్రికల్చర్ సెక్టర్ అనేది మనం ఒకసారి ఆలోచించాలి. ఎందుకంటున్నా అంటే మా మదరు ఒక 65 సంవత్సరాలు వ్యవసాయం చేసింది. ఒకసారి వినండి, మా మదరు 65 సంవత్సరాలు వ్యవసాయం చేసింది. 65 సంవత్సరాలు ఏంటో 365 లెక్కేంటి, దాదాపుగా 24-25 వేలు చేసింది. ఐఎమ్ టాకింగ్ అబౌట్ ఎకనామిక్ ఇండిపెండెన్స్ ఆఫ్ ద అగ్రికల్చర్ సెక్టర్ అన్నప్పుడు ఆమె పనిచేసినప్పుడు ఆదాయం రావాలి కదా, పనిచేసినప్పుడు ఎకనామిక్ ఇండిపెండెన్స్ రావాలి కదా. 65 ఏళ్ళల్లా మా నాన్నతో ఎప్పుడు గొడవ పెట్టుకునేది, నీ ముఖానికి నన్ను చీర కొనిచ్చినావా అని. వాట్ ఈస్ దట్ మీనింగ్? అంటే దే ఆర్ నాట్ గెటింగ్ ఎనీ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ద ఇండిపెండెన్స్, ఎకనామిక్ ఇండిపెండెన్స్ అండ్ ఫ్రీడమ్ ఫ్రమ్ ద ఎర్నింగ్. వాళ్ళు సంపాదిస్తున్నారు కదా, వాళ్ళు సంపాదించే దాన్ని కూడా వాళ్ళు ఖర్చు పెట్టుకోలేని స్థితిలో ఉన్నారంటే మనం యూ కెన్ అండర్స్టాండ్ వాట్ ఈస్ ద స్టేటస్ ఆఫ్ ఉమెన్ అనేది మనం అర్థం చేసుకోవచ్చు. అదేవిధంగా యూ కెన్ సీ ద ఎంపవరింగ్ ఆ ఉమెన్. ఎంపవరింగ్ ఎట్లా అవుతుంది అన్నప్పుడు మనం ఎంపవర్మెంట్ ఎట్లా వస్తుంది అన్నప్పుడు మనం ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్తో వస్తుంది అన్నాం. అదేవిధంగా పొలిటికల్ పార్టిసిపేషన్ ఇన్ ద పార్లమెంటరీ సిస్టమ్ అంటున్నాం, డిసిషన్ మేకింగ్ అంటున్నాం. ఈజ్ ఇట్ హ్యాపెనింగ్ ఇన్ ఇండియా? ఎందుకంటే భారతదేశము మనం చాలామంది దే డిస్కస్ ఇన్ ద పేపర్స్ ఆల్సో, మన మీద ఉమెన్ మీద చాలా పెద్ద బాధ్యత పెట్టింది. ఏంటంటే ఆచారాలు సాంప్రదాయాలు కట్టుబాట్లకు పెద్ద బ్రాండ్ అంబాసిడర్ చేసి పెట్టింది. దానికి భిన్నంగా ఆలోచించనివ్వదిగా, దానికి భిన్నంగా ఆలోచించి ఎకనామిక్ పవర్కో లేదంటే ఎకనామిక్ స్టేటస్కో ఇండిపెండెన్స్కో పోయే విధంగా ఉంటే మన మీద ఏదో ఒకటి వేసేసి మన ఆపే ప్రయత్నమే ఖచ్చితంగా చేస్తుంది. ఎట్లొస్తుంది మరి? ఎట్లొస్తుంది అన్నప్పుడు కనీసం అట్లీస్ట్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు డిక్రీజ్ ద అట్రాసిటీస్ అండ్ ఆల్సో వేధింపులు కానీ ఇవి కానీ తగ్గించడానికి కంప్లీట్లీ 100% వీ హ్యావ్ టు బి ఏ ఎకనామిక్ స్టేటస్ రావాలి అన్నప్పుడు వీ మస్ట్ బి ఎడ్యుకేటెడ్ విత్ ఏ క్వాలిటీ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ అండ్ ఆల్సో ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ ఫెసిలిటీ. ఇది ఒకటి ఫస్ట్ ఉండాలి. మొత్తం తీసేస్తామంటే ఐ కాంట్ బిలీవ్ దట్, అంటే ఈ భారతదేశంలో తీసేస్తామంటే తీసేయడం అనేది సాధ్యం కాదు. కానీ ఎందుకంటే ద మదర్ ఈజ్ నాట్ ఓన్లీ మదర్, ద ఉమెన్ ఆర్ స్ట్రగులింగ్ ఫ్రమ్ ద లాస్ట్ హండ్రెడ్స్ ఆఫ్ ఇయర్స్. మీరు ఒక ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చెప్తే మీరు వినండి, ఎకనామిక్ స్టేటస్ గురించి, ఎకనామిక్ పవర్ అగ్రికల్చర్ సెక్టరు. మీకు బహుశా సాకలేలమ్మ పేరు విన్నారు ఎవరన్నా? ఓకే, విన్నారు కదా. ఆమె దేనికోసం పోరాటం చేసి చెప్పండి. ఓకే ఓకే, ఐ విల్ కంక్లూడ్. ఒకటే వినండి, ఆమె పండించిన పంటని ఆమెను తినేయకుండా రాపాక రామచంద్రారెడ్డి విష్ణుడు ద్వారా లాక్కొని పోతుంటే నా ఎకనామిక్ పవర్ని, నా ఆదాయాన్ని, నా తిండిని కాకపోతున్నామని ఆమె ఎదురు తిరిగింది. అంటే ఇట్ ఈస్ ద ఇన్స్పైరింగ్ స్టోరీ ఆఫ్ మెనీ లేడీస్. అంటే అట్లా ఉండాలి మనం. మీరు ఎప్పుడైతే అట్లా ఆలోచించగలుగుతారో అట్లా ఉన్నప్పుడు మాత్రమే మనం ఆ రకంగా మనం చేయగలుగుతాం, లేకపోతే కావడం అనేది కాదు. యూసీ ద పిఎన్డిటి యాక్ట్ వచ్చింది. భారతదేశంలో అమ్మాయిల్ని కాపాడడానికి చాలా పెద్ద యాక్ట్ తీసుకొని వచ్చిన పిఎన్డిటి యాక్ట్. పిఎన్డిటి యాక్ట్ వచ్చిన 1981 నుంచి దాదాపుగా ఇప్పటివరకు దాదాపుగా 3 million ఆఫ్ ఇన్ఫాంటిసైడ్ డెత్స్ యూ కెన్ సీ ఇన్ ఇండియా. 30 లక్షల మంది అమ్మాయిల్ని గర్భంలో చంపేసినాం. ఒక యాక్ట్ ఉంటేనే ఇట్లా అవుతుంది. మరి డెవలప్డ్ స్టేట్స్లో ఉందా అంటే లేదు. వాళ్ళు ప్రెగ్నెంట్ అయిన తర్వాత ఎప్పుడైతే బేబీయా ఫీమేల్ అన్నప్పుడు వాళ్ళు ఆటోమేటిక్గా చెప్పేస్తారు 5th or 6th month ఫీమేల్ బేబీయా మేల్ బేబీయా చెప్తున్నారు. అక్కడ ఈ యాక్ట్ లేదు. మన దగ్గర ఎందుకు ఉంటుంది? చంపేస్తున్నాం. అంటే దట్ వీ ఆర్ నాట్ గివింగ్ ఎనీ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ద ఇంపార్టెన్స్ ద గర్ల్ చైల్డ్. అంటే మహిళలకు ఉన్న స్థానం ఏందో మీరు ఆలోచించండి. వీటన్నిటిని ఎదుర్కోవాలంటే మహిళలు ఎంపవర్గా ఉండాలంటే చదువుకోవాలి, ఉద్యోగాలు చేయాలి, పోరాటం చేయాలి. ఈ ఒక్క రోజులో వస్తుందని నేను అనుకోవట్లేదు. యూ మస్ట్ బీ అవేర్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ కైండ్స్ ఆఫ్ ద థింగ్స్. ఒక చిన్న ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చెప్పేసి వదిలేస్తాను మేడం, దిస్ ద లాస్ట్. చాలా ఉంది. ఓకే, మామూలుగా ఎంపవర్మెంట్ అన్నప్పుడు పొలిటికల్ థింగ్లో వచ్చినప్పుడు నేను ఒకసారి మహబాద్లో ఎలక్షన్ డ్యూటీ చేస్తున్నప్పుడు రామచంద్రాపురంలో ఒక ఎస్సీ లేడీ ఇద్దమ్మ సర్పంచ్గా ఎన్నికైంది. ఎన్నికైనాక ఒకటే 1 minute ఎన్నికైన తర్వాత ఉప సర్పంచ్ ఎన్నిక కావాలంటే లోపలికి సర్పంచ్ కూడా వచ్చి ఓటేసే హక్కు ఉంటుంది. 12 మంది వార్డు మెంబర్లతో పాటు ఇద్దమ్మ ఓటేయాలి. ఇద్దమ్మ కనపడతలేదు కానీ ఒక ఆయన ఫుల్గా దండలు వేసుకొని వచ్చిండు. ఎవరు వచ్చిండ్రు? ఇద్దమ్మ భర్త వచ్చిండు. సర్పంచ్ ఏది అంటే ఈయనే సర్పంచ్ అంటారు అందరూ. సర్పంచ్ ఆడామే కదనే అంటే లే ఈమె అంటారు, ఆయనే అంటారు. నేను ఎప్పుడే పోలీసు వాళ్ళని పెట్టి ఆయనను పక్కకు పంపించి ఇద్దామా ఇంటికాడ పట్టుకొని రాపు అంటే అప్పుడు పోలీసులు పోయి ఇంటికి పోయి తీసుకొని వచ్చారు. కనీసం గెలిచిన ఒక్క క్షణం కూడా ఆడవాళ్ళకి ఒక పొలిటికల్ అంటే పవర్ని ఇవ్వకపోతే ఎట్లా ఎంపవర్ అవుతారో మీరు ఆలోచించండి. అంటే మేడం ఇంతకుముందు అన్నట్టు మన ఆలోచన విధానం మారినంత కాలం, మనం మారినంత కాలం ఈ సొసైటీ ఎప్పుడు కూడా స్త్రీలను తక్కువగానే చూస్తుంటుంది. అందుకే మనం తక్కువ చూస్తుందని ఆగొద్దు. వీ హ్యావ్ టు ఫైట్. మీరు ఫైట్ చేయాలి, ముందుకు పోవాలని కోరుకుంటూ థ్యాంక్ యూ మేడం, థ్యాంక్ యూ ఇచ్చిన కొద్దిసేపటికి థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్.
థ్యాంక్ యూ శ్యామ్ సార్. ఎకనామిక్ ఇండిపెండెన్స్ అనేది ఎవరికి వాళ్ళు తీసుకునేది. ఎకనామిక్ ఇండిపెండెన్స్ అనేది కోఆర్డినేషన్తో వస్తుంది. మెన్ ఉమెన్ పోట్లాడితే రాదు. అది ఆర్థిక సమానత్వం అనేది స్వావలంబన, సెల్ఫ్ రిలయన్స్, దీంతో మనము కాపాడుకోవాలి. ఎందుకంటే ఫైటింగ్తో రాదు అది. ఇంకా ఫైటింగ్తో ఈగోలు పెరిగి దూరాలు పెరుగుతాయి. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ సార్, శ్యామ్ సార్. And next I am going to invite Dr. Sama Suvarna Devi, GDC Women Siddipet. Please come on to the dais and invite, deliver a lecture. Precise only 5 minutes, madam.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, special congrats to Empowerment of Women, Women Empowerment Cell convener Dr. Sreedevi madam and team madams, and here co-participants, my dear brother and sisters, NSS volunteers, press, and dear discipline and unity and discipline, NCC cadets and other participants. Very good afternoon, good evening to all of you. I'm not going to take much time. Primary data, secondary data, objectives, hypotheses are different. Now women are empowering or not. Few things here: without male there is no development for female, without men no development to women. Now we all are living in the society for one bird, two wings. Male and female are two wings. Without two wings, that bird cannot fly. Recently, that many people are discussing many things. Finally, only one thing I will discuss. Ravindra Jadeja recently, that now it is a recent topic. He is a cricketer. Eminent personality of his wife Rivoba Jadeja, well educated in Gujarat. After marriage he asked her, are you interested in politics? In which field you wanted to shine, he asked. Immediately she told, I want to live in politics. Her husband agreed that, and both of them, they are very happy in the family. From the ward member to president of anything, and president, prime ministers, anything, ward member, sarpanch, from here, from family to universe. Without support nobody can live. Male support is there from father, brother, husband, officer, anybody. Without male support we are not going to live. Without female support there is no development to men also. So all are equal in the society. This is my topic. Many things are there. Thanks you for your acceptance and listening. Thanks a lot to this college and Women Empowerment Cell. My special thanks to dignitaries and Sreedevi madam.
Thank you, madam. Actually, the coexistence between men and women is mandatory, compulsory. Without men there is no women, and without women there is no men. There is no future also. So in Aitareya Brahmana there is a Aryokti, there is a saying that men and women are two wheels to a cart. ఒకటి పెద్దగా ఒకటి చిన్నగా ఉంటే ఆ బండి నడవదని చెప్పాడు. So men and women are equal to the society. So now the tea will serve by the our people. And meanwhile, I request C.H. Krishna Rao sir and Abbas Muhammad sir to come on to the dais and occupy the chairs for conducting the further session. To take the further, any questions? Yeah. Now the lecture is open for all. If there are any questions.
I am Dr. Sama Suvarna Devi, JDC Women Siddipet, Assistant Professor of Political Science. Thank you.
సార్ ప్రొఫెసర్ ఈశ్వరయ్య గారు మీరు చాలా బాగా ప్రజెంట్ చేశారండి. ఒక చిన్న ప్రశ్న, అంటే అదేంటి అంటే ఇప్పుడు మనం స్త్రీలు ఎదుర్కొంటున్నటువంటి ఈ వరకట్నం కానివ్వండి, లేకుంటే అమ్మాయి అబ్బాయిల ఇంటికి పోవడం లాంటి అనేది క్షత్రియ మరియు ఆర్య సంస్కృతి నుంచి వచ్చిందని ఒక వాదన ఉందండి. మీరు దాని గురించి మీరు ఏమనుకుంటున్నారు? అంటే ద్రవిడ కల్చరు మాతృస్వామిక కుటుంబమే. ఎప్పుడైతే భారతదేశానికి ఆర్యులు వచ్చారో ఈ క్షత్రియ లక్షణాలు ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఈ పితృస్వామ్యాన్ని బలపరచడానికి వచ్చాయని అంటున్నారు. మీ ప్రొఫెసర్ మీరు ఏం చెప్తారండి దీని మీద?
అది పితృస్వామ్య వ్యవస్థ, తర్వాత ఆర్యుల ద్వారా వచ్చినాయి అని ఖచ్చితంగా నిజానికి ఐ డోంట్ హ్యావ్ ఫుల్ నాలెడ్జ్. బట్ ఆన్ ద హోల్ ప్రపంచం మొత్తంగా, తర్వాత వాళ్ళ ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్ మన దేశంలో కూడా పితృస్వామ్య ఆచారాలు సాంప్రదాయాలు వచ్చి ఉమెన్ పర్టికులర్గా ఉమెన్ మీద మ్యాన్ డామినేట్ చేయడానికి, తర్వాత మన ఆస్తి హక్కు మన పురుషుడు సంపాదించిన తర్వాత దాంతోపాటు స్త్రీ మీద కూడా డామినేషన్ సంపాదించింది మాత్రము. ఐ థింక్ యూ హ్యావ్ రెడ్ ది బుక్ రిటన్ బై ఎంగెల్స్, ఒరిజిన్ ది ఫ్యామిలీ ప్రైవేట్ ప్రాపర్టీ అండ్ ద స్టేట్. సో ఈ ద్రవిడులది ఇది కానీ ఆర్యుల ద్వారా వచ్చింది అనేది ఖచ్చితంగా నాకు తెలియదు. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. ఐ విల్ లుక్ ఇంటు ద మ్యాటర్.
కొవ్వూరు రమేష్. Are you copied your presentation? Are you copied? Yeah. Koguru Ramesh. Sir, please take 5 minutes, sir.
Yeah, hello. Briefly introduce yourself, and complete within 5 minutes, sir.
Okay. Hi everyone. My name is Ramesh. I am from Rodamishi College. My topic is a case study on SC women through financial inclusion program in Gollagodam. The Gollagodam is located in Turkapalli Mandal, Bhonagiri district. Why I am choosing this topic? Because of most of the SC or ST women are not empowered in many villages. Now in this village, most of the in this village in Turkapalli, Bhonagiri, Narkelpalli mandals in 1990, Pilpo organizations was introduced, mutually added cooperative societies. In these MAC societies and SSG groups, all SC women are members in these groups. So these thrift societies have become a platform to train women in all aspects of saving money, maintaining records, teaching groups members and all leading financial groups. And these SSG and MACS societies are very much useful in their daily life and their sustainable life, leading in daily activities. The most of the we know sustainable development goals is 17. These max societies and SHGs are covering almost 7 goals. Goal number 1 is no poverty. Goal number 2 is zero hunger. Goal 4 quality education. 5 gender equality. 6 is clean water and sanitation. 8 decent work and economic growth. 10 is reduce inequalities with their interventions. We especially talk about quality education. Most of the women, their children give to best education to their children. In Golagudam only have primary school 1 to 5th, and also the women are giving priority to their children to sending outside of village and cities and metro cities. There almost are graduates and intermediate students are many implementation in quality education. And also we talk about clean water and sanitation. There almost all members are on women and families using prefer to source of clean water and sanitation. They are also affect to the clean water daily buying and outside of purified water. Next one, social demographic conditions. The marital status is 88.9% women are married, and main occupation is most of the employment from 38.9% and 33.3% are almost agriculture and agriculture labors. Most of the qualifications is 83% are illiterate, but they know about importance of education, so women are giving priority to the education. Most of the people, 44.4% families have income is above 75%, so they're also using technology in agriculture and their regular life. And 83% people have motorcycles, and they have almost they don't know 55% people have, they don't know have dry land. This is the data. Almost all 77.8% people are government houses. Their lives in SHG groups and max societies using their improvement of their daily life, buying livestock. 38.9% people have buffalo, cow, ox, and 22.2% people have sheep, goats, and 38.9% people have poultry, birds, and 5.6% other.
Conclude it. Last two.
Oh, this is the SHG and MAG societies giving loan to the every member to 10,000 to 2 lakhs is group every month based on their needs. Interest rate is very low compared to other private members. Women used the loan amount in developing assets and improved their standards of living. Most of the women are illiterate, but their kids are studying in private schools and in college in metro cities. The conclusion is the loans taken by women are used by them for agricultural investment, purchase of livestock, children's education, purchase of essentials, and install small grocery shops. During these group meetings, they share their personal problems, and group also try to resolve the problem. A part of saving and financial concepts, the schemes offered by the government like Kalyan Lakshmi, Sukanya Samriddhi Yojana, known by members, awareness on health and personal hygiene were organized. Oh, this is the most important. We know most of the all India, all SHG groups and max societies has very important role in play in rural India. This is a very much importance like PILCO organizations. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ramesh Garu. Next presentation, Jyoti Basu. She's there. Jyoti Basu, Assistant Professor, Indira Mahindra School of Education, Mahindra University, Hyderabad. Okay, next online presentations. Mrs. Rabia Ismail, Gender Equality and NEP 2020. Whoever presenting online, be ready in Zoom. No, sir, name is Rabia. Please, Rabia, you present yourself and conclude for 5 minutes. Hello.
About what, ma'am? Yeah, just you, what mode of presentation you want to give, Sreedevi madam told me. Immediately you put your this thing in mail. Yeah, we all did the same. Like that is why we have been given this link. I think ma'am is asking to start with Rabia. Rabia, I think we'll go by the PDF. So Rabia, ma'am, so you can start.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
I think you can start, Rabia, ma'am, because they have
Okay,
given
okay.
you the.
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen.
Yes, it's same. It's same. You can start.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. My topic for the
Just
presentation is
confirm, one second, just confirm whether the organizer or lecturers are there or not, like the faculty. Yeah, we are here, madam. We are listening.
Ma'am, can I start? So, the topic of my presentation is gender equality. And as you can see that gender equality is the fifth of the 17 sustainable development goals. Women make up more than 2/3 of the world's 796 million illiterate people, and gender inequality is still a major cause and effect of hunger and poverty. So what we can see is that while progress has been made in reducing the
Rabia,
gender
can you
gap
speak
in
loudly?
urban primary school, but still data from 42 countries shows that rural girls are twice as likely as urban girls to be out of school. If we go through the previous policies and see the component of gender equality, we can see that the vision of National Policy of Education 1968 was quite general towards the education of girls. It saw the education of girls as a means of social transformation, but it did not provide any specifications. Whereas National Policy of Education 1986 suggested policy parameters and program of action to improve the situation in a much better way. It targeted elementary in a phased time-bound manner by 1995, but we were not able to achieve it. So with the time now we have the NEP 2020. NEP 2020 aims to transform India as equitable and vibrant knowledge society. It is very much committed to human rights and sustainable living. And according to the policy, gender equality being the most
Rabia.
underachieved human right in India. So the policy says that if we want to have an education system with equitable access, we need to aim up the quality education for all by 2040. In the policy, the marginalized and socially economically disadvantaged group is there, which includes females, and they have been given due importance. And the main important point is in the gender identity, they have included female as well as the transgender. So it is like a one step above what we are doing already. So the inclusion of transgenders in the policy presented a humane and inclusive approach of the policy. Also, women make up about half of underrepresented groups based on gender identity. The policy tries to understand the role of women in the society and importance of providing quality education to them. So what are the various aspects that have been discussed in the policy? They are discussed at the two levels, school level and higher education level. So for school level, they are suggesting that there should be expansion of NIOS first, because most of the girls drop out of the school because of the family problems or because of the mindset of the parents. Also, they have also been focusing on the value education. Why? Because value education have been given due importance in the policy to promote gender sensitization among students. This will be done with the development of ethical reasoning, traditional Indian values, and all basic human and constitutional values. Apart from this, the policy proposes to create a gender inclusion fund to create the capacity for both girls and transgenders, so that the disparities in access to education can be resolved. Also, the main point on which the policy focuses that we need to change the school culture to remove disparities. We need to change the mindset. We need to sensitize the all stakeholders towards the component of gender equality. We need to make the curriculum inclusive. As far as the higher education is concerned, so as we know, it is an important part of a person's life that higher education plays an important role. So as far as the higher education is concerned, they say that development of institutional development plans for increasing participation from SEDGs will be a priority, and by 2030 there will be one large multidisciplinary higher education institution in near or every district. The policy is also focusing on the medium of instruction that will be local language or bilingual, so that the girls will be appreciated to take part in higher education. The option of multiple entry exit option and academic bank of credit also will be much helpful to female students, because in case they got married, they will be not be at loss for the time they spent on a specific course. Also, open and distance learning option will be given, so that the access of girls to education will be increased. There will be support centers in colleges and universities to provide encouragement and support them to enter higher education system, because somewhere the girls are lagging behind due to psychological and emotional factors. They are not up to that level. So finally, I would like to conclude that the effectiveness of policy depends on its right implementation and unified vision. The NEP has provided right path for bringing the aim of gender equality to reality, but what the country needs is the multiple initiatives and actions in a synchronized and systematic manner. We need to have the union and state governments along with MHRD, NCRT, SCRT and higher educational institutions. They are need to come with the time-bound plans. Time-boundness will play an important role. So this is my paper. I want to say thank you to all the organizers and all the audience.
Thank you, Rabia. Next presentation, Jorna Cristiano, student from Pondicherry University.
Good afternoon. I am Joanna Christine from Pondicherry University.
Please share your screen.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. Share your screen.
MSc Biochemistry and Molecular Biology, first year, second semester.
And please speak loudly.
You are requested to share your screen, Christine. Actually, I am just going to read. I don't have any. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
My topic is role of Indian women in STEM, challenges and achievements. The year 2024's theme on International Women's Day is Embracing Equity. The theme emphasizes on creating a world where women and girls can thrive without any limitations. Today, many nations have laid additional thrust on higher education, as the progress of the nation depends on education, research, modernization, and innovation. The United Nations adopted Sustainable Development Goals in 2015, which aims to provide access to quality education and achieve gender parity by 2030. There are 17 SDGs, and the fourth and fifth focus on quality education and gender equality, respectively. The fourth SDG states achieving inclusive and quality education for all reaffirms the belief that education is one of the most powerful and proven vehicles for sustainable development. It also aims to achieve universal access to quality higher education. The fifth SDG emphasizes on ending all discrimination against women and girls for sustainable future. Empowering women and girls helps economic growth and development. It also speaks of encouraging more women leaders to achieve greater gender equality. The present paper makes an attempt to study the role and status of women in significant fields like science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. It also looks into some of the complex issues women encounter and discusses measures initiated by the government to bring and retain women in STEM. India, with the trust from United Nations through Sustainable Development Goals and the various schemes implemented by the government, is
Sienna,
trying
can you
to
speak
increase the
loudly?
enrollment and participation of women in STEM. STEM stands for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Countries like India need STEM education as students and research scholars learn to apply theoretical principles from these fields to solve real-world problems. It enables them to foster original ideas, think critically, innovate, and develop creativity. STEM education is crucial in today's technologically driven society as it prepares young learners to build thriving careers such as robotics, computer science, biotechnology, data science, and renewable energy. Encouraging STEM education strengthens scientific and technological advancements which stabilize the economy of the nation. It also helps in addressing global challenges like disinformation, debt crisis, climate change, healthcare, mental health, food insecurity, and cybersecurity. The recent All India Survey on Higher Education report covers detailed information on the enrollment of women in higher educational institutions across the country. The survey suggests a steady increase in female enrollment in science. Undergraduate level 52%, postgraduate level 61.3%, PhD level 48.8%. The study also suggests that at PhD level, female enrollment, specifically in STEM education, rose from 38.4% in 2014 to 2015 to 42.6% in 2021 to 2022. The representation of females continues to remain poor in engineering and technical courses at 21.1% against 70.9% male students. The report from National Science Foundation in 2023 shows that 52% of women enrolled in STEM, but only 29% joined STEM workforce. NSF also states that the representation of women in information technology is a mere 19%. A majority of women face gender divide in academic and professional settings despite possessing equal academic strengths and technical know-how. The gender gap in Indian science resembles a pyramid. Large participation of women is found at the entry level, but the numbers diminish at higher levels. The retention rate of women in science workforce is not very encouraging, even though the number of female PhD scholars has increased. The leaky pipeline in the domain of STEM leads women to drop out, which leaves fewer women taking leadership roles as professional engineers and scientists. Some of the reasons
Christina, can you conclude your session?
Female workforce can be the dual role syndrome which women face, where professional decisions are largely affected by domestic responsibilities.
Senior asked to conclude it.
Okay. Restoring the leaky pipeline and encouraging women in STEM fields is the need of the hour. The government brought in manifold schemes like the Vigyan Jyoti by
Christiana,
the
please conclude
Department of
yourself.
Science and Technology, which encourages female participation for meritorious girls in high school to pursue STEM at young age. Many other many other things like that gender advancement for transforming institutions has a chapter focused on ensuring equality for women in STEM fields. It works in close cooperation with knowledge and involvement research advancement through nurturing the Kiran program. The Kiran program helps women scientists and researchers find opportunities, especially for those who have returned from a mid-career break. In 2022, an initiative called Women in Engineering, Science and Technology was launched. And recently there was a Swati portal which was launched, which aims to correct the gender ratio in the field of science. Lastly, I would say the push and support from home and then from the society would motivate more number of people to explore the STEM fields and build successful careers with leadership roles. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Christiana. Next presentation. Madhaleni Dembel, School of International Studies and Disposer of Gujarat University, Ahmedabad, India. Please take 5 minutes only for each session.
Generally, I think you can start.
No, Gujarat University.
Yes, I'm going to share.
He is working in this university. He is actually from West Africa.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Madeleine Damile. I come from Mali, in West Africa. I'm a PhD student in international relations at Gujarat University. I'm going to talk about the study of the challenges handling development of for rural women in Mali. The content is as follows: the background, methodology, result, discussion, conclusion. It is obvious that rural women are essential engine for the economy of any country. They constitute a major labor force in farming activity in the countryside. Agriculture being the main activity which occupies most of the rural population in Mali, the women find themselves in most cases confronted with many barriers which prevent them to access their development. To meet the objective of the investigation, the experienced resource person were interviewed. The study used analytical and descriptive techniques in which two types of data were collected: interview and reports. Result and discussion. The causes of underdevelopment of women in Mali. They identify factors affecting the development of rural women included education, tradition, discrimination, ignorance, and competency. And according to the result of interview indicated to following statement of the 100 respondents, 78 confirmed for illiteracy, 63 for discrimination, 47 opt for tradition, and over willingness and incompetency. And according to them, these factors complicate more the development of these women. The unemployment of women in Mali. Rural women face poverty due to limited employment opportunity, mainly confined to field work, gardening, and small-scale commercial and job work. It was observed that the informal employment rate is higher in rural areas compared to urban areas. While the unemployment rate is very low in the urban area than rural areas. The lack of awareness about women empowerment. Rural women encounter substantial obstacles in accessing information about women's rights, with many lacking awareness of their rights. And according to the survey, 46% of respondents acknowledge that the rights of rural women are upheld compared to their counterparts in the urban areas. Approximately 27% of respondents perceived a general lack of respect of women's rights in Mali, particularly in rural areas. And there are the challenges with credit availability also. Microfinance operations in Mali face the high operational cost, with the low banking rates primarily affecting rural population, and the financial constraints hinder women from obtaining bank credit to purchase agricultural and good equipment, land or housing. Discussion. The main causes of underdevelopment of rural women were also conformed to the observation of Mohammed Khan, where they have stipulated that the causes of rural poverty are complex and multiple, including elements relating to culture, climate, gender inequality, markets, and action public authorities. The lack of education is some suggestion. We have to establish professional training centers in rural areas, provide opportunities to all women in Mali without discrimination or marginalization, and implement a special credit mechanism for women based on their income, to allocate cultivable land and train them in proper agricultural methods to ensure good yields. To conduct awareness campaign to emphasize the importance of literacy. In conclusion, we can say that the primary factor contributing to Mali's underdevelopment is the marginalization of rural women, despite their majority presence in rural regions. National policies and institutions often relegate them to the background, depriving them of training opportunities commonly available to urban women. These rights must be universally applicable, benefiting all women across rural and urban population. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Temple. Next presentation, Shinyi Win, research scholar in Indian Institute of Sustainable Gujarat University, Hyderabad. He is from Myanmar. Please take 5 minutes only for each session.
Afternoon, ma'am. Dear ma'am.
Are you speaking Chinese?
Yes, yes,
Sorry,
ma'am.
I'm pronouncing your name correctly.
Yes, can I present now, ma'am?
We can see your slide.
Yes, I can see, ma'am. My name is Chinyi. I'm a research scholar of the Institute of Sustainability at Hyderabad University. Like that, Government Teaching College giving me opportunity to present in this conference. Today, I would like to present my research topic with literature, customer activities, and participation toward organic content. Slide shows that contact realizer, production of the literature with method of the study, the of the study, conclusion and suggestion, and recommend. Slide shows action of social and environmental and arrive at only the money Benefit products are Asia safe for consumption, high quality and produced through environment improved standards. Globally, there is growing awareness of have environmental protection, sustainable agricultural practices, as well as impact organic inputs such as pesticide and fertilizer, the degradation of the soil and environment and habitat. Have a move toward organic farming and consumption of organic food products. Study the review of the plasma attitude, which is indexed toward organic food products. Research shows there are three objectives in the study. The one to review are customer attitudes and which is intention toward organic food products. Second one to understand the impact of nutritive organic food consumption. The third one to develop a conceptual framework for future research. Slide show literature review of influence research. And will not mention detail in all domain. So that and also the fact influence matters is the customer knowledge. Customer knowledge have a toward organic food. The scan influence has questionnaire customer attitudes to buy organic food. Environmental
Methodology and
discussion in organic and environmental production to have a bigger attitudes toward organic food. Similarly, when a customer order organic food product get decision by themselves. Subjective means when a customer bought a purchase organic food product to advice from their friends, worker and friend group. As is one of the most that influence the customer organic food product. A variability related to the level of peace or difficulty to achieve expensive product or service. Eating level customer will not organic living greatly influence intention to achieve organic food. Study methodology of the study in this study is to provide the food and vigorous scholar. Methodology use the food process identification scale, scanning scale, speed, modal scale. In identification state is like a and the number is 600. Also after using the scanning process and after using eligibility process and the final stage, the process only lasts 60 further for reviewing this. I show the framework study. After reviewing the have been developed the conceptual framework. First include under it education environment, other influencing factor. I already mentioned the influencing customer attitude. Customer attitude is customer positive attitudes or negative positive attitudes they would like by benefit that. Positive attitude or favorable attitude can create customer intention. Customer intention we can take not maybe the of the study and this finally into the demographics women are more enthusiastic about purchasing organic food products. Younger generation are likely to see organic food products like the organic food products. And more educated customers are likely to buy purchasing organic food products, and high income customers to buy organic food products and have questionnaire customers have positive attitude and intention to buy organic food products. Customers with more concern environment and sustainability who more interest in purchasing organic food products and passing their net and substituting the strong influence in customer attitudes toward organic food products. Customers consider organic foods are more expensive than conventional food. Now, customers see them and environment of organic food directly influence to customer to organic food products. Limited availability of organic food products in the market reduce the customer attention. This slide shows the generalization, customer attitude, intention, and behavior are closely related. It's crucial for market understanding, the innovation, sustainability effort, we have initiated economic analysis with benefit industry, and benefit users need to try on the improvement and development of organic product and services. Also, they need to persuade the customer about the organic product by diving in the social media. Policymakers should pay attention to enhance the public awareness through clear media programs. This reference to one. Thank you so much for attention and very much.
Thank you, Chian. Next presentation, Soro Nibantu from Korea. He is working as a PhD scholar at Gujarat University, Department of Botany, Bioinformatics and Climate Change Impact Management.
Ma'am, we can't hear you clearly. I think Manjula ma'am, we can start. Probably ma'am wants to say the same thing. Ratna Manjula,
name you are calling, we can't hear, madam, please.
Ratna Manjula ma'am, I think you can start, ma'am.
Ratna ma'am, you are the next one.
Mine is next now, madam.
Yeah, you are the next one. Now, Soro Nibantu.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay. చూడండి మా వాయిస్ వాళ్ళకి వినిపిస్తుందో లేదో. లేరా? Soro Nibantu. Okay, Ratna ma'am, please present yourself.
Madam, can I read out my paper?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Ma'am, please take 5 minutes only.
What, madam?
Please take 5 minutes only, ma'am. It's already delayed.
Yeah.
She is Kanchapalli Ratnasri. She is assistant.
Yes, I am Ratnasri Kanchanapalli. Yes, I am Ratnasri Kanchanapalli.
Yes, ma'am. 1 minute. She is associate professor, Department of Dance, PS Telugu University. She'll present now.
Yeah. Good morning. Good afternoon, everybody. Can I hear you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much. I am Department of Dance working as an associate professor PS Telugu University. Just I'll read out my paper within 5 minutes. I'll read out only main points I'm going to read. And thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Good afternoon all. My topic is role of women in inspiring and inclusive growth of society. Sub-theme is gender equality. Women have always played a crucial role in the development and progress of society. As caregivers and primary educators of the next generation, as leaders, shapers, innovators, and pioneers of economic and social development, and as change agents throughout history and across the globe, women have consistently demonstrated the resilience, determination, and leadership to advance communities and societies. Yet, despite the central role they play in advancement of the world, women have historically been constrained by barriers that have prevented them from fully participating in the economy and society on an equal foot with the male gender. Addressing long-standing inequalities in terms of access to opportunity, advancement, and decision-making positions remains a critical element of achieving gender equality, an essential foundation for sustainable development and inclusive growth. Gender equality is not only a moral imperative, it plays a crucial role in sustaining development and achieving inclusive growth in the society. Female identity comprises almost half of the world's population and hence may be called as the responsibility of creating a world free from discrimination. This paper is focused on diverse talks of the role of women in inspiring and inclusive growth, particularly on the topic gender equality. By examining the challenges, opportunities, and strategies of empowering women, we aim to highlight their transformative impact on society and the imperative of fostering environments that enable their fulfilled participation and leadership. Historical context. Throughout history, women have faced systemic discrimination and demotion, hindering their capability to completely realize their ability and contribute to societal development. Male-controlled structures, cultural norms, and prison constraints have perpetuated gender inequalities, relegating ladies to subordinate roles in each public and private spheres. Just a decade in the past, womankind have been brought up from their early life simply to devote their lives to take care of their homes. There had been times when a woman was not allowed to step out of the house. A woman was recognized in the society by her father or husband's name. Major social evils like sati, widow remarriages have been abolished through our social reformers. However, no matter these boundaries, women have continually confirmed resilience, ingenuity, and management challenged social reforms, societal norms, and drove fine changes. In the last few decades, tremendous strides have been moved towards gender equality, propelled via worldwide moves, advocacy, efforts, and coverage interventions. The adoption of worldwide framework consisting of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action and the Sustainable Development Goals had underscored the importance of gender equality as a significant concept of sustainable development. Yet, no progress and chronic inequalities continue, emphasizing the want for concrete concerted action to break those limitations and create a comprehensive society. Next we'll go to education and skill development. Education serves as a basis for women's empowerment, allowing them to collect knowledge, talents, and self-assurance to participate fully in monitoring social and political lifestyles. By investing in women education and lifetimes, mastering possibilities, societies can damage the integrational cycle of poverty and enhance health outcomes and foster a culture of gender equality. Moreover, promoting STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Training for girls is important for bridging gender gaps in rising sectors and preparing girls for the roles of the future. However, access to quality education remains difficult, particularly in developing countries and marginalized communities. Structural barriers such as poverty, cultural norms, and gender-based violence often block girls' access to schooling and limit their educational access. Addressing these boundaries requires targeted interventions along with the availability of scholarship, infrastructure development, instructor schooling, and cognizance elevating campaigns, and most significantly, parents need to educate their children from a smooth age about respecting all the genders and significance of gender equality. Moreover, integrating gender-sensitive curriculating and promoting female role models in educating can help challenges stereotypes of promote girls' aspirations. Next, we'll go to political participation and leadership.
Ma'am, please conclude.
Ma'am, just I'll conclude my topic. I'll conclude my topic, madam. Give me 2 minutes time.
Please, ma'am, please. You don't have 30 seconds. Please conclude yourself, ma'am.
Please, I'll conclude. Women's illustration in political decision-making methods is essential for making sure that diverse perspectives are taken under considerations, and that guidelines and programs reflect the needs for priorities of all individuals of society. By promoting women political participation and leadership, societies can support democratic governance, enhance duty, and foster an excellent social structure. Moreover, women leaders often deliver a completely unique set and unique set of talents and view to the table, which include empathy and focus on collaborative basis fixing. Next, I am concluding that my conclusion is, in conclusion, the role of women in inspiring and inclusive growth in society and versatile and fundamental. By addressing gender inequalities and empowering women across various domains, societies can unencumber their full capability and for sustainable development. From economic empowerment and education to political participation and health, investing in women's rights and gender equality is not only a matter of social justice but also a strategic imperative for achieving shared prosperity and well-being for all. As we strive to build more inclusive and equitable societies, let us recognize and harness the transformative power of women as catalysts for positive change. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, madam.
Thank you.
Thank you for all listening me.
Next presentation, Shobha Rani. Ma'am, please take only 3 minutes, ma'am. Please give your conclusions only.
Is Manjula ma'am here? If she is not there, then I'll present it, ma'am.
Manjula ma'am is not
Team
here.
Manjula
Please
ma'am.
present yourself.
If Manjula ma'am is not there, then I'll present it. Should I?
Madam. Good evening, madam. Ratna Manjula, madam.
It's Team Manjula.
I am Ratna Manjula. Okay.
So should I proceed with my presentation, ma'am?
Yeah, ma'am. Please take only 4 minutes, ma'am.
Shall I?
Yeah, you present yourself, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Shall I present my paper, ma'am?
Yeah, you start your presentation.
Do you want me to begin, ma'am? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Sayyida Usman Nabila. I am a research scholar from Padmavati University. And the topic that I am going to present is basically on development of muffins using nootropic ingredients. So I'll just be focusing on the important slides. So coming on to the introduction of what is a nootropic. So these are nothing but these are the group of heterogeneous chemical compounds, and this is something which was also there in this was also there in ancient India in indigenous. Dr.Sreedevi ma'am, can you please mute? Dr.Sreedevi ma'am, can you please mute because my presentation is going on. Please mute, ma'am. Thank you so much. Okay. So talking about like nootropics was also there in indigenous system of medicine, and they were termed as Medha Rasanyas, which include Brahmi, which include Ashwagandha, and nowadays we call them such kind of foods as brain enhancing foods or smart drugs, and or nootropic foods. So they have the same goal aligned with regard to improving your brain cognitive functions. So if you talk about cognition, so it's basically the ability to think, perceive, and to perform better, to understand better, retention of memory and recall. So why do we need to develop basically a nootropic food? Because although we have been consuming the foods in an everyday on a regular basis, but still if you see on an average, an Indian doesn't consume in a balanced diet. So we still lack in how many of us still consume almonds every day? How many of us still consume fish every day? How many of us still consume Brahmi every day? Although these are still available in our house, in our kitchen, but still we don't consume on a regular basis. So what I mean to say is because of the unbalanced diet that we are having, it's better to have one particular cognitive specific functional food which is going to improve the overall cognitive benefits apart from providing additional benefit like acting as antioxidant, acting as an anti-inflammatory agent. So that is why this particular aim was been taken up, and these are the factors which can affect the neurocognition overall. So we have inflammation, we have oxidative stress, aging, which can lead to cognitive decline, it can be mild to moderate to severe cognitive decline, or maybe in Alzheimer's also. Then we have genetic predisposition, then even and the exogenous factor which contributes a lot to declining neurocognitive function is basically the lifestyle that we are living and the dietary patterns each one of has. Now, the objective of my paper is to develop a particular nootropic food which is containing some nootropic ingredients into it, and then subjecting it to phytochemical analysis and organoleptic properties. So, the selected nootropic foods that I have chosen in my paper is turmeric, it's Brahmi, and it is basically my flax seeds. So these are the selected nootropic ingredients that I have chosen, and these are the principal compound that is present in them. So we have in turmeric, we have curcumin, and Brahmi we have bacosides, those are saponins basically, and in flax seeds we have omega-3 fatty acids. So care has been taken because when you talk about food, the first question that comes in mind is bioavailability. So how much is bioavailable and how much is bioaccessible. So these steps have been taken into consideration, like addition of pepper to the turmeric muffin, then addition of lecithin. Basically, I'm using egg in my muffin, so which will help in improving the bacoside content. And then flax seeds also, which were not too much roasted, because if we roast too much of flax seed, it can lead to production of toxic cyanogenic glycosides, which are fatal. So slight roasting has been done. So these things have been considered when I started to produce a muffin containing these ingredients. So this is the general summary. So I'll just go to direct the form. Yeah, so this is the variation 1, variation 2 and variation 3. I have done 2 trials. In the first trial I have used 2 grams and then 5 grams and 7 grams, but the turmeric was giving a very bitter taste and off taste. So the second trial I have reduced it to 1 gram and 1.5 and 2 gram. Then it was basically taken from this particular store. Then coming on to the Brahmi, so I have used 0.5 grams in variation 1, 1 gram in variation 2 and 3 grams in variation 3, 2 grams in variation 3. And in terms of flaxseed, this was the flowchart which was followed. Then I have added 3 grams, 10 grams and 15 grams. And then in all the variations, the variation 1 was accepted. So the first variation in turmeric, which was containing 1 gram and 0.5 grams of Brahmi powder was used in Brahmi muffin, which was accepted better than the other 2 variations, and flaxseed powder, which was containing 5 grams in the variation 1. Then what are the results obtained? Because I have to also do the nutrient profile testing. So these are the calculated values from the IFCT table, from the Indian food composition table given by NIN, and these are the values which I obtained from the nutrient analysis from a lab. Then these are the phytochemical analysis, because I just wanted to make sure that whatever the product that I've developed also has the phytochemicals which I'm claiming for. So it was seen that for 2 muffins was given for the analysis. So the curcumin content of muffin was found to be, turmeric muffin was found to be 0.25 milligram. And then Brahmi, it was used 0.5 grams of powder, and it contained almost 2.5 mg of bacosides, total bacosides content. And then in flaxseed muffin, 5 grams of flaxseed powder was used, and it contained almost 0.95 grams of omega-3 fatty acids. And shelf life studies was also conducted. So it was found that a 6th day shelf life study was conducted. So it was found to be good in all its attributes, and it was done on ambient temperature, and the microbial growth was also not much. So as per the FSSAI guidelines, the microbial permissible limit is basically, or the permissible limit of the microbial studies is less than 105 colony forming units. So the product which I made was having less than 10 colony forming units per gram of the product. So these are the study. So this is the microbial analysis now. And finally, I would like to conclude that these ingredients are available in our kitchen, but we still don't use it. And because it's a competitive world and we are having so much stress around, so I guess having a nootropic food on an everyday basis or including them in the diet will help in improving our cognitive functions to a larger extent. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam.
Ma'am,
Last online presentation,
I'm Dr.Sreedevi. I'm admin to you, ma'am.
She's asking.
Yeah. Good morning, good evening everyone. I am Dr. K.V. Shobharani, lecturer in computer applications, Government Degree College, Ramachandrapuram. I am going to present a paper on the role of women in our society. Objectives of my study is that to know the significance of roles of women within the society, to discuss about the factors that influence women's involvement, to study about the types of roles that a woman plays within the society, to find problems faced by women when they are assigned with duties and responsibilities towards nation. Factors that influence women's involvement are socio-cultural factors, economic factors, infrastructural factors, and capacity building factors. Limited access to healthcare and medical facilities, lack of education and awareness are some of the social cultural factors that prevent women and girls to participate in social activities. Financial and under economic factors, social resources are considered to be of utmost significance, particularly when women are to get involved in any task or activity on an honorary basis. For instance, when they are to make provision of meals to the poverty-stricken individuals who are experiencing malnutrition, then they need to possess sufficient financial resources. And next one is infrastructural factors. Broadcasting, radio, transportation, roads, public services and communications are the various aspects that are included in the infrastructure. When the means of transportation, roads, electricity, water supply and other factors will be satisfactory, then women and other individuals who are involved in the social work will be able to achieve their desired goals and objectives. Next one is capacity building. It is regarded as an essential lubricant of development, more important as compared to finance. When women are engaged in the implementation of various tasks and activities, then it is very vital for them to possess the essential skills and abilities. Now we discuss about types of roles that women plays within a society. Women are the nation's founders. They play different roles as a head, director, family income manager, and the last but not the least, a mother. As a wife, she is a companion of man. She sacrifices her individual enjoyment and desires and sets a moral norm, relieves stress and pressure of her husband, keeps the household in peace and order. As the household manager and the leader, for everyday family to prosper, a well-ordered, disciplined family is important. This is the role of woman in the family. She is a CEO of an undertaking. As a mother, the woman in the family performs the entire responsibility of childbirth and much of the child raising. During his developmental time, her interaction with the child develops his behavioral pattern. She is also in charge of maintaining the highest discipline in the household. Now discuss about the problems faced by women when they are assigned with duties and responsibilities to our nation. Poor funding prospects, lack of social and institutional support, lack of access to professional network, lack of entrepreneurial environment, limited mobility, lack of education, low risk bearing ability, stiff competition and missing role models, social construct and safety concern. Now I am concluding that women spend their life in promoting the welfare of society mainly through their commitment to the workplace. Their responsibilities are affected by organizational objectives, tasks, working environment, other members of the organization, salaries and reimbursement, skills and ability, efficient communication, administrative functions and decision making and teamwork. The roles are performed paid on honorary in the society. Women's positions in the society are also largely focused on the fostering well-being. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
థ్యాంక్ యూ మ్యామ్. ఒక్కటే మేడం ఆన్లైన్ అయిపోయినాయండి, ఒకటే ఉంది మంజుల గారు ఒక్కలే ఉంది. లాస్ట్ ప్రజెంటేషన్ ఆన్లైన్ టీ మంజుల గారు.
I think T. Manjula ma'am is not there, ma'am. Ratna Manjula ma'am is there. I think she can start. Ratna Manjula ma'am, can you hear me?
Thank you.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, madam. Good evening.
Yes, ma'am, start.
Come in.
Yes, ma'am, you can.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for giving this opportunity. I want to present my paper. Medicinal plants used to cure women health problems by the tribals of the Khammam district. I am from JVC Hayatnagar. My object is, sir,
Ratnam, are you presenting?
main objectives of the present study are collection, identification and documentation of the plants used for women health problems, and the methodology is in the enumeration. Plant name is followed by name Sanskrit in Hindi and English, and names are given. Medicinal data followed by the mode of preparation, administration, doses of the drugs were given. 52 plants, 52 plants. Sorry, madam, 52 plants, including 46 genera and 33 families were used to for curing women health problems by the aborigines of the district. There are 26 herbs, 80 shrubs, 17 trees, and the UPSC is the dominant family with the 4 plants, followed by Moraceae, Malvin, Samrantaceae, Araceae, and Bromeliaceae, Aristolocaceae, and IAPaceae, Convolvulaceae, and Nictaginaceae, and so on. And all the practices are involved in 1-2 plants in Abelmoschus esculentus, and it is belongs to the family Malvaceae, and 30 ml of whole plant decoction is administered twice a day for 10 days for curing of leukorrhea, and this is the latest problems. And Arva lanata Amaranthaceae family, it is used for curing of urinary problems. Whole plant decoction 20 ml dosage is administered once a day for 3 days, and then Mentrogia, and so flowers, Arva lanata flowers, and ground with the water and filtered, administered in 2 spoons with sugar once in morning without breakfast. And Alocasia indica, and this is the belongs to the family Araceae. It is used to cure menstrual disorders, and tuber along with the root of Hemidesmus indica is made into paste, and 2 spoons of it, it is administered with a cup of rice washed water once a day will cure. And so Astrolonia scholaris belongs to the family Apocynaceae. It is useful to cure the dysmenorrhagia. 2 spoons of stem bark powder mixed with the half spoon full of black pepper powder is administered twice a day for 2 months. And Teria arborea belongs to the family Barringtoniaceae, and it is useful to cure the postpartum problems. 10 ml of flower juice mixed with 1 spoon of sugar syrup taken once a day till cure. And Cardiospermum helicobacum Sapondaceae family, it is used for cure urinary problems. 10 ml of stem decoction mixed with a cup of water is taken orally twice a day till cure. And Evalvulus it is belongs to the family Convolvulaceae. Urinary, it is used for urinary problems. 1 spoon of whole plant powder is taken with a cup of water once a day for 7 to 10 days. And Hypomia muricata, it is belongs to the family Convolvulaceae.
Hello, madam, conclude it. Madam, please conclude it.
Okay, madam. Okay, sir. This is the Semicarbus Ancardium. It is belongs to the family Ancardiaceae, and it is useful for to cure Mentrogia. 2 spoon full of stem bark decoction is administered twice a day for 10 days. And so the forests are rich in medicinal plants. Many are still not known as. The present investigation indicates that the Khammam district is blessed with the magnificent diversity of medicinal plants used to cure many diseases. The present study will give new incentive to the traditional system of healthcare. Further this approach for the treatment of women health problems, it is a practical, cost effective and biological safe. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Very much for giving this opportunity.
Yeah, thank you.
I am
Now I would invite Dr. Narasimha Garu, who is working as Associate Professor of Public Administration.
Share. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Now I would like to invite Dr. Narasimha Garu, who is working as Associate Professor of Public Administration in Government Degree Women's College, Begumpet. He will present on gender budget, a way forward to the gender equality.
Good afternoon to all the organizers of the City College Women Empowerment Cell and technical chairperson and the NCC NSS students. So my name is Dr. G. Narasimha, Associate Professor of Public Administration, Department of Public Administration. So my topic is gender budget, how it forward to gender equality. That is my research topic. This paper I want to present to overview of gender budgeting, a policy tool aimed at advancing gender equality within the framework of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So, United Nations 4th World Conference on Women in 1995, in that year, they take a policy initiative around the world, how we can empower the women through financial management. In that sustainable development goals also, fifth one is the gender equality. To promote gender equality, to empower the women capacity building strategies. This is the fifth goal of the sustainable development. How far governments they are incorporating in the budget, how it is impact on the gender equality. So my brief introduction is gender equality is not just as a goal. It is a fundamental prerequisite for achieving all holistic development of the society. It deeply intertwined with human rights, peace and sustainable development. Gender equality means ensuring that to women and men have equal opportunities by birth. But while upcoming there is some discrimination because of Sir Ishwarya Sir told that patriarchal society, how they discriminating the women. To contain this type of social menace, governments have the obligation to implement the gender budget. Gender equality means women and men have equal opportunity, rights and responsibility across all the spheres of life. Despite progress in recent decades, we can see in the space technology and recently whatever scientific developments happen in India, women playing very important role. In spite of that also we have discrimination. So gender budget, how it has to promote equality among the human beings, that I am to say. So my review of literature is Shashi Goyal he written a book on gender responsive budgeting, a tool for gender equality. He can highlights how far execution of gender responsive budgeting in India, and it also delves into diverse methodologies and tools essential for fostering the gender equality. Then another book, Angela Hogan and Elizabeth Hazer, he written one book, Gender Equality in Europe, Development and Challenges. In that book also he emphasizes on conceptual and practical dimensions of gender budgeting in Europe. That is that. So my methodology is that research design is that I have to collect primary data from through structure questionnaire from the selected data aspirants. Then secondary data will be collected from the journals, books, related online journals, and through conducted some research articles. So gender budgeting aims to rectify these are the shortcomings. Briefly, gender gaps. First of all, gender budget main aim is to remove the gaps between the gender inequalities, and how far research allocations are making in the budget. Second is budgetary decisions which promotes the gender equality. What are the budget decisions taking in the gender budget? Third one is integrating gender consideration at all stages of budgetary process from formulation, implementation and evaluation. These are the three shortcomings and which should be aimed at identifying the gender inequalities. So the gender-based assignments of budgets is, one is gender analysis and sex disaggregated data. Third one is gender mainstreaming. Fourth one, gender budget statements, capacity building, monitoring and evaluation. These are the needs to be addressed by the gender budget. Integration of gender perspective across budgetary process. Gender responsive budget formulation, one of the key steps. Second is gender responsive resource allocation. Third one is gender responsive implementation. Not only resource allocation, implementation is very important part to promote the gender budget. Fourth one is gender responsive monitoring and evaluation. While allocating budget allocation, we have to monitor and evaluate the gender budget implications. So these are the objectives is promoting gender equality, enhancing women empowerment, improving policy formulation, ensuring accountability. These are the objectives. Implications, socio-economic outcomes, accountability, transparency in the policy making and implementation. Some challenges I want to: insufficient resources which making to implement the gender budget, funding constraints. Second one is concentration of funds in specific sectors only, like child care, health care, rural development. These sectors only. Other sectors are need to be strengthened through the gender budget. Lack of effective accountability mechanisms and political will also. These are the shortcomings. In the gender budget, I have to conclude that it is a comprehensive exploration of gender budgeting, and its implication underscores urgent need for concerted efforts to advance the gender equality. However, several obstacles hinder its effectiveness, but these include insufficient resources allocated to gender-focused initiatives, concentration of funds in limited sectors only, methodological inaccuracies in budget statements, and inadequate accountability mechanism. These are the shortcomings in the gender budget. In spite of all this, sustainable development goals, which can focusing on all individuals regardless of gender have equal opportunities to thrive and contribute to sustainable development. This is my presentation. Thank you for patiently listening because my last presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for completing within the stipulated time. Now I would like to invite Rani Durga Niharika, research scholar.
Yes, sir. Yes. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I am Rani Durga Niharika, Lady Tata Memorial Trust Research Scholar, working under the guidance of Professor H. Surekha Rani, Head Department of Genetics, Usmania University. And the topic of my presentation is DNA methylation and rank-rank OPG signaling system and epigenetic interaction. Next. Overview of the presentation: background, hypothesis, objectives, materials and methods, results of the study, conclusion and acknowledgements. Autosclerosis is a middle-ear multifactorial disorder that affects the aortic capsule and results in progressive conductive hearing loss, and the symptoms include tinnitus and vertigo. It is affecting more women than men with the ratio of 2:1 due to the hormonal effects of female sex hormones estrogen and progesterone on estrogen and progesterone as pro-inflammatory cytokines on the rank OPG signaling system. Epigenetics is a reversible change that stably alters gene activity, and one of the such epigenetic change is DNA methylation. It alters at the CPG site of the DNA sequence and is observed to regulate the expression of genes. The hypothesis is epigenetic studies in human auditory systems to date are very limited, hence to express the epigenetic spectrum of the disease, I have chosen the rank pathway genes and to promote the CPG islands of the genes suggestive of DNA methylation patterns. The database sources are eukaryotic promoter database for selected gene promoter sequence retrieval analysis, MethPrimer tool for prediction of CPG islands. The method used is the promoter DNA sequences of rank, OPG and TGF-beta1 genes located between -2000 to +2000 base pairs were retrieved from the EPD new database, and the CPG islands were predicted using MethPrimer version 1.1. So results of the study: for the rank gene CPG island prediction analysis, 4 distinct CPG islands were predicted in the promoter region. Island 1 is observed to be in the upstream region of the rank gene promoter. Presence of any single nucleotide variations in the island may affect the existence and size of the CPG islands due to the DNA methylation, and it may lead to repression of gene activity. The OPG genes CPG island prediction analysis: 2 distinct CPG islands were predicted for the input promoter region sequence. Of them, island 1 is found to be located in the upstream region. This might affect the DNA methylation dependent mechanisms which strongly influence the OPG gene in osteoclastogenesis process. That any slight disturbance in the bone homeostasis might lead to malformations like autosclerosis. The TGF-beta1 gene CPG island prediction analysis: 5 distinct CPG islands were predicted for the gene. Of them, island 1 and 2 are found to be located in the upstream region of the promoter. Any single nucleotide polymorphisms may alter the size and the existence of the CPG islands, influence the DNA methylation pattern, might alter the expression of TGF-beta1 gene. Next. Yes, conclusion of the study: the results of the study might predict that promoter CPG islands of rank, OPG and TGF-beta1 genes are suggestive of DNA methylation dependent mechanisms which may strongly influence the transcription, mRNA copy number and ultimately the protein synthesis of the pathway genes, which play an important role in bone remodeling of autosclerosis. Acknowledgements: as a proud alumni of Government City College, I would like to thank the organizers of this international conference for again giving me chance to present my work in my own college. Thank you so much for the organizers.
Next, Raviteja Reddy. Just 3 minutes.
Good evening everyone. Myself Raviteja Reddy, research scholar from Department of Genetics, Osmania University, working under the supervision of Professor H. Surekha Rani. So I am presenting on evaluation of clinicopathological characteristics and the role of suppressor of cytokine signaling 3 SOCS3 gene polymorphism in the pathogenesis of breast cancer. So as you all know, breast cancer is the leading cause of cancer mortality in women, accounting for 31% of new diagnosed female cases worldwide. So in India, the incidence has increased significantly, around 13.5% of all newly diagnosed cases. It continues to be the lethal malignancy due to the lack of early detection, screening strategies and ineffective therapeutics for late stage metastatic diseases. So new diagnostic markers are needed to identify individuals who are at higher risk for developing breast cancer. So the identification of prognostic markers might enable oncologists to begin tailoring treatment strategies for individual patients. So coming to the staging and grading, ductal carcinoma in situ or invasive ductal carcinoma is the most common type of breast cancer, representing around 80% of all breast cancer diagnosis, and stages, they are classified into early stages and late stage. T0, TIS, T1 and T2 are early stages, and T3 and T4 are late stages. So coming to the risk factors, there are classified into 2 types: modifiable and non-modifiable risk factors. Radiation exposure, hormone replacement therapy, alcohol or tobacco and diet, these are all modifiable risk factors. So the age, female gender, genetic factors, menstrual and reproductive factors, family history of breast cancer, all comes under non-modifiable risk factors. So coming to my gene, suppressor of cytokine signaling 3 gene is one of the key players of the regulation of signal transduction and immune responses. It plays a critical role in modulating the JAK-STAT signaling pathway, which is involved in cell growth, differentiation and apoptosis. SOCS3 role as a tumor suppressor and its interaction with various oncogene pathways make it a subject of interest in cancer research, and further studies may uncover its potential as a therapeutic target in breast cancer treatment. In view of the above, the aim of my current study is to evaluate the association of demographic, clinicopathological characteristics and polymorphic variant of SOCS3. The SNP is RS4969169 involved in the pathogenesis of breast cancer. So coming to materials and methods, sample size is 200. The written informed consent will be obtained from the breast cancer patients and healthy controls. So the inclusion criteria is histopathologically confirmed primary breast cancer patients by medical oncologists and healthy controls free from any previous malignancy will be included in my study, and women with any chronic diseases and associated with any other cancers will be excluded from my study. So coming to the demographic data analysis, in the present study, the age of the breast cancer patients was within the range of 30 to 75 and their mean age at diagnosis was 47.98 plus or minus 10.8 years. Our data revealed that higher percentage of breast cancer patients had a BMI greater than 25 kg per meter square. Majority of the breast cancer patients were involved in agriculture practices, that is around 64%. 18.5% of breast cancer patients were having tobacco usage. 40.5% of breast cancer patients reported habit of alcohol consumption. Next. In the present study, we observed that 57% majority of the breast cancer patients had middle stage, followed by 26.5% later stage, and 16.5% had early stage menarche. Individuals with irregular menstruation cycles were higher in the breast cancer patients. 58.5% of breast cancer patients were presented with premenopausal status. About 9% of breast cancer patients had no lactation history, and 8.5% had nulliparity. Consanguinity was more prominent in breast cancer patients, that is 37.5%, while 15.5% of patients had reported familial incidence of breast cancer. So coming to the clinicopathological characteristics of breast cancer, in the present study we have observed that most of the patients were in the early stage, that is T0 to T2, 65.5%, followed by late stage, that is T3 and T4, 34.5%. 65% patients had small tumor size and the remaining 35% had large tumor size. 82.5% had ductal carcinoma and 17.5% had lobular carcinoma respectively. The lymph node involvement was observed in 73.5% of breast cancer patients. About 59% and 56% of breast cancer patients showed positive expression of estrogen receptor and progesterone receptor. Estrogen receptor status was found to be positive among 54.5%. 20% of breast cancer patients were presented with So outcome, in my study, women at the age greater than 40 years are more prone to the disease. Majority of the breast cancer patients belong to rural areas and were involved in agriculture practices. Women with risk factors such as smoking, alcohol consumption, nulliparity, family history of breast cancer and other cancers were more prone to the disease. So our data revealed that TT అయిపోయింది మేడం ఒక్క నిమిషం ఇది అవుట్కమే సార్. Our data suggested that TT genotype of 4969169 SNP of SOCS3 gene was associated with increased risk of breast cancer. Thank you for this opportunity. My study was funded by DST Inspire.
Next to Pallavi. Just 3 minutes.
Good evening everyone, my name is Pallavi SM. I am a research scholar under the guidance of Surekarani ma'am, HOD, Department of Genetics, Osmania University. Today I am going to talk about diabetes mellitus, type 2 diabetes mellitus. It's a prevalent and progressive metabolic disorder characterized by elevated blood sugar levels. It constitutes the majority of diabetes cases globally and affects individuals of all age groups, including younger individuals. The condition arises due to insulin resistance and inadequate insulin production by the pancreas, leading to the impaired glucose metabolism. Type 2 diabetic mellitus characteristics are elevated blood sugar levels, insulin resistance, inadequate insulin by pancreas, impaired glucose metabolism. So if you look at the charts, the first one is prevalence of diabetes in Indian population. There are 16.8% men in India have diabetes and 15.4% of women have diabetes. So there is a slight decrease in women because we have the advantage of estrogen hormone, which relaxes the arteries and promotes good cholesterol and reduces local areas oxidative stress. So as compared to men, women have this advantage. So the second pie chart indicates the prevalence of diabetes in Indian women, where 29% are non-diabetic and 16% have hypertension and 44% have high cholesterol. The 16% and 44% consist of the early stage of pre-diabetic stage. And similarly, the women are 3% from urban areas and 7% from rural areas which have diabetes. So the menopause stage, the 44 age group has diabetes, that is menopause women. The women who already entered the menopause stage have high risk of having diabetes, rather than non-diabetic women, they may have menopause at 48 age. Next, please. Complications of type 2 diabetic mellitus. There are two types of complications in type 2 diabetic mellitus. There are microvascular and macrovascular. Nephropathy, retinopathy and neuropathy are microvascular complications. Cardiovascular diseases, coronary artery diseases, stroke and peripheral artery diseases, leg pain, increased mortality are the macrovascular complications of type 2 diabetes mellitus. Next. Genetic factors in diabetic nephropathy play a significant role in development and progression of diabetic nephropathy. Podocytes play important role in protecting podocytes in the glomeruli of kidney. They maintain the renal function by forming the glomerular filtration barrier with mesangial cells, preventing the leakage of proteins and cells from blood into the urine, while allowing the waste products by filtering out. Yes, sir. I am studying. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Next slide. I am studying two genes, SRGAP2 and CDC42 genes. So they are important in maintaining the actin cytoskeleton of podocytes. In the food process, they form the filtration barrier in the renal cells, which filter blood to form the urine. So these are the two genes I am studying. Next slide. The methodology involves in silico identification of the CPJ islands of the two genes. Yeah. Yeah, these are my results, sir. Yes, in the SRGAP2 gene, 3 distinct CPG islands were predicted for the input sequence given, and in CDC42 genes, 4 CPG islands were predicted for the input sequence of CDC42 gene. Next slide. The protein interaction prediction using string database shows the interactions between CDC42 and SRGAP2 genes. The cake pathway also shows the interactions between the two genes. Yes, sir. This study will provide a comprehensive understanding of the importance of genomic and cellular mechanisms involved in podocyte-specific SRGAP2 and CDC42 genes in the pathology of type 2 diabetic nephropathy. My heartfelt gratitude to the organizers and my guide and seniors who contributed to the creation and refinement of this work. This expertise, guidance and support were invaluable in bringing out the resources to the fruition. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Next, Boddu Daniel Jacinth, last, I think is the last one.
Just 3 minutes. I will complete it as soon as possible. Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. I am Daniel Jacinth from Rhoda Mystery College of Social Work and Research Center. I'm an undergrad student. I'm pursuing my BSW final year. So my topic for today is menopausal experience of women with reference to Hyderabad. So I also was guided and also helped by our faculty, Dr. Harinder sir. And then to begin with, let us go with the introduction, that is the definition of menopause. So when we talk about menopause, what is menopause? Menopause is the complete 12 months after a woman's last menstrual cycle, which means that after menopause a woman will not have her menstrual cycle. So it can be said as a permanent cessation of menstruation, and then it results from the loss of ovarian follicular activity without an obvious intervening cause. And to be precise, a menopause is primary ovarian failure. Okay, so moving to the next slide, we will look at the symptoms and consequences of menopause. As you can see, there is a big list there of symptoms and consequences attached with an etc. at the bottom. So with the etc. you can imagine how many symptoms women are going to face during their menopause phase. So what problems are they facing because of all the symptoms and consequences will be moved on, will be shown in the next slide. That is the social pressure, physical and mental symptoms during this phase, vulnerable to mental health conditions like anxiety, depression, and with all of these, they also face the reluctance to take to consider any medical treatment, and sometimes there is no access to healthcare and infrastructure for necessary for this to address this problem. And mostly it is a kind of stigma that is attached to this, that women often hesitate to speak openly about their health. So with all of this problem, we wanted to study on the factors like on the demographical and socio-economic factors which might actually have an effect on the menopausal experience of women. So our objectives were to study the demographic profile of women, to study the socio-economic conditions of women, to measure the menopausal experience of women. So the variables we considered are age, marital status, qualification, profession, social and economic status, menopausal experience. So in our research methodology, our area of study was Hyderabad, and we took 63 samples of women who were of age 45 years and above who have undergone menopause. So we have conducted our study through a questionnaire via Google form, and our sampling method was purposive sampling under non-probability method. And after we did the study, after we performed an analysis, these are the results that we have got. So under demographic profile, as you can see, there are 3 bars, and out of the 3, most of the women, like 25 of them, are from 46 years, or between 46 years and 52 years, and most of them are married, and the religion of most of these women is Christian, next followed by Hinduism. And then analysis of their socio-economic status is that most of the women were from upper middle class, and their experience, considering their menopausal experience status, out of the 63 women, 50 women have felt mild menopausal symptoms, and strong menopausal symptoms where experience was felt by 21 to 22 women. So a discussion of the results would be like this. When we compared our variables with the menopausal experience status of women, it was as you can see, yes, according to the chi-square test, when we performed a chi-square test on the results that we have got, there are the results are there, and all of those results lead to a non-significant value, whereas for a chi-square test to be significant, the value is 0.05. So all of these factors, all of these variables which we considered were not significant. So I'd like to say that though all of these factors don't cater to any of those menopausal symptoms or the menopausal experience of a woman, it is true, it is completely true that a woman faces mental, physical and societal pressure all through this phase as it lasts for an year. So it is crucial for us to address the mental health issues and other societal and physical issues that a woman has during this phase. So while we speak about including women and improving their status, let us quit talking and begin doing, as was quoted by Walt Disney. The way to get started is to quit talking and begin doing. So let us quit talking and let us start addressing the issues of women's mental health, and especially the problems faced by women during this phase. And also, as we improve the status of women, let us sensitize the society towards these issues. So I'd like to acknowledge the backbone for this study, our faculty, Dr. Harinder, and also I'd like to thank the organizing team and especially Dr. Sreedevi ma'am for being kind enough to give me this opportunity. Thank you.
thank you to all. All the papers were really good. It is very difficult to rapporteur such a very fast papers, madam. Initially from the Dalit women inclusion to the sustainable development to the new education policy, and come to the food, what sustainable goals, and then gender. Many papers, it means various kinds of papers came in this session. And Ujma presented from Tirupati Mahila Vidyalaya about food culture, and then Shobha Rani and Manjula Madam, and all these people presented well. It is very difficult to rapporteur all these people. And last paper, Daniel also, it is very interesting paper, but because of the time constraints, we are unable to present our own paper, me and Dr. Krishna Rao. And thank you. Actually, this is the variety of papers came, madam. And with that note, I want to say thank you all. And if madam wants to come and talk, you please come. Yeah. The rapporteur is done, madam.
No, it's up to you. Madam. Sreedevi madam or Krishnavedi madam, you can conclude.
Now inviting the chairpersons, they are also going to present a paper, and since yesterday they are waiting to present their combined paper, and please present your paper so precise within 5 minutes.
Thank you, madam. Yeah. Now, I would like to talk about our narrate our topic on educational status of Muslim women in India, a sociological study. Next. And we know about lot of several studies have found how the education is helping in empowering the women, especially in India, especially of various social groups. Go to the next. Next slide. As you know, sociologically speaking, in India, there are different social groups who constitutes, various religious groups like minorities. You know about minorities, Muslims, Christians, Parsis, Buddhists, and Jains, who constitutes larger minorities in India. Apart from Hindus, there are several states where minorities also plays a crucial role in terms of development indicators like education, health, but it's very few states only. India, as you know, it's a plural society, where as secular society, where the social perception like interactions between religious communities and are conditioned by various social layers and historical experiences. Education provides the arena for both the expression and the understanding of about their ethnic relations among them. And Muslims are the second largest populous religious group after Hindus in India. The National Minority Commission has identified Muslims as minorities along with the Christians, Sikhs, Buddhists and Jains on the basis of religion. Among the minorities, Muslims, have the highest population with 14.2%, as you know, followed by Christians 1.7, Sikh 0.7, Buddhism, 0.5%, Jains 0.4%, and others are 0.7%. The concept of plural society was first coined by, introduced by Forneville to refer a society which comprised of two or more elements or of the social orders, which live side by side, which, without mingling or without, in one or political unity. This concept has undergone several social changes over the decades, and today it describes nation which is characterized by plurality of cultures, institutions which are held together by dominant community by political arrangement. Next. So social minorities, I said, just next. So sociological significance of the minorities in India is rather the social construction as a minority in the social political history of India. It's a crucial factor. See, their forefathers were once the rulers of this land. As a community, they were the center of the partition of the India in 1947. And in independent India, they have been one of the main elements in the most communal rights or victims also, either as perpetrators or victims or both. As a volatile minority, the Muslims are not comparable to any other minority group, including the Christians, who also follow a religion with its origin in alien land. It should be pointed out that in India, contrary to common belief, neither the Muslims nor the Christian constitute a socially homogeneous community. Both are characterized by regional as well as linguistic differentiation, variations, and highly unequal system of social stratification with caste-like formations. Among both these communities, religion has played or functioned as an effective ideological apparatus, insulating the contradictions within the community. Next. So now I would like to, now Dr. Abbas will focus upon further.
Thank you, Dr. Krishna Rao. In sociology, what happens is that to study about every community is quite important, because to progress of the all sections of society. The same way, minority studies also very, very important. I have done my PhD on the minority community in the old city. Why old city is so underdeveloped? Like that, because minority, if you see education, professors, teachers, the representation of Muslim community is very, very less. So in sociology, it is very, very important to study the minority communities. Here, the sociological significance of the Muslims in India is a major distinction between Muslims and Christians in India worth nothing, while religion never imparted a social cultural identity to Christians. It means, okay, I will give you in general this one. See, Professor, you may be knowing Balagopal, human rights activist, and he says that whenever there is a Muslim education reservation is spoke, in court, you have a court nearby your college, then many lawyers, they say that, see, Muslims are the rulers and why they need reservation. Then on one side they will say that one, and the other way they will say that it is a inflicted injury on the Muslim community, that's why they are not in the education. So there is a contradiction. Day by day, Sachar committee, when Manmohan Singh government has come up with a committee saying that why Muslims situation is every day it is decreasing. Like Parsi community, you may be knowing Parsi community, Tata, Birla, that community is declining every day. There is a commission on, Modi government has given a commission on the Parsi community, and the Manmohan Singh government, what they have done is, why Muslims are backward. There is a committee, and that committee found that Muslim women participation in the education, in work is very, very less. So here, our sociology, the paper we want to present to you is that Muslim women participation in education, work, health sectors, in other sectors is very, very less. And I took the old city, one of the example, inspiring women means I will tell one example of Jamila Nishat, a woman who worked for the women education among the minorities. See, she studied MA English in Usmania, and she was a government employee. She resigned for the job, and she started teaching for the poor girls of the Hyderabad city. And she, for 300 to 400 girls, she has an NGO called Shahin. That Shahin NGO is imparting education to the girls, and it means now the Muslim women and the Muslim communities slowly they are realizing the importance of education, and Jamila Nishat may be one of the inspiring women who is really imparting education, and old city needs more that kind of women, and more from this you have to bring this kind of character into the sociological analysis and to the society. We have to bring them into the mainstream. With that note, I will thank the organizers, Sreedevi Madam and all the women over here, and who gave an opportunity to present us. Maybe I will tell one poem on Hyderabad, and I will, and shall I, Madam? Shall I? Yeah. One maybe for all of you. Yeah, one poem for I will recite for all of you, and how this Hyderabad looks for people. सुबह सुमसाम से शुरू होती है, रात को रंगीन बनती है, हैदराबाद शहर है. सुबह सुमसाम से शुरू होती है, रात को रंगीन बनती है, हैदराबाद शहर है. गरीबों को चाय रोटी, अमीरों को दम की बिरयानी, दिन रात चलती है, हैदराबाद शहर है. कभी तो कविता बन के दिखती है, तो कभी तो भंबो के पड़ती है. कभी तो कविता बन के दिखती है, तो कभी तो भंबो के पड़ती है, हैदराबाद शहर है. दोस्ती दुश्मनी खराबी हर एक चलता है यहाँ, हैदराबाद शहर है. थैंक यू ऑल. थैंक यू ऑल.
కరెంట్ ఇక్కడ లైట్ లేదుగా, చీకటి చీకటి. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your elaborative and informative talk on educational status of Muslim women in India, a sociological study. The talk given by the C.H. Krishna Rao and Abbas Muhammad. Krishna Rao sir from CES, I think. CES, no sir? CES, and Abbas sir from the IGNOU University. Thank you, sir. Thanks for your patient chair. ఏమంటారు కూడా అర్థమవుతుంది నాకు ఇప్పుడు వర్డ్స్ రావట్లేదు. Patient listening and your valuable contribution for our conference. Thank you, sir. Oh, Rambanandi. Okay. I request all the participants to come on to the dais to take a photograph.
Students also, along with students.
All students also, all must come. All the participants along with the students come to the dais to take a group pic. రండి, లేట్ అయిపోయింది. రండి రండి, ప్లీజ్ కమ్.